Dedication and Chapter 1 of the Layton Court Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. The Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. Section 1. Dedication. To my father. My dear father, I know of nobody who likes a detective story more than you do, with the possible exception of myself. So if I write one and you read it, we ought to be able to amuse ourselves, at any rate. I hope you will notice that I have tried to make the gentleman who eventually solves the mystery behave as nearly as possible as he might be expected to do in real life. That is to say, he is very far removed from a sphinx, and he does make a mistake or two occasionally. I have never believed very much in those hawk-eyed, tight-lipped gentry who pursue their silent and inexorable ways straight to the heart of things, without ever once overbalancing or turning aside after false goals. And I cannot see why even a detective story should not aim at the creation of a natural atmosphere, just as much as any other work of the lighter fiction. In the same way, I should like you to observe that I have set down quite plainly every scrap of evidence, just as it is discovered, so that the reader has precisely the same data at his disposal as has the detective. This seems to me the only fair way of doing things. To hold up till the last chapter some vital piece of evidence, which, by the way, usually renders the solution of the puzzle perfectly simple, and to achieve your surprise by allowing the detective to arrest his man before the evidence on which he is doing so is ever so much as hinted to the reader at all, is, to my mind, most decidedly not playing the game. With which short homily, I hand the book over to you by way of some very slight return for all that you have done for me. Chapter 1. 8 o'clock in the morning. William, the gardener at Layton Court, was a man of melancholy deliberation. It did not pay, William held, to rush things, especially the important things of life, such as the removal of green fly from roses. Before action was taken, the matter should be studied, carefully and unhappily, from every possible point of view, particularly the worst. On this summer's morning, William had been gazing despondently at the roses for just over 3/4 of an hour. Pretty soon now he would feel himself sufficiently fortified to begin operations on them. "Do you always count the green fly before you slaughter them, friend William?" asked a sudden voice behind him. William, who had been bending forward to peer gloomily into the green fly-blown intricacies of a Caroline test-out, slewed hastily about. He hated being accosted at the best of times, but there was a spontaneous heartiness about this voice which grated intolerably on all his finer feelings. The added fact that the act of slewing hastily about had brought a portion of his person into sharp and painful contact with another rosebush did not tend to make life any more cheerful for William at that moment. "Weren't a-counting 'em," he observed curtly, and added naughtily under his breath, "Drat that there Mr. Sheringham." "Oh, I thought you must be totting up the bag in advance," remarked the newcomer gravely from behind an enormous pipe. "What's your record bag of green fly, William? Runs into thousands of brace, I suppose. Well, no doubt it's an interesting enough sport for people of quiet tastes, like stamp collecting. You ever collect stamps, William?" "No," said William, gazing somberly at a worm. William was not one of your chatty conversationalists. "Really?" replied his interlocutor with interest. "Mad on it myself once. As a boy, of course. Silly game, though, really, I agree with you." He followed the direction of William's eyes. "Ah, the early morning worm," he continued brightly, "and defying all the rules of its calling by refusing to act as provender for the early bird. Highly unprofessional conduct. There's a lesson for all of us in that worm, William, if I could only think what it is." I'll come back and tell you when I've had time to go into the matter properly." William grunted moodily. There were many things in this world of which William disapproved, but Mr. Roger Sheringham had a class all to himself. The gospel of laughter held no attractions for that stern materialist and executioner of Greenfly. Roger Sheringham remained singularly unperturbed by the sublime heights of William's disapproval. With hands thrust deep into the pockets of a perfectly incredible pair of grey flannel trousers, he sauntered off among the rose-beds, cheerfully poisoning the fragrant atmosphere with clouds of evil smoke from the peculiarly unsavoury pipe which he wore in the corner of his rather wide mouth. William's eloquent snorts followed him unheeded. Roger had already forgotten William's existence. There are many who hold that 8 o'clock in the morning is the most perfect time of a summer's day. The air, they advance, is by that time only pleasantly warm through, without being burned to a cinder as it is an hour or two later. And there is still quite enough dew sparkling upon leaf and flower to give the poets plenty to talk about, without forcing them to rise at 6 o'clock for their inspiration. The theory is certainly one well worth examination. At the moment when this story opens, Mr. Roger Sheringham was engaged in examining it. Not that Roger Sheringham was a poet, by no means, but he was the next worst thing to it, an author. And it is part of an author's stock in trade to know exactly what a rose garden looks like at 8 o'clock on a summer morning. That and everything else in the world besides. Roger Sheringham was refreshing his mental notes on the subject. While he is doing so, let us turn the tables by examining him. We're going to see quite a lot of him in the near future, and first impressions are always important. Perhaps the first thing we notice about him, even before we have had time to take in his physical characteristics, is an atmosphere of unbounded, exuberant energy. Roger Sheringham is evidently one of those dynamic persons who seem somehow to live 2 minutes to everybody else's 1. Whatever he happens to be doing, he does it as if it were the only thing that he had ever really intended to do in life at all. To see him now, looking over this rose garden, you would think that he is actually learning it by heart, so absorbedly is he gazing at it. At least you would be ready to bet that he could tell you afterwards just how many plants there are in each bed, how many roses on each plant, and how many greenfly on each rose. Whether this habit of observation is natural, or whether it is part of the training of his craft, there can be no doubt that Roger possesses it in a very high degree. In appearance he is somewhat below the average height, and stockily built, with a round rather than a long face, and 2 shrewd, twinkling grey eyes. The shapeless trousers and the disreputable old Norfolk jacket he is wearing argue a certain eccentricity and contempt for convention that is just a little too self-conscious to be quite natural, without going so far as to degenerate into a pose. The short-stemmed, big-bowled pipe in the corner of his mouth seems a very part of the man himself, and that his age is over 30 and under 40, that his school had been Winchester and his university Oxford, and that he had, or at any rate professed, the profoundest contempt for his reading public, which was estimated by his publishers at a surprisingly large figure, and you have Roger Sheringham, Esquire, at your service. The sound of footsteps approaching along the broad gravel path, which separated the rose garden from the lawn at the back of the house, roused him from his studious contemplation of early morning phenomena. The next moment a large, broad-shouldered young man, with a pleasing and cheerful face, came into sight round the bend. "Good heavens!" Roger exclaimed in tones of the liveliest consternation. "Alec, and an hour and a half before it need be! What's wrong with you this morning, Alec?" "I might ask the same of you," grinned the young man. "It's the first time I've seen you down before 10 o'clock since we came here." "That only gives us 3 mornings. Still a palpable point. By the way, where's our worthy host? I thought it was a distressing habit of his to spend an hour in the garden every morning before breakfast. At least, so he was telling me at great length yesterday afternoon." "I don't know," said Alec indifferently. "But what brings you here anyway, Roger?" "Me? Oh, I've been working. Studying the local flora and fauna, the latter ably represented by William. You know, you ought to cultivate William, Alec. You'd have a lot in common, I feel sure." They fell into step and strolled among the scattered beds. "You working at this hour?" Alec remarked. "I thought you wrote all your tripe between midnight and dawn." "You're a young man of singular literary acuteness," sighed Roger. "Hardly anybody would dare to call my work tripe. Yet you and I know that it is, don't we? But for goodness sake, don't tell anyone else your opinion. My income depends on my circulation, you know, and if it once got noised about that Alexander Grierson considered—" Alec landed a punch on the literary thorax. "Oh, for heaven's sake, shut up," he grunted. "Don't you ever stop talking, Roger?" "Yes," Roger admitted regretfully, "when I'm asleep. It's a great trial to me. That's why I so much hate going to bed. But you haven't told me why you're up and about so early." "Couldn't sleep," responded Alec a trifle sheepishly. "Ah." Roger stopped and scrutinized his companion's face closely. "I shall have to study you, Alec, you know. Awfully sorry if it's going to inconvenience you, but there's my duty to the great British public, and that's plain enough, my interesting young lover. So now perhaps you'll tell me the real reason why you're polluting this excellent garden with your unseemly presence at this unnecessary hour." "Oh, stow it, you blighter," growled the interesting young lover, blushing hotly. Roger regarded him with close attention. "Notes on the habits of the newly engaged animal, male genus," he murmured softly. 1. Reverses all its habits and instincts by getting up and seeking fresh air when it might still be frowsting in bed. 2. Assaults its closest friends without the least provocation. 3. Turns a bright brick red when asked the simplest question. 4. "Will you shut up, or have I got to throw you into a rose bed?" shouted the harassed Alec. "I'll shut up," said Roger promptly, "but only on William's account. Please understand that. I feel that William would simply hate to see me land on one of his cherished rose bushes. It would depress him more than ever, and I shrink from contemplating what that might mean. In passing, how is it that you were coming from the direction of the lodge just now, and not from the house?" "You're infernally curious this morning," Alec smiled. "If you want to know, I've been down to the village." "So early? Alec, there must be something wrong with you, after all. And why on earth have you been down to the village?" Well, if you must have it, to post a letter," said Alec reluctantly. "Ah, a letter so important, so remarkably urgent that it couldn't wait for the ordinary collection from the house?" Roger mused with interest. "Now I wonder if that letter could have been addressed, let us say, to the Times?" "Marvelous, Holmes! How could you have surmised that?" "You know my methods, Watson. It is only necessary to apply them." "Well, Alexander Watson, am I right?" "You're not," said Alec shortly. "It was to my bookmaker." "Well, all I can say is that it ought to have been to the Times," retorted Roger indignantly. "In fact, I don't mind going so far as to add that it's hardly playing the game on your part that it shouldn't have been to the Times. Here you go, laying a careful train of facts, all pointing to the conclusion that this miserable letter of yours was to the Times, and then you turn round and announce calmly that it was to your bookmaker. If it comes to that, why write to your bookmaker at all? A telegram is the correct medium for conducting a correspondence with one's bookmaker. Surely you know that." "Doesn't it ever hurt you?" Alec sighed wearily. "Don't you ever put your larynx out of joint or something? I should have thought that Yes, I should have liked to hear your little medical lecture so much, Roger interrupted rapidly with a perfectly grave face. Unfortunately, a previous engagement of the most pressing urgency robs me of that pleasure. I've just remembered that I've got to go and see a man about, now what was it about? Oh yes, I remember. A goat. Well, goodbye, Alec. See you at breakfast, I hope. He seized his astonished companion's hand, shook it affectionately, and walked quickly away in the direction of the village. Alec gazed after him with open mouth. In spite of the length of their acquaintance, he had never quite got used to Roger. A light tread on the grass behind him caused him to turn round, and what he saw supplied the reason for Roger's hurried departure. A quick smile of appreciation flitted across his face. Then he hurried eagerly forward, and all thought of Roger was wiped from his mind. So soon are we forgotten when somebody more important comes along. The girl who was advancing across the grass was small and slight, with large grey eyes set wide apart, and a mass of fair hair which the slanting rays of the sun behind her turned into a bright golden mist about her head. She was something more than pretty, for mere prettiness always implies a certain insipidity, and there was certainly no trace of that in Barbara Shannon's face. On the contrary, the firm lines of her chin alone, to take only one of her small features, showed a strength of character unusual in a girl of her age. One hardly looks for that sort of thing at feminine 19 or thereabouts. Alec caught his breath as he hurried towards her. It was only yesterday that she had promised to marry him, and he had not quite got accustomed to it yet. "Dearest!" he exclaimed, making as if to take her in his arms. William had long since disappeared in search of weapons with which to rout the green fly. "Dearest, how topping of you to guess I should be waiting for you out here." Barbara put out a small hand to detain him. Her face was very grave, and there were traces of tears about her eyes. "Alec," she said in a low voice, "I've got rather bad news for you. Something very dreadful has happened, something that I can't possibly tell you about, so please don't ask me, dear. It would only make me more unhappy still. But I can't be engaged to you any longer. You must just forget that yesterday ever happened at all. It's out of the question now. Alec, I can't marry you." End of dedication and Chapter 1 of the Layton Court Mystery. Chapter 2 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 2. An Interrupted Breakfast. Mr. Victor Stanworth, the host of the little party now in progress at Layton Court, was, according to the reports of his friends, who were many and various, a thoroughly excellent sort of person. What his enemies thought about him, that is, provided that he had any, is not recorded. On the face of it, at any rate, however, the existence of the latter may be doubted. Genial old gentlemen of 60 or so, somewhat more than comfortably well off, who keep an excellent cellar, and equally excellent cigars, and entertain with a large-hearted good humour, amounting almost to open-handedness, are not the sort of people to have enemies. And all that Mr. Victor Stanworth was. That, and perhaps a trifle more. If he had one noticeable failing, so slight that it could hardly be called a fault, it was perhaps a rather too obvious interest he displayed in the sort of people whose pictures get into the illustrated weeklies. Not that Mr. Stanworth was a snob, or anything approaching it. He would as soon exchange a joke with a dustman as a duke, although it is possible that he would prefer a millionaire to either. But he had not attempted to conceal his satisfaction when his younger brother, now dead these 10 years or more, had succeeded in marrying, against all expectation, and the more than plainly expressed wishes of the lady's family, Lady Cynthia Anglemere, the eldest daughter of the Earl of Grierson. Indeed, he had gone so far as to express his approval in the eminently satisfactory form of settling 1,000 a year on the lady in question for so long as she continued to bear the name of Stanworth. It is noticeable, however, that a condition of the settlement was the provision that she should continue the use of her title also. Gossip, of course, hinted that this interest sprung from the fact that the origins of the Stanworth family were themselves not all that they might be, but whether there was any truth in this or not, it was beyond question that, whatever these origins might be, they were by now so decently interred in such a thick shroud of golden obscurity that nobody had had either the wish or the patience to uncover them. Mr. Stanworth was a bachelor, and it was generally understood that he was a person of some little importance in that mysterious Mecca of finance, the city. Anything further than that was not specified, a closer definition being rightly held to be unnecessary. But the curious could find, if they felt so minded, the name of Mr. Stanworth on the board of directors of several small but flourishing and thoroughly respectable little concerns, whose various offices were scattered within a half-mile radius of the mansion house. In any case, these did not seem to make any such exorbitant demands on Mr. Stanworth's time as to exclude a full participation in the more pleasant occupations of life. 2 or 3 days a week in London in the winter, with sometimes as few as once a fortnight during the summer, appeared to be quite enough not only to preserve his financial reputation among his friends, but also to maintain that large and healthy income which was a source of such innocent pleasure to so many. It has been said already that Mr. Stanworth was in the habit of entertaining both largely and broad-mindedly, and this is no less than the truth. It was his pleasure to gather round him a select little party of entertaining and cheerful persons, usually young ones, and each year he rented a different place in the summer for this purpose. The larger, the older, and possessing the longer string of aristocratic connections, the better. The winter months he passed either abroad or in his comfortable bachelor flat in St. James's Street. This year his choice of a summer residence had fallen upon Layton Court, with its Jacobean gables, its lattice windows, and its oak-panelled rooms. Mr. Stanworth was thoroughly satisfied with Layton Court. He had been installed there for rather more than a month, and the little party now in full swing was the second of the summer's series. His sister-in-law, Lady Stanworth, always acted as hostess for him on these occasions. Neither Roger nor Alec had had any previous acquaintance with their host, and their inclusion in the party had been due to a chain of circumstances. Mrs. Shannon, an old friend of Lady Stanworth's, had been asked in the first place, and with her Barbara. Then Mr. Stanworth had winked jovially at his sister-in-law, and observed that Barbara was getting a deuced pretty girl in these days, and wasn't there any particular persons she would be glad to see at Layton Court, eh? Lady Stanworth had given it as her opinion that Barbara might not be displeased to encounter a certain Mr. Alexander Grierson about the place, whereupon Mr. Stanworth, having ascertained in a series of rapid questions that Mr. Alexander Grierson was a young man of considerable worldly possessions, which interested him very much, had played cricket 3 years running for Oxford, which interested him still more, and was apparently a person of unimpeachable character and morals, which did not interest him at all, had given certain injunctions, with the result that 2 days later Mr. Alexander Grierson received a charming little note, to which he had hastened to reply with gratified alacrity. As to Roger, it had come somehow to Mr. Stanworth's ears, as in fact things had a habit of doing, that he was a close friend of Alec's, and there was always room in any house which happened to be occupied by Mr. Stanworth for a person of the world-wide reputation and attainments of Roger Sheringham. A second charming little note had followed in the wake of the first. Roger had been delighted with Mr. Stanworth. He was a man after his own heart, this jolly old gentleman, with his interesting habit of pressing half-crown cigars and pre-war whiskey on one at all hours of the day, from 10 in the morning onwards. His red, genial face, always on the point of bursting into loud, wholehearted laughter, if not actually doing so, his way of poking sly fun at his dignified aristocratic sister-in-law, and the very faint trace of a remote vulgarity about him that only seemed, in this particular case, to add a more intimate, almost a more genuine note to his dealings with one. Yes, Roger had found old Mr. Stanworth a character well worth studying. In the 3 days since they had first met, their acquaintance had developed rapidly into something that was very near to friendship. And there you have Mr. Victor Stanworth, at present of Layton Court, in the county of Hertfordshire. A man, you would say, and as Roger himself was saying in amazed perplexity less than an hour later, without a single care in the world. But it is already 10 minutes since the breakfast gong sounded, and if we wish to see for ourselves what sort of people Mr. Stanworth had collected round him, it is quite time that we were making a move towards the dining-room. Alec and Barbara were there already, the former with a puzzled, hurt expression that hinted plainly enough at the inexplicable disaster which had just overtaken his wooing, the latter so resolutely natural as to be quite unnatural. Roger, strolling in just behind them, had noted their silence and their strained looks, and was prepared to smooth over anything in the way of a tiff, with a ceaseless flow of nonsense. Roger was perfectly well aware of the value of nonsense, judiciously applied. "Morning, Barbara," he said cheerfully. Roger made a point of calling all unmarried ladies below the age of 30 by their Christian names after a day or two's acquaintance. It agreed with his reputation for bohemianism, and it saved trouble. "Going to be an excellent day, I fancy. Shall I hack some ham for you, or do you feel like a boiled egg? You do? It's a curious feeling, isn't it?" Barbara smiled faintly. "Thank you, Mr. Sheringham," she said, lifting the cozies off an array of silver that stood at one end of the table. "Shall I give you tea or coffee?" "Coffee, please. Tea with breakfast is like playing Stravinsky on a mouth-organ. It doesn't go. Well, what's the program today? Tennis from 11 to 1, from 2 to 4 tennis, between 5 and 7 a little tennis, and after dinner talk about tennis, something like that?" "Don't you like tennis, Mr. Sheringham?" asked Barbara innocently. "Like it? I love it. One of these days I must get someone to teach me how to play it. What are you doing this morning, for instance, Alec?" "I'll tell you what I'm not doing," Alec grinned, "and that's playing tennis with you." "And why not, you ungrateful blighter, after all I've done for you?" demanded Roger indignantly. "Because when I play that sort of game, I play cricket," Alec retorted. "Then you have fielders all round to stop the balls. It saves an awful lot of trouble." Roger turned to Barbara. "Do you hear that, Barbara? I appeal to you. My tennis may perhaps be a little strenuous, but— Oh, hello, Major. We were just thinking about getting up a 4 for tennis. Are you game?" The newcomer, a tall, sallow, taciturn sort of person, bowed slightly to Barbara. "Good morning, Miss Shannon. Tennis, Sheringham? No, I'm sorry, but I'm much too busy this morning." He went to the sideboard, inspected the dishes gravely, and helped himself to some fish. Scarcely had he taken his seat with it than the door opened again and the butler entered. "Can I speak to you a moment, please, sir?" asked the latter in a low voice. The Major glanced up. "Me, Graves? Certainly." He rose from his seat and followed the other out of the room. "Poor Major Jefferson," Barbara observed. "Yes," said Roger with feeling. "I'm glad I haven't got his job. Old Stanworth's an excellent sort of fellow as a host, but I don't think I should care for him as an employer. Eh, Alec?" "Jefferson seems to have his hands pretty full. It's a pity, because he really plays a dashed good game of tennis." "By the way, what would you call him exactly? A private secretary?" "Sort of, I suppose," said Roger. "And everything else as well. A general dog's body for the old man. Rotten job." "Isn't it rather funny to find an army man in a post like that?" Barbara asked, more for the sake of something to say than anything. The atmosphere was still a little strained. "I thought when you left the army you had a pension." "So you do," Roger returned, "but pensions don't amount to much in any case. Besides, I rather fancy that Stanworth likes having a man in the job with a certain social standing attached to him. Oh, yes, I've no doubt that he finds Jefferson uncommonly useful." "Surly sort of devil, though, isn't he?" observed Alec. "Can I have another cup of coffee, please, Barbara?" "Oh, he's all right," Roger pronounced, "but I wouldn't like to be out with that butler alone on a dark night." "He's the most extraordinary butler I've ever seen," said Barbara with decision, manipulating the coffee pot. "He positively frightens me at times. He looks more like a prize-fighter than a butler. What do you think, Mr. Sheringham?" "As a matter of fact, you're perfectly right, Barbara," Alec put in. "He is an old boxer, Jefferson told me. Stanworth took him on for some reason years ago, and he's been with him ever since." "I'd like to see a scrap between him and you, Alec," Roger murmured bloodthirstily. "There wouldn't be much to choose between you." "Thanks," Alex laughed. "Not today, I think. He'd simply wipe the floor with me. He could give me nearly a stone, I should say." "And you're no chicken. Well, if you ever think better of it, let me know. I'll put up a purse all right." "Let's change the subject," said Barbara with a little shiver. "Oh, good morning, Mrs. Plant. Hello, Mother dear. Had a good night?" Mrs. Shannon, small and fair like her daughter, was in all other respects as unlike Barbara as could well be imagined. In place of that young lady's characterful little face, Mrs. Shannon's features were doll-like and insipid. She was pretty enough in a negative, plump sort of way, but interest in her began and ended with her appearance. Barbara's attitude towards her was that of patient protectiveness. To see the two together, one would think, apart from their ages, that Barbara was the mother and Mrs. Shannon the daughter. "A good night," she repeated peevishly. "My dear child, how many times must I tell you that it is quite impossible for me to get any sleep at all in this wretched place? If it isn't the birds, it's the dogs, and if it isn't the dogs, it's—" "Yes, Mother," Barbara interrupted soothingly. "What would you like to eat?"
"Oh, let me!" exclaimed Alex, jumping up. "And Mrs. Plant, what are you going to have?"
Mrs. Plant, a graceful dark-haired lady of 26 or so, with a husband in the Sudanese civil service, indicated a preference for ham. Mrs. Shannon consented to be soothed with a fried sole. Conversation became general. Major Jefferson looked in once and glanced round the room in a worried way. "Nobody's seen Mr. Stanworth this morning, have they?" he asked the company in general, and receiving no reply, went out again. Barbara and Roger engaged in a fierce discussion on the relative merits of tennis and golf, for the latter of which Roger had acquired a half-blue at Oxford. Mrs. Shannon explained at some length to Alec, over her second sole, why she could never eat much breakfast nowadays. Mary Plant came to the aid of Barbara in proving that whereas golf was a game for the elderly and crippled, tennis was the only possible summer occupation for the young and energetic. The room buzzed. The appearance of Lady Stanworth caused the conversation to stop abruptly. In the ordinary course of events, she breakfasted in her own room. A tall, stately woman with hair just beginning to turn grey, she was never anything but cool and dignified, but this morning her face seemed even more serious than usual. For a moment she stood in the doorway, looking round the room as Major Jefferson had done a few minutes before. Then, "Good morning, everybody," she said slowly. "Mr. Sheringham and Mr. Grierson, can I have a word with you for a moment?" In deep silence, Roger and Alec pushed back their chairs and rose. It was obvious that something out of the ordinary had occurred, but nobody quite liked to ask a question. In any case, Lady Stanworth's attitude did not encourage curiosity. She waited till they had reached the door and motioned for them to precede her. When they had passed through, she shut the door carefully after her. "What's up, Lady Stanworth?" Roger asked bluntly as soon as they were alone. Lady Stanworth bit her lip and hesitated, as if making up her mind. "Nothing, I hope," she said after a little pause. "But nobody has seen my brother-in-law this morning, and his bed has not been slept in, while the library door and windows are locked on the inside. Major Jefferson sent for me, and we have talked it over and decided to break the door down. He suggested that it would be as well if you and Mr. Grierson were present also, in case a witness outside the household should be required. Will you come with me?" She led the way in the direction of the library, and the other two followed.
"You've called to him, I suppose?" Alec remarked.
"Yes, Major Jefferson and Graves have both called to him, here and outside the library windows." "He's probably fainted or something in the library," said Roger reassuringly, with a good deal more conviction than he felt. "Or it may be a stroke. Is his heart at all weak?" "Not that I've ever heard, Mr. Sheringham." By the library door, Major Jefferson and the butler were waiting, the former impassive as ever, the latter clearly ill at ease.
"Ah, here you are," said the Major. "Sorry to bother you like this, but you understand. Now, Grierson, you and Graves and myself are the biggest. If we put our shoulders to the door together, I think we can force it open. It's pretty strong, though. You by the handle, Graves, and you next, Grierson. That's right. Now then, 1, 2, 3, heave!"
At the third attempt there was the sound of tearing woodwork, and the heavy door swung on its hinges. Major Jefferson stepped quickly over the threshold. The others hung back. In a moment he was back again, his sallow face the merest trifle paler. "What is it?" asked Lady Stanworth anxiously. "Is Victor there?" "I don't think you had better go in for the moment, Lady Stanworth," said Major Jefferson slowly, intercepting her as she stepped forward. "Mr. Stanworth appears to have shot himself." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 3. Mr. Sheringham is puzzled. Like many of the other rooms at Layton Court, the library had been largely modernized. Dark oak paneling still covered the walls, but the big open fireplace with its high chimney-piece had been blocked up and a modern grate inserted. The room was a large one, and, assuming that we are standing just inside the hall with our backs to the front door, formed the right-hand corner of the back of the house, corresponding with the dining room on the other side. Between these two was a smaller room, of the same breadth as the hall, which was used as a gun-room, storeroom, and general convenience room. The two rooms on either side of the deep hall in the front of the house were the drawing-room, on the same side as the library, and the morning-room opposite. A narrow passage between the morning-room and the dining-room led to the servants' quarters. In the side of the library which faced the lawn at the back of the house had been set a pair of wide French windows, as was also the case in the dining-room, while in the other outer wall, looking over the rose garden, was a large modern window of the sash type, with a deep window seat below it set in the thickness of the wall. The only original window still remaining was a small lattice one in the corner on the left of the sash window. The door that led into the room from the hall was in the corner diagonal to the lattice window. The fireplace exactly faced the French windows. The room was not overcrowded with furniture. An armchair or two stood by the fireplace, and there was a small table, bearing a typewriter, by the wall on the same side as the door. In the angle between the sash window and the fireplace stood a deep, black-covered settee. The most important piece of furniture was a large writing table in the exact center of the room facing the sash window. The walls were lined with bookshelves. This was the picture that had flashed across Roger's retentive brain as he stood in the little group outside the library door and listened to Major Jefferson's curt, almost brutal announcement. With instinctive curiosity, he wondered where the grim addition to the scene was lying. The next moment, the same instinct had caused him to turn and scan the face of his hostess. Lady Stanworth had not screamed or fainted. She was not that sort of person. Indeed, beyond a slight and involuntary catching of her breath, she betrayed little or no emotion. "Shot himself?" she repeated calmly. "Are you quite sure?"
"I'm afraid there can be no doubt at all," Major Jefferson said gravely. "He must have been dead for some hours."
"And you think I had better not go in?"
"It's not a pretty sight," said the Major shortly.
"Very well, but we had better telephone for a doctor in any case, I suppose. I will do that. Victor called in Dr. Mathewson when he had hay fever a few weeks ago, didn't he? I'll send for him."
"And the police," said Jefferson. "They'll have to be notified. I'll do that."
"I can let them know at the same time," Lady Stanworth returned, moving across the hall in the direction of the telephone. Roger and Alec exchanged glances. "I always said that was a wonderful woman," whispered the former behind his hand as they prepared to follow the Major into the library.
"Is there anything I can do, sir?"
asked the butler from the doorway. Major Jefferson glanced at him sharply.
"Yes, you come in too, Graves. It makes another witness."
The four men filed in silence into the room. The curtains were still drawn, and the light was dim. With an abrupt movement, Jefferson strode across and pulled back the curtains from the French windows. Then he turned and nodded silently towards the big writing table. In the chair behind this, which was turned a little away from the table, sat, or rather reclined, the body of Mr. Stanworth. His right hand, which was dangling by his side almost to the floor, was tightly clenched about a small revolver, the fingers still convulsively clasping the trigger. In the center of his forehead, just at the base of his hair, was a little circular hole, the edges of which looked strangely blackened. His head lolled indolently over the top of the chair back, and his wide-open eyes were staring glassily at the ceiling. It was, as Jefferson had said, not a pretty sight. Roger was the first to break the silence. "Well, I'm damned," he said softly. "What on earth did he want to go and do that for?"
"Why does anyone do it?" asked Jefferson, staring at the still figure as if trying to read its secret. "Because he has some damn good reason of his own, I suppose."
Roger shrugged his shoulders a little impatiently. "No doubt. But old Stanworth, of all people! I shouldn't have thought that he'd got a care in the world. Not that I knew him particularly well, of course, but I was only saying to you yesterday, Alec—" He broke off suddenly. Alec's face had gone a ghastly white, and he was gazing with horrified eyes at the figure in the chair.
"I was forgetting," Roger muttered in a low voice to Jefferson. "The boy was too young to be in the war. He's only 24. It's a bit of a shock, one's first corpse, especially this sort of thing. Phew, there's a smell of death in here. Let's get some of these windows open." He turned and threw open the French windows, letting a draught of warm air into the room. "Locked on the inside, all right," he commented as he did so. "So are the other two. Here, Alec, come outside for a minute. It's no wonder you're feeling a bit turned up." Alec smiled faintly. He had managed to pull himself together, and the color was returning to his cheeks. "Oh, I'm all right," he said a little shakily. "It was just a bit of a shock at first." The breeze had fluttered the papers on the writing table, and one fell to the ground. Graves, the butler, stepped forward to pick it up. Before replacing it, he glanced idly at something that was written on it. "Sir," he exclaimed excitedly, "look at this." He handed the paper to Major Jefferson, who read it eagerly. "Anything of interest?" Roger asked curiously. "Very much so," Jefferson replied dryly. "It's a statement. I'll read it to you. To whom it may concern, for reasons that concern only myself, I have decided to kill myself." And his signature at the bottom. He twisted the piece of paper thoughtfully in his hand. "But I wish he'd said what his reasons were," he added in puzzled tones.
"Yes, it's a remarkably reticent document," Roger agreed. "But it's plain enough, isn't it? May I have a look at it?" He took it from the other's outstretched hand and examined it with interest. The paper was slightly creased, and the message itself was typewritten. The signature, Victor Stanworth, was bold and firm, but just above it was another attempt which had only got as far as VIC, and looked as if it had been written with a pen insufficiently supplied with ink. "He must have gone about the business with extraordinary deliberation," Roger commented. "He goes to the trouble of typing this instead of writing it, and when he finds he hadn't dipped his pen deep enough in the ink-pot, calmly signs it again. And just look at that signature. Not a trace of nerves in it, is there?" He handed the paper back, and the Major looked at it again. "Stanworth was never much trouble with nerves," he remarked shortly, "and the signature's genuine enough. I'd take my oath on that." Alec could not help feeling that Jefferson's words had supplied an answer to a question which Roger had purposely refrained from asking. "Well, I don't know much about this sort of thing," Roger observed, "but I suppose one thing's certain. The body mustn't be touched before the police come." "Even in the case of a suicide?" Jefferson asked doubtfully. "In any case, surely." "I shouldn't have thought it would have mattered in this case," said Jefferson a little reluctantly. "Still, perhaps you're right. Not that it matters either way," he added quickly. There was a tap on the half-open door. "I've telephoned to Dr. Mathewson and the police," came Lady Stanworth's even tones. "They're sending an inspector over from Elchester at once. And now don't you think we ought to tell the others in the dining-room?" "I think so, certainly," said Roger, who happened to be nearest to the door. "There's no sense in delaying it. Besides, if we tell them now, it will give them time to get over it a little before the police come." "Quite so," said Jefferson. "And the servants as well. Graves, you'd better go and break the news in the kitchen. Be as tactful as you can." "Very good, sir." With a last but quite expressionless glance at his late master, the burly figure turned and walked slowly out of the room. "I've seen people more cut up at the death of a man they've lived with for 20 years than that gentleman," Roger murmured in Alec's ear, raising his eyebrows significantly. "And I wish you would be good enough to break the news in the dining-room, Major Jefferson," Lady Stanworth remarked. "I really hardly feel up to it myself." "Of course," said Jefferson quickly. "In fact, I think it would be much better if you went up to your room and rested a little before the police get here, Lady Stanworth. This is bound to be a very great strain. I will tell one of the maids to take you up a cup of tea." Lady Stanworth looked a trifle surprised, and for a moment it seemed that she was going to object to this course. Evidently, however, she changed her mind, if that was the case, for she only said quietly, "Thank you. Yes, I think that would be best. Please let me know directly the police arrive." She made her way, a little wearily, up the broad staircase and disappeared from view. Jefferson turned to Roger. "I think, as a matter of fact, that I should prefer you to tell the ladies, if you would, Sheringham. You do it much better than I. I'm not much use at putting unpleasant things in a pleasant way." "Certainly I will, if you'd rather. Alec, you'd better stay here with the Major." Jefferson hesitated. "As a matter of fact, Grierson, I was wondering if you would be good enough to run across to the stables and tell Chapman to have the car ready all day today, as it might be wanted any time at a moment's notice. Will you?" "Of course," said Alec promptly, and hurried off, only too glad of the opportunity for a little action. He had not yet quite got over that first sight of the dead man in the streaming sunshine. Roger walked slowly across to the dining-room door, but he was not pondering over what he was going to say. He was repeating to himself over and over again, why was Jefferson so infernally anxious to get rid of the four of us in such a hurry? Why? With his hand on the very knob of the door, a possible answer came to him in the form of another question. Why was Jefferson so reluctant to admit that the body must not be touched before the arrival of the police? It was a somewhat distrait Roger who opened the dining-room door and proceeded to acquaint 3 astounded ladies with the somewhat surprising fact that their host had just shot himself through the head.
Their reception of his news did not speak very well for Roger's tactfulness. It may have been that his preoccupation with what was in his mind prevented him from doing justice to himself, but the fact remains that even he was considerably startled by the way in which his hearers behaved, and it took a good deal to startle Roger. Mrs. Shannon, it is true, merely remarked with a not unjustified annoyance that it was really exceedingly awkward, as she had made all her arrangements for being here another 10 days, and now she supposed they would have to leave at once. And where on earth did anyone think they could go to, with the house in town shut up and all the servants away? Barbara rose slowly to her feet, with every trace of color drained out of her face, swayed a little, and, sitting down abruptly, stared with unseeing eyes out into the sunlit garden. Mrs. Plant incontinently and silently fainted. But Roger had other things to do than dancing attendance upon fainting and hysterical ladies. Leaving Mrs. Plant somewhat unceremoniously to the ministrations of Barbara and her mother, he hurried back to the library, taking care to step lightly. The sight that met his eyes was exactly what he had expected. Major Jefferson was bending over the dead man, rapidly and methodically searching his pockets. "Hello," Roger remarked easily from the doorway. "Putting him straight a bit?" The major started violently. Then he bit his lip and slowly straightened his back. "Yes," he said slowly after the least possible pause. "Yes, I can't bear to see this constrained attitude he's in." "It's beastly," Roger said sympathetically, advancing unconcernedly into the room and shutting the door behind him. "I know. But I shouldn't move him if I were you. Not till the police have seen him, at any rate. They're rather particular about that sort of thing, I believe." Jefferson shrugged his shoulders, frowning. "It seems damn nonsense to me," he said bluntly. "Look here," Roger remarked suddenly. "You mustn't let this thing get on your nerves, you know. Come and take a turn in the garden with me." He linked his arm through the others, and observing his obvious hesitation, drew him towards the open windows. "Do you all the good in the world," he persisted. Jefferson allowed himself to be persuaded. For some minutes the two strolled up and down the lawn, and Roger took some care to keep the conversation on indifferent topics. But in spite of all his efforts, Jefferson kept looking at his watch, and it was clear that he was counting the minutes before the police might be expected. What Roger, watch how he might, was unable to discover was whether his companion was eager for their arrival or the reverse. The only thing he knew for certain was that this imperturbable man was, for some reason or other, very badly rattled. It might be the simple fact of his employer's unseemly end which had caused this unwonted state of affairs, Roger thought, for certainly Jefferson and old Stanworth had been a very long time together. On the other hand, it might not, and if this was not the reason, what was? When they had made the circuit of the rose garden 3 times, Jefferson halted suddenly. "The police should be here at any minute now," he said abruptly. "I'm going to walk down towards the lodge to meet them. I'll call you when we want you." Anything more obvious in the way of a congé could hardly be imagined. Roger accepted it with the best grace he could. "Very well," he nodded. "I'll be somewhere out here." Jefferson disappeared rapidly down the drive, and Roger was left to continue his walk alone. But he had no intention of being bored. There was, he felt, quite a lot of thinking that he would rather like to do, and the chance of a few minutes' solitude was not unwelcome. He paced slowly back to the lawn again, his pipe in full blast, and reeking clouds trailing lazily behind him. But Roger was not to do his thinking just yet. Scarcely had he reached the lawn when Alec appeared from the direction of the stables, somewhat hot and flushed. He fell into step with Roger and began to explain why he had been so long. "Couldn't get away from the wretched fellow," he exclaimed. "Had to tell him the whole thing from beginning to— Hullo, what's up?" Roger had halted and was staring in through the library windows. "I'll swear I left that door shut," he said in puzzled tones. "Somebody's opened it. Come on." "Where are you going?" Alec asked in surprise. "To see who's in the library," returned Roger, already halfway across the lawn. He quickened his pace to a run and hurried in through the French windows, Alec close on his heels. A woman who was bending over something on the farther side of the room straightened hastily at their approach. It was Mrs. Plant, and the object over which she had been bending was a large safe that stood by the wall close to the little typewriting table. Roger had just had time to see that she was feverishly twisting the knob before she had sprung up on hearing their footsteps. She faced them with heaving bosom and horrified eyes, one hand clutching the folds of her frock, the other clenched at her side. It was obvious that she was frightened almost out of her wits. "Were you looking for anything?" Roger asked politely, and cursed himself for the banality of the words even as he spoke them. With a tremendous effort, Mrs. Plant appeared to pull herself together. "My jewels," she muttered jerkily. "I asked Mr. Stanworth to lock them in his safe the other day. I was wondering, would the police take them? I thought it might be better if I—" "That's all right, Mrs. Plant," said Roger soothingly, breaking in upon her painful utterances. "The police wouldn't take them in any case, I expect, and you can easily identify what is yours. They'll be safe enough, I assure you." A little color was coming slowly back into her cheeks, and her breathing was becoming less rapid. "Thank you so much, Mr. Sheringham," she said more easily. "It was absurd of me, no doubt, but they're rather valuable, and I had a sudden panic about them. Of course, I ought not to have tried to take them myself. I can't think what I can have been doing." She laughed nervously. "Really, I'm positively ashamed of myself. You won't give me away for being so foolish, will you?" There was a note of urgent appeal in the last sentence that belied the lightness of the words. Roger smiled reassuringly. "Of course not," he said promptly. "Wouldn't dream of it." "Oh, thank you so much. I know I can rely on you. And on Mr. Grierson, too. Well, I suppose I'd better run away before anyone else catches me here." She made her way out of the room, carefully averting her eyes from the chair by the writing table. Roger turned to Alec and whistled softly. "Now, what did she want to lie like that for?" he asked with raised eyebrows. "Do you think she was lying?" Alec asked in puzzled tones. "I should have said that Mrs. Plant was as straight as they make 'em." Roger shrugged his shoulders in mock despair. "And so should I. That's what makes it all the more extraordinary. Yet, of course, she was lying. Like a trooper. And so ridiculously. Her story's bound to be disproved as soon as the safe is opened. She must have said the first thing that came into her head. Alec, my son, there's something damned queer going on here. Mrs. Plant isn't the only one who's lying. Come out into the garden and listen to the duplicity of Jefferson." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 4, Major Jefferson is Reluctant. Inspector Mansfield of the Elchester Police was a methodical person. He knew exactly what he had to do and just how to do it, and he had precisely as much imagination as was required for his job, and not a fraction more. Too much imagination can be a very severe handicap to a conscientious policeman, in spite of what the detective stories may say. As the inspector entered the library with Jefferson from the hall, Roger, who had heard his arrival and was determined to miss no more of this interesting situation than he could possibly help, contrived to present himself at the French windows, the faithful Alec still in tow. "Good morning, Inspector," he said cheerfully. Jefferson frowned slightly. Perhaps he was remembering his last words to Roger. "These are Mr. Sheringham and Mr. Grierson, Inspector," he said a little brusquely. "They were present when we broke the door in." The inspector nodded. "Good morning, gentlemen. Sad business, this. Very." He glanced rapidly round the room. "Ah, there's the body. Excuse me, Major." He stepped quickly across and bent over the figure in the chair, examining it attentively. Then he dropped on his knees and scrutinized the hand that held the revolver. "Mustn't touch anything till the doctor's seen him," he explained briefly, rising to his feet again and dusting the knees of his trousers. May I have a look at that document you spoke of, sir?" "Certainly, Inspector. It's on the table."
Jefferson showed where the paper was lying, and the inspector picked it up. Roger edged farther into the room. The presence of himself and Alec had not been challenged, and he wished to establish his right to be there. Furthermore, he was uncommonly curious to hear the inspector's views on the somewhat remarkable document he was now studying. The inspector looked up. He observed noncommittally, laying the paper on the table again. "To the point, at any rate. Was Mr. Stanworth in the habit of using a typewriter instead of pen and ink?"
"Just the point I mentioned, Inspector," Roger broke in.
"Indeed, sir," said the inspector politely. He turned to Jefferson. "Do you happen to know Major Jefferson?"
"Yes, I think he was," Jefferson said thoughtfully. "He certainly always wrote his letters on it. I fancy he used it a good deal."
"But to sit down and type a thing like that," Roger exclaimed. "It seems so unnecessary somehow."
"And what do you make of it then, Mr. Sheringham?" the inspector asked with tolerant interest.
"I should say it showed a cold-blooded deliberation that proves Mr. Stanworth to have been a very exceptional man," Roger replied quickly.
The inspector smiled faintly. "I see you're more used to considering characters than actions," he said.
"Now, I should have said that a more ordinary explanation might be that Mr. Stanworth, having already something else to type on the machine, slipped in a piece of paper and did that at the same time."
"Oh," Roger remarked, somewhat nonplussed. "Yes, I never thought of that."
"It's extraordinary what simple things one doesn't think of at times," said the inspector wisely. "But in that case," Roger observed thoughtfully, "wouldn't you expect to find the other thing he had been typing? It can hardly have left the room, can it?"
"That's impossible to say," said the inspector with the air of one closing the subject. "We don't in the least know what Mr. Stanworth did last night. He might have gone out and posted a letter or two before he shot himself, and unless anyone happened to see him, we could never know whether he did or not. Now, I take it, sir," he asked, turning to Major Jefferson, "that Mr. Stanworth was a rather brusque, decisive sort of man?"
Jefferson considered.
"Decisive, certainly, but I don't know whether you would call him brusque exactly." "Why?"
"The wording of this statement. It's a bit, well, out of the ordinary, isn't it?"
"It's quite typical," said Jefferson shortly.
"It is. That's what I'm getting at. Now, have you any idea at all as to the reasons he hints at?"
"Not in the least. I'm absolutely in the dark."
"Ah, well, perhaps Lady Stanworth will be able to throw some light on that point later." He strolled over to the door and began to examine the lock. Roger drew Alec aside. "You know, this is jolly interesting, this business," he murmured. "I've never seen the police at work before, but the storybooks are all wrong. This man isn't a fool by any means, very far from it. He caught me out properly over that typing, and twice at that. Perfectly obvious points when they're mentioned, of course, and I can't think why they didn't occur to me. That's the trouble with an idée fixe. You can't see beyond it, or even around it. Hullo, he's trying the windows now." The inspector had crossed the room and was testing the fastenings of the French windows. "You said all these were fastened when you got in as well as the door, sir?" he remarked to Jefferson.
"Yes, but Mr. Sheringham can answer for that better than I. He opened them."
The inspector flashed a quick glance at Roger.
"And they were all securely fastened?"
"Absolutely," said Roger with conviction. "I remember commenting on it at the time."
"Why did you open them, sir?"
"To let some air into the place. It smelt of death, if you know what I mean." The inspector nodded as if the explanation satisfied him, and at the same moment the front door bell rang.
"I expect that's the doctor," Jefferson remarked, moving towards the door. "I'll go and see."
"That man's badly on the jump," Roger commented to himself. Aloud he took the opportunity of remarking, "I dare say you'll find some private papers in that safe, which may throw some light on the business." Roger badly wanted to know what was inside that safe, and what wasn't.
"Safe, sir?" said the inspector sharply. "What safe?"
Roger pointed out where the safe stood.
"I understand that Mr. Stanworth always carried it about with him," he remarked casually. "That seems to point to the fact of there being something helpful inside, I should say." The inspector glanced round. "You never know with these suicides, sir," he said in confidential tones. "Sometimes the reason's plain enough, but often there doesn't seem any reason for it at all. Either they've kept it to themselves, or else they've gone suddenly dotty. Temporary insanity is more often true than you'd say. Melancholia and such like. The doctor may be able to help us there." "And here he comes, if I'm not very much mistaken," Roger observed as the sound of approaching voices reached their ears. The next moment Jefferson appeared, showing a tall, thin man with a small bag in his hand into the room. "This is Dr. Mathewson," he said. The doctor and the inspector exchanged nods of acquaintance. "There's the body, Doctor," remarked the latter, waving his hand towards the chair. "Nothing very remarkable about the case, but of course you know the coroner will want a detailed report." Dr. Mathewson nodded again, and setting his bag upon the table, bent over the still figure in the chair, and proceeded to make his examination. It did not take him many minutes. "Been dead about 8 hours," he remarked briefly to the inspector as he straightened up again. "Let's see, it's just past 10 now, isn't it? I should say he died at somewhere around 2 o'clock this morning. The revolver must have been within a couple of inches of his forehead when he fired. The bullet may be—" He felt carefully at the back of the dead man's head, and whipping a lancet out of his pocket, made an incision in the skull. "Here it is," he added, extracting a small object of shining metal from the skin, lodged just under the scalp. The inspector made a few brief notes in his pocketbook. "Obviously self-inflicted, of course," he observed. The doctor raised the dangling hand and scrutinized the fingers that held the revolver. "Obviously. The grip is properly adjusted and must have been applied during life." With an effort he loosened the clasp of the dead fingers and handed the weapon across the table to the inspector. The latter twirled the chamber thoughtfully before opening it. "Not fully loaded, but only 1 chamber fired," he announced, and made another note. "Edges of wound blackened and traces of powder on surrounding skin," supplied the doctor. The inspector extracted the empty shell and fitted the bullet carefully into it, comparing the latter with the bullets of the unfired cartridges. "Why do you do that?" Roger asked with interest. "You know the bullet must have been fired from that revolver." "It's not my job to know anything, sir," returned the inspector a little huffily. "My job is to collect evidence." "Oh, I wasn't meaning that you weren't acting perfectly correctly," Roger said hastily. "But I've never seen anything of this sort before, and I was wondering why you were taking such pains to collect evidence when the cause of death is so obvious." "Well, sir, it isn't my business to determine the cause of death," the inspector explained, unbending slightly before the other's obvious interest. "That's the coroner's job. All I have to do is to assemble all the available evidence that I can find, however trivial it may seem. Then I lay it before him, and he directs the jury accordingly. That is the correct procedure." Roger retired into the background. "I said there weren't any flies on this bird," he muttered to Alec, who had been a silent but none the less interested spectator of the proceedings. "That's the 3rd time he's wiped the floor with me." "By the way, sir," the inspector was saying to Dr. Mathewson, "I take it that as Lady Stanworth sent for you, you've been called in here before since they arrived?" "That's right, Inspector," nodded the doctor. "Mr. Stanworth called me in himself. He had a slight attack of hay fever." "Ah," remarked the inspector with interest. "And I suppose you examined him more or less?" The doctor smiled faintly. He was remembering a somewhat strenuous half-hour he had spent with his patient in this very room. "As a matter of fact, I examined him very thoroughly indeed. At his own request, of course. He said that it was the first time he had seen a doctor for 15 years, and he'd like to be properly overhauled while he was about it." "And how did you find him?" the inspector asked with interest. "Anything much wrong with him? Heart or anything like that?" "See what he's getting at?" Roger whispered to Alec. "Wants to find out if he was suffering from any incurable disease that might have led to suicide." "There was nothing wrong with him at all," the doctor said with finality. "He was as sound as the proverbial bell. In fact, for a man of his years, he was in a really remarkably healthy condition. Oh, the inspector was clearly a little disappointed. Well, what about this safe, then? The safe? Major Jefferson repeated in startled tones. Yes, sir. I think I should like to have a look at the contents, if you please. They may throw some light on the affair. But, Major Jefferson hesitated, and it seemed to the interested Roger that his usually impassive face showed traces of real alarm.
But is that necessary? He asked more calmly. There may be private papers in there of a highly confidential nature.
Not that I know anything about it, he added somewhat hastily, but Mr. Stanworth was always exceedingly reticent about the contents. All the more reason for us to have a look at them, sir, returned the inspector dryly. As for anything confidential, that will, of course, go no farther. That is, unless there is some excellent reason to the contrary, he added darkly. Still, Jefferson hesitated. Of course, if you insist, he said slowly, there is no more to be said. Still, it seems highly unnecessary to me, I must say. That, sir, is a matter for me to decide, replied the inspector shortly. Now, can you tell me where the key would be, and what the combination is? I believe that Mr. Stanworth usually kept his key ring in his right-hand waistcoat pocket, Jefferson said tonelessly, as if the subject had ceased to interest him. As for the combination, I have not the least idea what it was. I was not in Mr. Stanworth's confidence to that extent, he added with the least possible shade of bitterness in his voice. The inspector was feeling in the pocket mentioned. Well, they're not here now, he said. With quick, deft movements, he searched the other pockets. Ah, here they are, in the one above. He must have slipped them into the wrong pocket by mistake. But you say you don't know the combination? Now I wonder how we can find that. He weighed the ring of keys thoughtfully in his hand, deliberating. Roger had strolled around the room with a careless air. If that safe was going to be opened, he wanted a good look at the contents. Now he paused by the fireplace. "Hello," he remarked suddenly. "Somebody's been burning something here." He bent and peered into the grate. "Paper. I shouldn't be surprised if those ashes aren't all that's left of your evidence, Inspector." The inspector crossed the room hastily and joined him. "I dare say you're right, Mr. Sheringham," he said disappointedly. "I ought to have noticed that myself. Thank you. Still, we must get that safe opened as soon as possible in any case." Roger rejoined Alec. "One to me," he smiled. "Now, if he'd been one of the storybook inspectors, he'd have bitten my head off for discovering something that he'd missed. I like this man." The inspector put his notebook away. "Well, Doctor," he said briskly, "I don't think there's anything more that you or I can do here, is there?" "There's nothing more that I can do," Dr. Mathewson replied. "I'd like to get away, too, if you can spare me. I'm rather busy today. I'll let you have that report at once." "Thanks. No, I shan't want you any more, sir. I'll let you know when the inquest will be. Probably tomorrow." He turned to Jefferson. "And now, sir, if you'll let me use the telephone, I'll ring up the coroner and notify him. And after that, if there's another room convenient, I'd like to interview these gentlemen and yourself, and the other members of the household also. We may be able to get a little closer to those reasons that Mr. Stanworth mentions." He folded up the document in question and tucked it carefully away in his pocket. "Then you won't be wanting this room any more?" asked Jefferson. "Not for the present, but I'll send in the constable I brought with me to take charge in the meantime." "Oh." Roger looked curiously at the last speaker. Then he turned to Alec. "Now I am getting a bee in my bonnet," he said in a low voice as they followed the others out of the room. "Or did Jefferson sound disappointed to you just then?" "Heaven only knows," Alec whispered back. "I can't make out any of them, and you're as bad as anybody else." "Wait till I get you alone. I'm going to talk my head off," Roger promised. The inspector was giving his instructions to a large burly countryman, disguised as a policeman, who had been waiting patiently in the hall all this time. While Jefferson led the way to the morning room, the latter ambled portentously into the library. It was the first time he had been placed in charge, however temporary, of a case of this importance, and he respected himself tremendously for it. Arrived on the scene of the tragedy, he frowned heavily about him, gazed severely at the body for a moment, and then very solemnly smelled at the ink-pot. He had once read a lurid story in which what had been thought at first to be a case of suicide had turned out eventually to be a murder carried out by means of a poisoned ink-pot, and he was taking no chances. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 5. Mr. Sheringham asks a question.
"Now, gentlemen," said the inspector when the four of them were seated in the morning room, "there's a certain amount of routine work for me to do, though it may strike you as unimportant." He smiled slightly towards Roger.
"Not a bit," said that gentleman quickly. "I'm extraordinarily interested in all this. You've no idea how useful it will be if I ever want to write a detective novel."
"Well, the chief thing I want to know," the inspector resumed, "is who was the last person to see the deceased alive. Now, when did you see him last, Major Jefferson?" "About an hour and a half after dinner, say 10 o'clock. He was smoking in the garden with Mr. Sheringham, and I wanted to ask him something about the arrangements for today."
"That's right," Roger nodded. "I remember. It was a few minutes past 10. The church clock in the village had just struck."
"And what did you want to ask him?" "Oh, nothing very important. Only what time he wanted the car in the morning, if at all. But I usually made a point of seeing him about that time every evening, in case he had any instructions to give me for the following day." "I see. And what did he tell you?" "That he wouldn't be wanting the car this morning at all." "And did he seem quite normal? Not agitated or upset in any way? Perfectly ordinary?" "Perfectly." "And had been all day? At dinner, for instance?" "Certainly. He was in a very good temper at dinner, as a matter of fact." "What do you mean by that?" asked the inspector quickly. "Wasn't he usually in a good temper?" "Oh, yes, usually, but like most strong-minded, self-willed men, he could be thoroughly unpleasant if he chose." "Now, in the course of your duties as his secretary, has it come to your notice whether he has had any bad news lately, either financial or otherwise?" "No." "Would you have known if he had?" "I doubt it. If it had been financial, he might have told me, as I frequently had to write letters for him regarding his investments and so forth. But otherwise, I am quite sure he would not. Mr. Stanworth was very reticent indeed about his personal affairs." "I see. He was comfortably off, wasn't he?" "Very. You might call it more than that. Rich, in fact. And how were his investments laid out? Did he, for instance, put most of his money into one concern?" "You mean, was he in a position to be ruined by the failure of any single business?" "No, I'm sure he wasn't. His money was spread over a large number of investments, and to my certain knowledge he still has a very large sum indeed in government stock." "Then we can take it as fairly sure that, whatever caused him to take his life, it was nothing to do with money matters?" "Yes, I am quite convinced of that." "Then we must look elsewhere. Now, had Mr. Stanworth any relations besides his sister-in-law?" "Not to my knowledge, and I've been with him 6 years. He had a younger brother, of course, Lady Stanworth's husband, but I've never heard of any others." "I see. Well, Major Jefferson, am I to take it that you can't throw any light at all on the reasons for Mr. Stanworth's suicide? Think carefully, if you please. Suicide is a pretty serious step, and the reasons must be correspondingly serious. The coroner is bound to do his best to bring them to light." "I haven't the least idea," said Jefferson quietly. "It is the last thing in the world I should have expected from Mr. Stanworth." The inspector turned to Roger. "Now, sir, you were in the garden with him last evening at 10. What happened after that?" "Oh, we didn't stay out very long after that. Not more than 20 minutes, I should say. I had some work to do, and we went in together." "What were you talking about in the garden?" "Roses, chiefly. He was very keen on roses, and took a lot of interest in the rose garden here." "Did he seem cheerful?" "Very. He always struck me as an exceptionally cheerful person. Genial, in fact." "Did anything he said lead you to think that he might be contemplating taking his life? Not at the time, of course, but looking back on it. No casual remark or anything like that?" "Good heavens, no. On the contrary, he talked quite a lot about the future, what part of the country he was going to stay in next year, and that sort of thing." "I see. Well, what happened when you went in?" "We met Mrs. Plant in the hall, and he stopped to speak to her. I went on to the drawing-room to get a book I'd left there. When I came back, they were still in the hall talking. I said good night to both of them and went on up to my room. That was the last I saw of him." "Thank you. Then you can't help either." "Not in the least, I'm afraid. The whole thing beats me completely." The inspector looked at Alec. "And you, sir, where did you see him last?" Alec considered. "I hardly saw him after dinner at all, Inspector. That is, I didn't speak to him, but I caught a glimpse of him once or twice in the garden with Mr. Sheringham." "You were in the garden, too?" "Yes." "What were you doing?" Alec blushed. "Well, I was, that is—" Roger came to his rescue. "Mr. Grierson and Miss Shannon, whom you have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, became engaged yesterday, Inspector," he said gravely, but with a sidelong wink. The inspector smiled genially. "Then I don't think we need inquire what Mr. Grierson was doing in the garden last night," he remarked jovially, "or Miss Shannon, for that matter, when I come to question her later. And you can't help us either in any other direction?" "I'm afraid not, Inspector. I really knew very little of Mr. Stanworth in any case. I only met him for the first time when I arrived here 3 days ago." Inspector Mansfield rose to his feet. "Well, I think that is all I have to ask you, gentlemen. After all, even if we can't find out what his reasons were, the case is clear enough. The door and all the windows locked on the inside, the revolver in his hand, which the doctor says must have been there during life, to say nothing of his own statement. I don't think the coroner will take very long to arrive at his verdict." "What about the inquest?" Roger asked. "Shall we be wanted?" "You and Mr. Grierson will be, and the other person who was present when the door was broken in. The butler, wasn't it? And of course yourself, Major, and Lady Stanworth, and the last person to see him alive. Who else is there in the party? Mrs. and Miss Shannon and Mrs. Plant? Well, I don't think they will be required, unless they have any further information of importance. Still, the coroner will notify whom he wants to attend." "And the inquest will be tomorrow?" Major Jefferson asked. "Probably. In a case as simple as this, there is no point in delay. And now, Major, I wonder if I might have a word with Lady Stanworth down here. And I wish you'd look round and see if you can hit on the code for that safe. I could get it from the makers, of course, if necessary, but I don't want to have to do that unless I must." Major Jefferson nodded. "I'll try," he said briefly, "and I'll send one of the maids to tell Lady Stanworth. She's in her room." He rang the bell, and Roger and Alec strolled over to the door. "And you might warn the others in the household not to leave the premises till I have seen them," they heard the inspector say as they passed through it. "I shall have to interrogate everyone, of course." Roger drew Alec into the dining-room and thence out into the garden. They reached the middle of the lawn before he spoke. "Alec," he said seriously, "what do you make of it all?" "Make of what?" asked Alec. "Make of what?" Roger repeated scornfully. "Why, the whole blessed business, of course. Alec, you're uncommonly slow in the uptake. Can't you see that Jefferson is hiding something for all he's worth?" "He did seem a bit reticent, certainly," Alec agreed cautiously. "Reticent? Why, if that fellow's telling 1/10 of what he knows, I should be surprised. And what about Mrs. Plant? And why doesn't anybody know the combination of that safe? I tell you, there are wheels within wheels going on here." Alec threw caution to the winds. "It is curious," he admitted recklessly. Roger was intent on his own thoughts. "And why was Jefferson searching Mr. Stanworth's pockets?" he demanded suddenly. "Oh, but of course, that's obvious enough." "I'm dashed if it is. Why was he?" "To find the keys of the safe, I suppose. What else could it be? For some reason or other, Jefferson is all against having that safe opened. By the police, at any rate. And so is Mrs. Plant." "Why?" "I don't know," said Alec helplessly. "Nor do I. That's just the annoying part. I hate things I don't understand. Always have done. It's a sort of challenge to get to the bottom of them." "Are you going to get to the bottom of this?" Alec smiled. "If there's a bottom to get to," said Roger defiantly. "So don't grin in that infernally sarcastic way. Dash it all, aren't you curious?" Alec hesitated. "Yes, I am in a way. But after all, it doesn't seem to be our business, does it?" "That remains to be seen. What I want to find out is, whose business is it? At present, it seems to be everybody's." "And are you going to tell the police anything?" "No, I'm hanged if I am," said Roger with conviction. "I don't mind whose business it is, but it isn't theirs. Not yet, anyway," he added with a touch of grimness. Alec was plainly startled. "Good Lord! You don't think it might be eventually, do you?" "I'm blessed if I know what to think. By the way, reverting to Jefferson, you remember when I found those ashes in the hearth and suggested that they might be the remains of those mysterious private documents Jefferson had been hinting about? Well, did it appear to you that he looked uncommonly relieved for the moment?" Alec reflected. "I don't think I was looking at him just then." "Well, I was, and I made the suggestion on purpose to see how he'd take it. I'd take my oath that the idea appealed to him immensely. Now, why? And what's he got to do with Mr. Stanworth's private papers?" "But look here, you know," said Alec slowly. "If he really was hiding something, as you seem to think, surely he wouldn't go and give the whole show away by telling us straight out like that what sort of thing it is that he's hiding. I mean, if he really is hiding something, he'd mention papers to put us off the scent, wouldn't he? Really, I mean, it would be something quite different. What I mean is—" "It's all right. I'm beginning to get an idea of what you mean," said Roger kindly. "But seriously, Alec, that's rather an idea of yours. After all, Jefferson isn't the man to give himself away, is he?" "No," said Alec earnestly. "You see, what I mean is—" "Hullo!" Roger interrupted rudely. "There's the inspector going down the drive. And without Jefferson, by all that's lucky. Let's cut after him and ask him if he's brought anything else to the surface." And without waiting for a reply, he set off at a run in the wake of the retreating inspector. The latter, hearing their footsteps on the gravel, turned round to wait for them. "Well, sir," he said with a smile, "remembered something else to tell me?" Roger dropped into a walk. "No, but I was wondering whether you had anything to tell me. Found anything more out?" "You're not connected with the press by any chance, Mr. Sheringham, are you?" the inspector asked suspiciously. "Oh, no, it's just natural curiosity," Roger laughed. "Not for publication and all that." "I was thinking you might get me into trouble if it came out that I'd been talking more than I ought to, sir. But I haven't found anything more out in any case." "Lady Stanworth wasn't any help?" "Not a bit, sir. She couldn't throw any light on it at all. I didn't keep her long, or any of the others either, for that matter. There was nothing more to be got out of them, and I've got to get back and make out my report." "Not even the safes combination?" "No," returned the inspector disappointedly. "I shall have to ring up the makers and get that. I've taken a note of the number." "And who saw him last?" "Mrs. Plant. He stopped her in the hall to ask her if she liked some roses he'd had specially sent up to her room for her, and left her to go into the library. Nobody saw him after that." "And is the body still in there?" "No, sir, we shan't want that any more. The constable I brought with me, Regman, is helping them take it upstairs now." The lodge gates appeared in sight, and Roger halted. "Well, good-bye, Inspector. Shall we see you over here again?" "Yes, sir. I shall have to come over about that safe. I don't suppose we'll find anything in it, and it's a 10-mile bicycle ride for me in this heat. But there you are." He laughed ruefully and went on his way. Roger and Alec turned and began to pace slowly back to the house. "So Mrs. Plant was the last to see him alive, was she?" observed the former thoughtfully. "That means she'll be staying over for the inquest. The others will be going this afternoon, I suppose. What's the time?" Alec glanced at the watch on his wrist. "Just past 11. And all that's happened in 2 hours. My hat! Well, come along with me. If the body's been removed, we may find the coast clear with any luck." "What are you proposing to do now?" Alec asked with interest. "Look around that library." "Oh? What's the idea?" For once in his life, a curious reluctance seemed to have settled upon Roger. Almost nervously he cleared his throat, and when at last he did speak, his voice was unwontedly grave. "Well," he said slowly, picking his words with care, "there's a thing that nobody else seems to have noticed, but it's been striking me more and more forcibly every minute. I tell you candidly, it's something rather horrible, a question that I'm honestly rather frightened of finding the answer to." "What are you driving at?" asked Alec in perplexity. Roger hesitated again. "Look here," he said suddenly. "If you were going to shoot yourself, how would you go about it? Wouldn't you do it like this?" He raised his hand and pointed an imaginary revolver at a spot just above the right-hand end of his right eyebrow. Alec copied his action. "Well, yes, I might. It seems a natural way to do it." "Exactly," said Roger slowly. "Then why the devil is that wound in the center of Stanworth's forehead?" End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 6. 4 people behave remarkably. Alex started, and his broad, good-humored face paled a little. "Good Lord!" he ejaculated in startled tones. "What on earth do you mean?" "Simply what I say," returned Roger. "Why did Stanworth go out of his way to shoot himself in such a remarkably difficult manner? Don't you see what I mean? It isn't natural." Alec was staring up the drive. "Isn't it? But he did it all right, didn't he?" "Oh, of course he did it," said Roger in a voice that was curiously lacking in conviction. "But what I can't understand is this. Why, when he could have done it so easily, did he go about it in such a roundabout way? I mean, a revolver isn't such an easy thing to manipulate unhandily, and the attitude he used must have twisted his wrist most uncomfortably. Just try pointing your forefinger in a straight line at the middle of your forehead, and you'll see what I mean." He suited his action to his words, and there was no doubt about the constraint of his attitude. Alec looked at him attentively. "Yes, it does look awkward," he commented. "It is. Infernally awkward. And you saw where the doctor took the bullet from? Almost at the very back. That means the revolver must have been nearly in a dead straight line. You try and see how difficult it is. It almost dislocates your elbow." Alec copied the action. "You're quite right," he said with interest. "It is uncomfortable. I should call it more than that. It's so unnatural as to be highly improbable. Yet there's the fact." Can't get away from facts, you know, observed Alec sagely. No, but you can explain them, and I'm dashed if I can see the explanation for this one. Well, what's the idea? Alec asked curiously. You're being infernally mysterious. Me? I like that. It isn't I who am being mysterious. It's everything else. Facts and people and everything. Look here. We won't go in for a moment. Let's find a seat somewhere and try and get a grip on things. I'm getting out of my depth, and I don't like it. He led the way to where a few garden chairs were scattered beneath a big cedar at one of the corners of the lawn, and threw himself into one of them. Alec followed suit, somewhat more cautiously. Alec was a big person, and he had met garden chairs before. Proceed, he said, fishing for his pipe. You interest me strangely. Nothing loath, Roger took up his tale. Well, then, in the first place, let's consider the human side of things. Hasn't it struck you that there are 4 separate and distinct people here whose conduct during the last few hours has been, to say the least of it, remarkable? No, said Alec candidly, it hasn't. 2 have, I know. Who are the other 2? Well, the butler is one. He didn't seem particularly cut up over Stanworth's death, did he? Not that you look for a tremendous display of emotion from a great hulking brute like that, true. But you do look for some. He wasn't vastly upset, Alec admitted. And then there is his position in the household. Why should an ex-prize fighter turn butler? The 2 professions don't seem to harmonize somehow. And why should Stanworth want to employ an ex-prize-fighting butler, for that matter? It's not what you'd expect from him. He always seemed to me particularly meticulous over points of etiquette. I wouldn't have called him a snob, exactly. He was too nice and jolly for that. But he did like to be taken for a gentleman. And gentlemen don't employ prize-fighting butlers, do they? I've never heard of it being done before, Alec conceded cautiously. Precisely. My point exactly. Alec, you're positively sparkling this morning. Thanks, Alex growled, lighting his pipe, but apparently not enough so to make out who the 4th of your suspicious people is. Get on with it. After you with that match. Why, didn't it strike you that somebody else took the news of Stanworth's death with remarkable fortitude, and that after it had been broken to her with a bluntness that verged on brutality? Alec paused in the act of applying a second match to his refractory pipe. By Jove, you mean Lady Stanworth? I do, said Roger complacently. Yes, I did notice that, Alec remarked, staring over his pipe at his companion. But I don't think there was much love lost between those 2, was there? You're right. There wasn't. I shouldn't mind going farther than that, and saying that she absolutely hated old Stanworth. I noticed it lots of times these last 3 days, and it puzzled me even then. Now, he paused and sucked at his pipe once or twice. Now, it puzzles me a good deal more, he concluded softly, almost as if speaking to himself. Go on, Alec prompted interestedly. Well, that's 4 people, 2 whose behavior has not been quite what you'd expect under the circumstances, and 2 who are downright suspicious. Anyhow, you can say 4 curious people. Alec nodded in silence. He was thinking of a 5th person whose conduct early that morning had been something more than curious. With an effort, he thrust the thought from him abruptly. At any rate, Roger was going to know nothing about that. And now we come to facts, and the Lord knows these are curious enough too. First of all, we've got the place of the wound and the extreme unlikelihood, as one would have said if one hadn't actually seen it, of anyone committing suicide by shooting himself in that particular way. About that I'm not going to say any more for the moment. But there are plenty of things to talk about without that. There would be, with you anywhere about, Alec murmured irreverently. You wait. This is serious. Now, according to what they say, people went to bed in pretty decent time last night, didn't they? Mrs. Plant, after meeting Stanworth in the hall, Barbara and her mother soon after you came in from the garden, and Jefferson and you after you'd finished playing billiards?" "That's right," Alec nodded. 11:30-ish. "Well," said Roger triumphantly, "somebody's lying. I was working in my room till past 1, and I heard footsteps in the corridor, not once, but 2 or 3 times between midnight and then. The last time just as I was knocking off. Of course, I didn't pay any particular attention to them at the time, but I know I'm not mistaken. So, if everyone says that they were in their rooms by 11:30, except Stanworth, who was presumably locked in the library, then I repeat, somebody's lying. Now, what do you make of that?" "Heaven only knows," said Alec helplessly, puffing vigorously at his pipe. "What do you?" "Beyond the bare fact that somebody's lying, nothing, yet. But that's quite enough for the present. Then there's another thing. You remember where those keys were? In the waistcoat pocket above the one in which he usually kept them. The inspector just remarked that he must have put them in the wrong pocket. Now, do you think that's likely?" "Might be done. I don't see anything wildly improbable in it." "Oh, no, not wildly improbable, but improbable enough for all that. Have you ever done it, for instance?" "Put a thing in the wrong pocket? Lord, yes, heaps of times." "No, you idiot. Not just in any wrong pocket. In the upper pocket of a waistcoat instead of the lower." Alec considered. "I don't know. Haven't I?" "Probably not. Once again, it's an unnatural mistake. One doesn't use the upper pocket of a waistcoat much. They're not easy to get at. But consider this. When you want to slip a thing into the lower pocket of a waistcoat that's hanging on a chair, it's the easiest thing in the world to put it in the upper pocket by mistake. Done it myself hundreds of times." Alec whistled softly. "I see what you're getting at. You mean absolutely. A waistcoat worn by somebody else is in the same category as a waistcoat hanging on a chair. If we're to go by probabilities, then the most likely thing is that somebody else put those keys in that pocket, not Stanworth himself at all." "But who on earth do you imagine did it? Jefferson?" "Jefferson," Roger repeated scornfully. "Of course not. Jefferson. That's the whole point. Jefferson was looking for those keys, and it's just because they were in the wrong pocket and he didn't know it that he couldn't find them. That's plain enough." "Sorry," Alec apologized. "Well, this is all wrong, don't you see? It complicates things still more. Here's a 5th mysterious person to be added to our list of suspicious characters." "Then you don't think it was Mrs. Plant?" Alec said tentatively. "I know it wasn't Mrs. Plant. She was playing about with the knob of the safe. She hadn't got the keys. And in any case, even if she had, there was no possibility of her getting them back again. No, we've got to look elsewhere. Now, let's see. When was that library left empty?" He paused for reflection. "Jefferson was there alone while I was in the dining room. I should like to know why Mrs. Plant fainted, by the way, but we've got to wait for that till the safe's opened. But he didn't find the keys. Then we both went into the garden. Then I met you, and we caught Mrs. Plant almost immediately afterwards. How long was I with Jefferson? Not more than 10 minutes or so. Then the keys must have been disturbed in that 10 minutes before Mrs. Plant went into the library. There was no opportunity later. You remember we kept the library under inspection after that till the police arrived. Either then or—" He hesitated and was silent. "Yes," said Alec curiously. "Or when else?" "Nothing. Well, anyhow, there's plenty of food for thought, isn't there?" It does give one something to think about, Alec agreed, puffing vigorously. Oh, and one other thing, possibly of no importance whatever. There was a slight scratch on Stanworth's right wrist. Rosebush, replied Alec promptly. He was always playing about with them, wasn't he? Yes, Roger replied doubtfully. That occurred to me, of course, but somehow I don't think it was a scratch from a rose. It was fairly broad, for instance, not a thin, deep line like a rose's scratch. However, that's neither here nor there. Probably it's got nothing to do with anything. Well, that's the lot. Now, what do you make of it all? If you want my candid opinion, said Alec carefully after a little pause, I think that you're making mountains out of molehills. In other words, attaching too much importance to trifles. After all, when you come to think of it, there's nothing particularly serious in any of the things you mentioned, is there? And you can't tell. There may be a perfectly innocent explanation, even for Jefferson and Mrs. Plant. Roger smoked thoughtfully for a minute or two. There may be, of course, he said at length. In fact, I hope to goodness there is. But as for the rest, I agree with you that they're only molehills in themselves, but don't forget that if you pile sufficient molehills on top of each other, you get a mountain, and that's what I can't help thinking is the case here. Separately, these little facts are nothing, but collectively they make me wonder rather furiously. Alec shrugged his shoulders. Curiosity killed the cat, he remarked pointedly. Possibly, Roger laughed, but I'm not a cat, and I thrive on it. Anyway, my mind's made up on one point. I'm going to nose round and just see whether there isn't any more to be found out. I liked old Stanworth, and as long as it seems to me that there's the least possibility of his having been— He checked himself abruptly. Of all not being quite as it should, he resumed after a momentary pause. Well, I'm going to make it my business to look into it. Now, what I want to ask you is, will you help me? Alec regarded his friend silently for a minute or two, his hand cradling the bowl of the pipe he was smoking. Yes, he announced at length, on one condition, that whatever you may find out, you won't take any important steps without telling me. You see, I don't know that I consider this absolutely playing the game in a way, and I want— You can make yourself easy on that score, Roger smiled. If we go into it, we go in together, and I won't do anything, not only without telling you, but even without your consent. That's only fair. And you'll let me know anything you may find out as you go along? Asked Alec suspiciously. Not keep things up your sleeve like Holmes did to old Watson? Of course not, my dear chap. If it comes to that, I don't suppose I could if I wanted to. I must have somebody to confide in. You'll make a rotten detective, Roger, Alec grinned. You gas too much. The best detectives are thin-lipped, hatchet-faced devils who creep about the place, not saying a word to anybody. In the storybooks, you bet they don't in real life. I expect they talk their heads off to their seconds in command. It's so jolly helpful. Holmes must have missed an awful lot by not letting himself go to Watson. For one thing, the very act of talking helps one to clarify one's own ideas and suggest further ones. Your ideas ought to be pretty clear, then, said Alec rudely. And besides, Roger went on unperturbed, I'd bet anything that Watson was jolly useful to Holmes. Those absurd theories of the poor old chap's that Holmes always ridiculed so mercilessly, I wish Watson had been allowed to hit on the truth just once. It would have pleased him so tremendously. Why, I shouldn't be at all surprised if they didn't suggest the right idea to Holmes time and time again, but of course he would never have acknowledged it. Anyhow, the moral is, you talk away for all you're worth, and I'll do the same. And if we don't manage to find something out between us, you can write me down an ass.
And yourself too, Alexander. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 7. The Vase That Wasn't. Very well, Sherlock, said Alec. And what's the first move? The library, Roger replied promptly and rose to his feet. Alec followed suit and they turned towards the house. What do you expect to find? Asked the latter curiously. I'm blessed if I know, Roger confessed. In fact, I can't really say that I actually expect to find anything. I've got hopes, of course, but in no definite direction. Bit vague, isn't it? Thoroughly. That's the interesting part. All we can do is look around and try and notice anything at all, however slight, that seems to be just out of the ordinary. 10 to 1 it won't mean anything at all, and even if it does, it's another 10 to 1 that we shan't be able to see it. But as I said, there's always hope. But what are we going to look for? Things connected with the people you mentioned, or just things? Anything and everything, and trust to luck. Now step quietly over this bit of gravel. We don't want everyone to know that we're nosing around in here. They stepped carefully over the path and entered the library. It was empty, but the door into the hall was slightly ajar. Roger crossed the room and closed it. Then he looked carefully round him. Where do we start operations? Alec asked with interest. Well, Roger said slowly, I'm just trying to get a general sort of impression. This is really the first time we've been able to look round in peace, you know. What sort of impression? Roger considered. It's rather hard to put into words exactly, but I've got a more or less retentive sort of mind. I mean, I can look at a thing or a place and carry the picture in my brain for quite a time. I've trained myself to it. It's jolly useful for storing up ideas for descriptions of scenery and that sort of thing. Photographic, you might call it. Well, it struck me that if there had been any important alteration in this room during the last few hours, if the position of the safe had been altered, for instance, or anything like that, I should probably be able to spot it. And you think that's going to help now? I don't know in the least, but there's no harm in trying, is there? He walked to the middle of the room and turned slowly about, letting the picture sink into his brain. When he had made the complete circuit, he sat on the edge of the table and shut his eyes. Alec watched him interestedly. Any luck? He asked after a couple of minutes' silence. Roger opened his eyes. No, he admitted a little ruefully. It is always disappointing after such carefully staged preparations to find that one's pet trick has failed to work. Roger felt not unlike a conjurer who had not succeeded in producing the rabbit from the top hat. Ah, observed Alec noncommittally. I can't see anything different, said Roger almost apologetically. Ah, Alec remarked again. Then I suppose that means that nothing is different, he suggested helpfully. I suppose so, Roger admitted. Now, are you going to tell me that this is really devilish significant? Alec grinned. Because if you do, I warn you that I shan't believe you. It's exactly what I expected. I told you you were making too much fuss about a lot of trifles. Shut up, Roger snapped from the edge of the table. I'm thinking. Oh, sorry. Roger took no notice of his fellow sleuth's unprofessionally derisive grin. He was staring abstractedly at the big carved oak chimney-piece. There's only one thing that strikes me, he observed slowly after a little pause. Now I come to think of it, doesn't that chimney-piece look somehow a bit lopsided to you? Alec followed the other's gaze. The chimney-piece looked ordinary enough. There were the usual pewter plates and mugs set out upon it, and on one side stood a large blue china vase. For a moment Alec stared at it in silence. Then, I'm blessed if I see anything lopsided about it, he announced. How do you mean? I don't know exactly, Roger replied, still gazing at it curiously. All I can say is that in some way it doesn't look quite right to me. Side-heavy, if I may coin a phrase. You may, said Alec kindly. That is, if you'll tell me what it means. Well, unsymmetrical, if you like that better. He slapped his knee suddenly. By Jove, idiot! I see now. Of course! He turned a triumphant smile upon the other. Fancy not noticing that before. What? Shouted Alec in exasperation. Why, that vase, don't you see? Alec looked at the vase. It seemed a very ordinary sort of affair. What's the matter with it? It looks all right to me. Oh, there's nothing the matter with it, said Roger airily. It is all right. Alec approached the table and clenched a large fist, which he proceeded to hold 2 inches in front of Roger's nose. If you don't tell me within 30 seconds what you're talking about, I shall smite you, he said grimly. Hard. I'll tell you, said Roger quickly. I'm not allowed to be smitten before lunch. Doctor's orders. He's very strict about it indeed. Oh, yes, about that vase. Well, don't you see, there's only one of it. Is that all? Asked Alec, turning away disgustedly. I thought from the fuss you were making that you discovered something really exciting. So I have, returned Roger unabashed. You see, the exciting part is that yesterday, I am prepared to swear, there were 2 of it. Oh, how do you know that? Because now I come to realize it, I remember an impression of well-balanced orderliness about that chimney-piece. It was a typical man's room chimney-piece. Women are the unsymmetrical sex, you know. The fact of there being only one vase alters its whole appearance. Well, Alex still did not appear to be very much impressed. And what's that got to do with anything? Probably nothing. It's just a fact that since yesterday afternoon the second vase has disappeared, that's all. It may have been broken somehow by Stanworth himself. One of the servants may have knocked it over. Lady Stanworth may have taken it to put some flowers in, anything. But as it's the only new fact that seems to emerge, let's look into it. Roger left the table and strolled leisurely over to the fireplace. You're wasting your time, Alec growled, unconvinced. What are you going to do, ask the servants about it? Not yet, at any rate, Roger replied from the hearthrug. He stood on tiptoe to get a view of the surface of the chimney-piece. Here you are, he exclaimed excitedly. What did I tell you? Look at this. The room hasn't been dusted this morning, of course. Here's a ring where the vase stood. He dragged a chair across and mounted it to obtain a better view. Alec's inch or 2 of extra height enabled him to see well enough by standing on the shallow fender. There was very little dust on the chimney-piece, but enough to show a faint though well-defined ring upon the surface. Roger reached across for the other vase and fitted its base over the mark. It coincided exactly. That proves it, Roger remarked with some satisfaction. I knew I was right, of course, but it's always pleasant to be able to prove it. He bent forward and examined the surface closely. I wonder what on earth all these other little marks are, though, he went on thoughtfully. I don't seem able to account for them. What do you make of them? Dotted about, both in the ring and outside it, were a number of faint impressions in the shallow dust, some large and broad, others quite small. All were irregular in shape, and their edges merged so imperceptibly into the surrounding dust that it was impossible to say where one began or the other ended. A few inches to the left of the ring, however, the dust had been swept clean away across the whole depth of the surface for a width of nearly a foot. I don't know, Alec confessed. They don't convey anything to me, I'm afraid. I should say that somebody simply put something down here and taken it away again later. I don't see that it's particularly important in any case. Probably it isn't, but it's interesting. I suppose you must be right. I can't see any other explanation, I'm bound to say, but it must have been a very curiously shaped object to leave those marks. Or could it have been a number of things? And why should the dust have been scraped away like that? Something must have been drawn across the surface, something flat and smooth and fairly heavy. He meditated for a moment. It's funny.
Alex stepped back from the fender. "Well, we don't seem to be progressing much, do we?" he remarked. "Let's try somewhere else, Sherlock." He wandered aimlessly over towards the French windows and stood looking out into the garden. A sharp exclamation from Roger caused him to wheel round suddenly. The latter had descended from his chair and was now standing on the hearthrug and looking with interest at something he held in his hand. "Here," he said, holding out his palm, in which a small blue object was lying. "Come and look at this. I stepped on it just now as I got down from the chair. It was on the rug. What do you think of it?" Alec took the object, which proved to be a small piece of broken blue china, and turned it over carefully. "Why, this is a bit of that other vase," he said sagely. "Excellent, Alexander Watson, it is." Alec scrutinized the fragment more closely. "It must have got broken," he announced profoundly. "Brilliant! Your deductive powers are in wonderful form this morning, Alec." Roger smiled. Then his face became more grave. "But seriously, this is really rather perplexing. You see what must have happened, of course. The vase got broken where it stood. In view of this bit, that's the only possible explanation for those marks on the chimney-piece. They must have been caused by the broken pieces. And that broad patch was made by someone sweeping the pieces off the shelf, the same person, presumably, as picked up the larger bits round that ring." He paused and looked at Alec inquiringly. "Well," said that worthy. "Well, don't you see the difficulty? Vases don't suddenly break where they stand. They fall and smash on the ground, or something like that. This one calmly fell to pieces in its place, as far as I can see. Dash it all, it isn't natural. And that's about the third unnatural thing we've had already," he added in tones of mingled triumph and resentment. Alec pressed the tobacco carefully down in his pipe and struck a match. "Aren't you going the long way round again?" he asked slowly. "Surely there's an obvious explanation. Someone knocked the vase over on its side and it broke on the shelf. I can't see anything wrong with that." "I can," said Roger quickly. "Two things. In the first place, those vases were far too thick to break like that simply through being knocked over on a wooden surface. In the second, even if it had been, you get a smooth elliptical mark in the dust where it fell, and there isn't one. No, there's only one possible reason for it to break as it did, as far as I can make out." "And what's that, Sherlock?" "That it had been struck by something, and struck so hard and cleanly that it simply smashed where it stood and was not knocked into the hearth. What do you think of that?" "It seems reasonable enough," Alec conceded after consideration. "You're not very enthusiastic, are you? It's so jolly eminently reasonable that it must be right. Now then, the next question is, who or what hit it like that?" "I say, do you think this is going to lead anywhere?" Alec asked suddenly. "Aren't we wasting time over this rotten vase? I don't see what it can have to do with what we're looking for. Not that I have the least idea what that is, in any case," he added candidly. "You don't seem to have taken to my vase, Alec. It's a pity, because I'm getting more and more fond of it every minute. Anyhow, I'm going to put in 1 or 2 minutes really hard thinking about it, so if you'd like to wander out into the garden and have a chat with William, don't let me keep you." Alec had strolled over to the windows again. For some reason he seemed somewhat anxious to keep the garden under observation as far as possible. "Oh, I won't interrupt you," he was beginning carelessly, when at the same moment the reason appeared in sight, walking slowly on to the lawn from the direction of the rose garden. "Well, as a matter of fact, perhaps I will wander out for a bit," he amended hurriedly. "Won't stay away long, in case anything else crops up." And he made a hasty exit. Roger, following with his eyes the bee-line his newly appointed assistant was taking, smiled slightly and resumed his labors. Alec did not waste time. There was a question which had been worrying him horribly during the last couple of hours, and he wanted an answer to it, and wanted it quickly. "Barbara," he said abruptly as soon as he came abreast of her, "you know what you told me this morning, before breakfast. It hadn't anything to do with what's happened here, had it?" Barbara blushed painfully. Then, as suddenly, she paled. "You mean about Mr. Stanworth's death?" she asked steadily, looking him full in the eyes.
Alec nodded. No, it hadn't. That was only a horrible coincidence. She paused. Why? She asked suddenly. Alec looked supremely uncomfortable. Oh, I don't know. You see, you said something about a horrible thing that had happened, and then half an hour later, when we knew that... I couldn't help wondering just for the moment whether... He floundered into silence. It's all right, Alec, said Barbara gently. It was a perfectly reasonable mistake to make. As I said, that was only a dreadful coincidence. And aren't you going to change your mind about what you said this morning? Asked Alec humbly. Barbara looked at him quickly. Why should I? She returned swiftly. She hesitated and corrected herself. Why should you think I might? I don't know. You were very upset this morning, and it occurred to me you might have had bad news, and were acting on the spur of the moment, and perhaps when you had thought it over you might... He broke off meaningly. Barbara seemed strangely ill at ease. She did not reply at once to Alec's unspoken question, but twisted her wisp of a handkerchief between her fingers with nervous gestures that were curiously out of place in this usually uncommonly self-possessed young person. Oh, I don't know what to say, she replied at last in low, hurried tones. I can't tell you anything at present, Alec. I may have acted too much on the spur of the moment. I don't know. Come and see me when we get back from the Mertons next month. I shall have to think things over. And you won't tell me what the trouble was, dear? No, I can't. Please don't ask me that, Alec. You see, that isn't really my secret. No, I can't possibly tell you. All right, but you do love me, don't you? Barbara laid her hand on his arm with a swift, caressing movement. It wasn't anything to do with that, old boy, she said softly. Come and see me next month. I think I might have changed my mind again by then. No, Alec, you mustn't. Anyhow, not here of all places. Perhaps I'll let you once, just a tiny one, before we go, but not unless you're good. Besides, I've got to run in and pack now. We're catching the 2:41, and Mother will be waiting for me. She gave his hand a sudden squeeze and turned towards the house. That was a bit of luck, meeting her out here, murmured Alec raptly to himself as he watched her go, wherein he was not altogether correct in his statement of fact, for as the lady had come into the garden for that express purpose, the subsequent meeting might be said to be due rather to good generalship than good luck. It was therefore a remarkably jubilant Watson who returned blithely to the library to find his Sherlock sitting solemnly in the chair before the big writing table and staring hard at the chimney-piece. In spite of himself, he shivered slightly. "Ugh, you ghoulish brute!" he exclaimed. Roger looked at him abstractedly. "What's up?" "Well, I can't say that I should like to sit in that particular chair just yet a while." "I'm glad you've come back," Roger said, rising slowly to his feet. "I've just had a pretty curious idea, and I'm going to test it. The chances are several million to 1 against it coming off, but if it does, well, I don't know what the devil we're going to do." He had spoken so seriously that Alec gaped at him in surprise. "Good Lord, what's up now?" he asked. "Well, I won't say in so many words," Roger replied slowly, "because it's really too fantastic, but it's to do with the breaking of that second vase. Remember I said that in order for it to have smashed like that, it must have been struck extraordinarily hard by some mysterious object. It's just occurred to me what that object might possibly have been." He walked across to where the chair was still standing in front of the fireplace and stepped up onto it. Then, with a glance towards the chair he had just left, he began to examine the woodwork at the back of the chimney-piece. Alec watched him in silence. Suddenly he bent forward with close attention and prodded a finger at the panel, and Alec noticed that his face had gone very pale. He turned and descended a little unsteadily from the chair. "My hat, but I was right," he exclaimed softly, staring at Alec with raised eyebrows. "That second vase was smashed by a bullet. You'll find its mark just behind that little pillar on the left there." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 8, Mr. Sheringham becomes startling. For a moment there was silence between the two. Then, "Great Scott," Alec remarked. "Absolutely certain?" "Absolutely. It's a bullet mark, all right. The bullet isn't there, but it must have just embedded itself in the wood and been dug out with a penknife. You can see the marks of the blade round the hole. Get up and have a look." Alec stepped onto the chair and felt the hole in the wood with a large forefinger. "Couldn't be an old mark, could it?" he asked, examining it curiously. "Some of this panelling's been pretty well knocked about." "No, I thought of that. An old hole would have the edges more or less smoothed down. Those are quite jagged and splintery, and where the knife's cut the wood away, the surface is quite different to the rest. Not so dark. No, that mark's a recent one, all right." Alec got down from the chair. "What do you make of it?" he asked abruptly. "I'm not sure," said Roger slowly. "It means rather a drastic rearrangement of our ideas, doesn't it? But I'll tell you one highly important fact, and that is that a line from this mark through the middle of the ring in the dust leads straight to the chair in front of the writing table. That seems to me jolly significant. I tell you what, let's go out onto the lawn and talk it over. We don't want to stay in here too long in any case." He carefully replaced the chair on the hearthrug in its proper position and walked out into the garden. Alec dutifully followed, and they made for the cedar tree once more. "Go on," said the latter when they were seated. "This is going to be interesting." Roger frowned abstractedly. He was enjoying himself hugely. With his capacity for throwing himself heart and soul into whatever he happened to be doing at the moment, he was already beginning to assume the profound airs of a great detective. The pose was a perfectly unconscious one, but nonetheless typical. "Well, taking as our starting point the fact that the bullet was fired from a line which includes the chair in which Mr. Stanworth was sitting," he began learnedly, "and assuming, as I think we have every right to do, that it was fired between, let us say, the hours of midnight and 2 o'clock this morning, the first thing that strikes us is the fact that in all probability it must have been fired by Mr. Stanworth himself." "We then remember," said Alec gravely, "that the inspector particularly mentioned that only one shot had been fired from Mr. Stanworth's revolver, and realize at once what idiots we were to have been struck by anything of the kind. In other words, try again." "Yes, that is rather a nuisance," said Roger thoughtfully. "I was forgetting that." "I thought you were," remarked Alec unkindly. Roger pondered. "This is very dark and difficult," he said at length, dropping the pontifical manner he had assumed. "As far as I can see, it's the only reasonable theory that the second shot was fired by old Stanworth. The only other alternative is that it was fired by somebody else who happened to be standing in a direct line with Stanworth and the vase, and who was using a revolver of the same or nearly the same caliber as Stanworth's. That doesn't seem very likely on the face of it, does it?" "But more so than that it was a shot from Stanworth's revolver which was never fired at all," Alec commented dryly. "Well, why did the inspector say that only one shot had been fired from that revolver?" Roger asked. "Because there was only one empty shell. But mark this. He mentioned at the same time that the revolver wasn't fully loaded. Now, wouldn't it have been possible for Stanworth to have fired that shot, and then for some reason or other, heaven knows what, to have extracted the shell?" "It would, I suppose, yes. But in that case, wouldn't you expect to find the shell somewhere in the room?" "Well, it may be there. We haven't looked for it yet. Anyhow, we can't get away from the fact that in all probability Stanworth did fire that other shot. Now, why did he fire it?" "Search me," said Alec laconically. "I think we can rule out the idea that he was just taking a pot shot at the vase out of sheer joie de vivre, or that he was trying to shoot himself and was such a bad shot that he hit something in the exact opposite direction." "Yes, I think we might rule those out," said Alec cautiously.
Well then, Stanworth was firing with an object. What at? Obviously some other person. So Stanworth was not alone in the library last night after all. We're getting on, aren't we? A jolly sight too fast, Alec grumbled. You don't even know for anything like certain that the second shot was fired last night at all, and— Oh, yes, I do, friend Alec. The vase was broken last night. Well, in any case, you don't know that Stanworth fired it, and here you are already inventing somebody else for him to shoot at. It's too rapid for me. Alec, you are Scotch, aren't you? Yes, I am, but what's that got to do with it? Oh, nothing, except that your bump of native caution seems to be remarkably well developed. Try and get over it. I'll take the plunges, you follow. Where had we got to? Oh, yes, Stanworth was not alone in the library last night. Now then, what does that give us? Heaven only knows what it won't give you, murmured Alec despairingly. I know what it's going to give you, retorted Roger complacently, and that's a shock. It's my firm impression that old Stanworth never committed suicide at all last night. What? Alec gasped. What on earth do you mean? That he was murdered. Alec lowered his pipe and stared with incredulous eyes at his companion. My dear old chap, he said after a little pause, have you gone suddenly quite daft? On the contrary, replied Roger calmly, I was never so remarkably sane in my life. But how could he possibly have been murdered? The window's all fastened and the door locked on the inside with the key in the lock as well. And good Lord, his own statement sitting on the table in front of him. Roger, my dear old chap, you're mad. To say nothing of the fact that his grip on the revolver was— what did the doctor call it? Oh, yes, properly adjusted and must have been applied during life. Yes, there are certain difficulties, Alec, I grant you. Alec shrugged his shoulders eloquently. This affair's gone to your head, he said shortly. Talk about making mountains out of molehills. Good Lord, you're making a whole range of them out of a single worm cast. Very prettily put, Alec, Roger commented approvingly. Perhaps I am, but my impression is that old Stanworth was murdered. I might be wrong, of course, he added candidly, but I very seldom am. But dash it all, the thing's out of the question. You're going the wrong way round once more. Even if there was a second man in the library last night, which I very much doubt, you can't get away from the fact that he must have gone before Stanworth locked himself in like that. That being the case, we get back to suicide again. You can't have it both ways, you know. I'm not saying that this mythical person may not have put pressure of some sort on Stanworth, that is, if he ever existed at all, and forced him to commit suicide. But as for murder, why, the idea's too dash silly for words. Alec was getting quite heated at this insult to his logic. Roger was unperturbed. Yes, he said thoughtfully, I had an idea it would be a bit of a shock to you. But to tell you the truth, I was a bit suspicious about this suicide business almost from the very first. I couldn't get over the place of the wound, you know. And then all the rest of it, windows and door and confession and what-not. Well, instead of reassuring me, they made me more suspicious still. I couldn't help feeling more and more that it was a case of qui s'excuse, s'accuse. Or, to put it another way, that the whole scene looked like a stage very carefully arranged for the second act, after all the debris of the first act had been cleared away. Foolish of me, no doubt, but that's what I felt. Alec snorted. Foolish! That's putting it mildly. Don't be so harsh with me, Alec, Roger pleaded. I think I'm being rather brilliant. You always were a chap to let things run away with you, Alec grunted. Just because a couple of people act a little queerly, and a couple more don't look as mournful as you think they ought, you dash off and rake up a little murder all to yourself. Going to tell the inspector about this wonderful idea of yours? No, I'm not, said Roger with decision. This is my little murder, as you're good enough to call it, and I'm not going to be done out of it. When I've got as far as I can, then I'll think about telling the police, or not. Well, thank goodness you're not going to make a fool of yourself to that extent, said Alec with relief. "You wait, Alexander," Roger admonished. "You may make a mock of me now, if you like." "Thanks," Alec put in gratefully. "But if my luck holds, I'm going to make you sit up and take notice. Then perhaps you'll begin by explaining how this excellent murderer of yours managed to get away from the room and leave everything locked on the inside behind him," said Alec sarcastically. "He didn't happen to be a magician in a small way, did he? Then you could let him out through the keyhole, you know." Roger shook his head sadly. "My dear but simple-minded Alexander, I can give you a perfectly reasonable explanation of how that murder might have been committed last night and yet leave all these doors and windows of yours securely fastened on the inside this morning." "Oh, you can you?" said Alec derisively. "Well, let's have it." "Certainly. The murderer was still inside when we broke in, concealed somewhere where nobody thought of looking." Alec started. "Good Lord!" he exclaimed. "Of course we never searched the place. So you think he was really there the whole time?" "On the contrary," Roger smiled gently, "I know he wasn't, for the simple reason that there was no place for him to hide in. But you asked for an explanation, and I gave you one." Alec snorted again, but with rather less confidence this time. Roger's glib smoothing away of the impossible had been a little unexpected. He tried a new tack. "Well, what about motive?" he asked. "You can't have a murder without motive, you know. What on earth could have been the motive for murdering poor old Stanworth?" "Robbery," returned Roger promptly. "That's one of the things that put me on the idea of murder. That safe's been opened, or I'm a Dutchman. You remember what I said about the keys. I shouldn't be surprised if Stanworth kept a large sum of money and other negotiable valuables in there. That's what the murderer was after. And so you'll see when the safe is opened this afternoon." Alec grunted. It was clear that, if not convinced, he was at any rate impressed. Roger was so specious and so obviously sure himself of being on the right track that even a greater skeptic than Alec might have been forgiven for beginning to doubt the meaning of apparently plain facts. "Hullo," said Roger suddenly. "Isn't that the lunch bell? We'd better nip in and wash. Not a word of this to anyone, of course." They rose and began to saunter towards the house. Suddenly Alec stopped and smote his companion on the shoulder. "Idiots!" he exclaimed. "Both of us! We'd forgotten all about the confession. At any rate, you can't get away from that." Yes," said Roger thoughtfully. "There's that confession, isn't there? But no, I hadn't forgotten that by any means, Alexander." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 9. Mr. Sheringham Sees Visions. They entered the house by the front door, which always stood open whenever a party was in progress. The unspoken thought was in the minds of both that they preferred not to pass through the library. Alec hurried upstairs at once. Roger, noticing that the butler was in the act of sorting the second post and arranging it upon the hall table, lingered to see if there was a letter for him. The butler, observing his action, shook his head. "Nothing for you, sir. Very small post, indeed." He glanced through the letters he still held in his hand. "Major Jefferson, Miss Shannon, Mrs. Plant. No, sir, nothing else." "Thank you, Graves," said Roger, and followed in Alec's wake. Lunch was a silent meal, and the atmosphere was not a little constrained. Nobody liked to mention the subject which was uppermost in the minds of all, and to speak of anything else seemed out of place. What little conversation there was concerned only the questions of packing and trains. Mrs. Plant, who appeared a little late for the meal, but seemed altogether to have regained her mental poise after her strange behavior in the morning, was to leave a little after 5. This would give her time, she explained, to wait for the safe to be opened so that she could recover her jewels. Roger, pondering furiously over the matter-of-fact air with which she made this statement and trying to reconcile it with the
conclusions at which he had already arrived regarding her, was forced to admit himself completely at sea again, in this respect at any rate. And this was not the only thing that perplexed him. Major Jefferson, who had appeared during the earlier part of the morning subdued to the point of gloominess, now wore an air of quiet satisfaction, which Roger found extremely difficult to explain. Assuming that Jefferson had been extremely anxious that the police should not be the first persons to open the safe, and that was the only conclusion which Roger could draw from what had already transpired, what could have occurred in the meantime to have raised his spirits to this extent? Visions of duplicate keys and opportunities in the empty library, which he himself ought to have been on hand to prevent, flashed in rapid succession across Roger's mind. Yet the only possible time in which he had not been either inside the library or overlooking it were the very few minutes while he was washing his hands upstairs before lunch, and it seemed hardly probable that Jefferson would have had the nerve to utilize them in order to carry out what was in effect a minor burglary, and that with the possibility of being interrupted at any minute. It is true that he had come in very late for lunch, several minutes after Mrs. Plant, in fact, but Roger could not think this theory in the least degree probable. Yet the remarkable fact remained that the two persons who appeared to have been most concerned about the safe and its puzzling contents were now not only not in the least concerned at the prospect of its immediate official opening, but actually quietly jubilant, or so at any rate it seemed to the baffled Roger. Taking it all round, Roger was not sorry that lunch was such a quiet meal. He found that he had quite a lot of thinking to do. In this respect he was no less busy when lunch was over. Alec disappeared directly after the meal, and as Barbara disappeared at the same time, Roger was glad to find one problem at least that did not seem to be beyond the scope of his deductive powers. He solved it with some satisfaction, and by looking at his watch, was able to arrive at the conclusion that he would have at least half an hour to himself before his fellow sleuth would be ready for the trail again. Somewhat thankfully, he betook himself to the friendly cedar once more, and lit his pipe preparatory to embarking upon the most concentrated spell of hard thinking he had ever faced in his life. For in spite of the confidence he had shown to Alec, Roger was in reality groping entirely in the dark. The suggestion of murder, which he had advanced with such assurance, had appeared to him at the time not a little far-fetched, and the fact that he had put it forward at all was due as much as anything to the overwhelming desire to startle the stolid Alec out of some of his complacency. Several times Roger had found himself on the verge of becoming really exasperated with Alec that morning. He was not usually so slow in the uptake, almost dull, as he had been in this affair. Yet just now, when Roger was secretly not a little pleased with himself, all he had done was to throw cold water upon everything. It was a useful check to his own exuberance, no doubt, but Roger could wish that his audience, limited by necessity to so small a number, had been a somewhat more appreciative one. His thoughts returned to the question of murder. Was it so far-fetched, after all? He had been faintly suspicious even before his discovery of the broken vase and that mysterious second shot. Now he was very much more so. Only suspicious, it is true. There was no room as yet for conviction, but suspicion was very strong. He tried to picture the scene that might have taken place in the library. Old Stanworth sitting at his table with possibly the French windows open, suddenly surprised by the entrance of some unexpected visitor. The visitor either demands money or attacks at once. Stanworth whips a revolver out of the drawer at his side and fires, missing the intruder but hitting the vase. And then, what? Presumably the two would close then and fight it out in silence. But there had been no signs of a struggle when they broke in, nothing but that still figure lying so calmly in his chair. Still, did that matter very much? If the unknown could collect those fragments of vase so carefully in order to conceal any trace of his presence, he could presumably clear away any evidence of a struggle. But before that, there was that blank wall to be surmounted. How did the struggle end? Roger closed his eyes and gave his imagination full rein. He saw Stanworth, the revolver still in his hand, swaying backwards and forwards in the grip of his adversary. He saw the latter, a big, powerful man as he pictured him, clasp Stanworth's wrist to prevent him pointing the revolver at himself. There had been a scratch on the dead man's wrist, now he came to think of it. Could this be how he had acquired it? He saw the intruder's other hand dart to his pocket and pull out his own revolver, and then— Roger slapped his knee in his excitement. Then, of course, the unknown had simply clapped his revolver to Stanworth's forehead and pulled the trigger. He leant back in his chair and smoked furiously. Yes, if there had been a murder, that must have been how it was committed, and that accounted for 3, at any rate, of the puzzling circumstances: the place of the wound, the fact that only one empty shell had been found in Stanworth's revolver, although 2 shots had been fired that night, and the fact of the dead man's grip upon the revolver being properly adjusted. It was only conjecture, of course, but it seemed remarkably convincing conjecture. Yet was it not more than counterbalanced by the facts that still remained? That the windows and door could be fastened, as they certainly had been, appeared to argue irresistibly that the midnight visitor had left the library while Mr. Stanworth was still alive. The confession, signed with his own hand, pointed equally positively to suicide. Could there be any way of explaining these 2 things so as to bring them into line with the rest? If not, this brilliant theorizing must fall to the ground. Shelving the problem of the visitor's exit for the time being, Roger began to puzzle over that laconically worded document. During the next quarter of an hour, Roger himself might have presented a problem to an acute observer, had there been one about, which, though not very difficult of solution, was nevertheless not entirely without interest. To smoke furiously with one's pipe in full blast betokens no small a degree of mental excitement. To sit like a stone image and allow that same pipe to go out in one's mouth is evidence of still greater prepossession. But what are we to say of a man who, after passing through these successive stages, smokes away equally furiously at a perfectly cold pipe under the obvious impression that it is in as full blast as before? And that is what Roger was doing for fully 3 minutes before he finally jumped suddenly to his feet and hurried off once again to that happy hunting ground of his, the library. There Alec found him 20 minutes later, when the car had departed irrevocably for the station. A decidedly more cheerful Alec than that of the morning, one might note in passing, and not looking in the least like a young man who has just parted with his lady for a whole month. It is a reasonable assumption that Alec had not been wasting the last half-hour. "Still at it?" he grinned from the doorway. "I had a sort of idea I should find you here." Roger was a-quiver with excitement. He scrambled up from his knees beside the waste-paper basket into which he had been peering, and flourished a piece of paper in the other's face. "I'm on the track!" he exclaimed. "I'm on the track, Alexander, in spite of your miserable sneers. Nobody around, is there?" Alec shook his head. "Well, what have you discovered now?" he asked tolerantly. Roger gripped his arm and drew him towards the writing-table. With an eager finger he stubbed at the blotter. "See that?" he demanded. Alec bent and scrutinized the blotter attentively. Just in front of Roger's finger were a number of short lines not more than an inch or so long. The ones at the left-hand end were little more than scratches on the surface, not inked at all. Those on the middle bore faint traces of ink, while towards the right end the ink was bold and the lines thick and decided. Beyond these were a few circular blots of ink. Apart from these markings, the sheet of white blotting paper, clearly fresh within the last day or 2, had scarcely been used. "Well," said Roger triumphantly, "make anything of it?" "Nothing in particular," Alec confessed, straightening up again. "I should say that somebody had been cleaning his pen on it." "In that case," Roger returned with complacency, "it would become my painful duty to inform you that you were completely wrong." "Why, I don't see it." "Then look again.
If he had been cleaning his pen, Alexander Watson, the change from ink to the lack of it would surely be from left to right, wouldn't it? Not from right to left? Would it? He might have moved from right to left. It isn't natural. Besides, look at these little strokes. Nearly all of them have a slight curve in the tail towards the right. That means they must have been made from left to right. Guess again. Oh, well, let's try the reverse, said Alec, nettled into irony. He wasn't cleaning his pen at all. He was dirtying it. Meaning that he had dipped it in the ink and was just trying it out? Nearer. But take another look, especially at this left-hand end. Don't you see where the nib has split in the center to make these two parallel furrows? Well, just observe not only how far apart those furrows are, but also the fact that, though pretty deep, there isn't a sign of a scratch. Now then, what does all that tell you? There's only one sort of pen that could have made those marks, and the answer to that tells you what the marks are. Alec pondered dutifully. A fountain pen, and he was trying to make it right. Wonderful. Alec, I can see you're going to be a tremendous help in this little game. Well, I don't see anything to make such a fuss about, even if they were made by a fountain pen. I mean, it doesn't seem to take us any forwarder. Oh, doesn't it? Roger had an excellent, though somewhat irritating sense of the dramatic. He paused impressively. Well, asked Alec impatiently, you've got something up your sleeve, I know, and you're aching to get it out. Let's have it. What do these wonderful marks of yours show you? Simply that the confession is a fake, retorted Roger happily. And now let's go out in the garden. He turned on his heel and walked rapidly out onto the sun-drenched lawn. One must admit that Roger had his annoying moments. The justly exasperated Alec trotted after him. Talk about Sherlock Holmes, he growled as he caught him up. You're every bit as maddening yourself. Why can't you tell me all about it straight out if you really have discovered something, instead of beating about the bush like this? But I have told you, Alexander, said Roger with an air of bland innocence. That confession is a fake. But why? Roger hooked his arm through that of the other and piloted him in the direction of the rose garden. I want to stick around here, he explained, so as to see the inspector when he comes up the drive. I'm not going to miss the opening of that safe for anything. Why do you think that confession's a fake? Repeated Alec doggedly. That's better, Alexander, commented Roger approvingly. You seem to be showing a little interest in my discoveries at last. You haven't been at all a good Watson up to now, you know. It's your business to be thrilled to the core whenever I announce a further step forward. You're a rotten thriller, Alec. A slight smile appeared on Alec's face. You do all the thrilling needed yourself, I fancy. Besides, old Holmes went a bit slower than you. He didn't jump to conclusions all in a minute, and I doubt if ever he was as darned pleased with himself all the time as you are. Don't be harsh with me, Alec, Roger murmured. I admit you haven't done so badly so far, Alec pursued candidly, though when all's said and done, most of it's guesswork. But if I grovelled in front of you, as you seem to want, and kept telling you what a dashed fine fellow you are, you'd probably have arrested Jefferson and Mrs. Plant by this time, and had Lady Stanworth committed for contempt of court or something. He paused and considered. In fact, what you want, old son, he concluded weightily, is a brake, not a blessed accelerator. I'm sorry, Roger said with humility. I'll remember in future. But if you won't compliment me, at least let me compliment you. You're a jolly good brake. And after that, Detective Sheringham, perhaps you'll kindly tell me how you deduce that the confession is a fake from the fact that old Stanworth's pen wouldn't write. Roger's air changed and his face became serious. Yes, this really is rather important. It clinches the fact of murder, which was certainly a shot in the dark of mine before. Here's the thing that gives it away. He produced from his pocket the piece of paper which he had waved in Alec's face in the library, and unfolding it carefully handed it to the other. Alec looked at it attentively. It bore numerous irregular folds, as if it had been considerably crumpled, and in the center, somewhat smudged, were the words Victor culminating in a large blot. The writing was very thickly marked. The right-hand side of the paper was spattered with a veritable shower of blots. Beyond these there was nothing upon its surface. "Humph," observed Alec, handing it back. "Well, what do you make of it?" "I think it's pretty simple," Roger said, folding the paper and stowing it carefully away again. "Stanworth had just filled his fountain pen, or it wouldn't work or something. You know what one does with a fountain pen that doesn't want to write. Make scratches on the nearest piece of paper, and as soon as the ink begins to flow—" "Sign one's name," Alec broke in, with the nearest approach to excitement that he had yet shown. "Precisely. On the blotting pad are the preliminary scratches to bring the ink down the pen. What happens in 9 cases out of 10 after that? The ink flows too freely and the pen floods. This bit of paper shows that it happened in this case, too. Stanworth was rather an impatient sort of man, don't you think?" "Yes, I suppose he was, fairly." "Well, the scene's easy enough to reconstruct. He draws the pen out on the blotting pad. As soon as it begins to write, he grabs a sheet from the top of that pile of fellow sheets on his desk. Did you notice them, by the way? And signs his name. Then the pen floods, and he shakes it violently, crumples up the sheet of paper, throws it into the wastepaper basket, and takes another. This time the pen, after losing so much ink and blots, is a little faint at first, so he only gets as far as the C in Victor before starting again, just below the last attempt. Then at last it writes all right, and his signature is completed with the usual flourish. He picks up the piece of paper, crumples it slightly, but not so violently as before, and throws it also into the wastepaper basket. How's that?" "That all seems feasible enough. What next?" "Why, the murderer, setting the room to rights afterwards, thinks he'd better have a look in the basket. The first thing he spots is that piece of paper. 'Aha,' he thinks, 'the very thing I wanted to put a finishing touch to the affair.' Smooths it carefully out, puts it in the typewriter, and types those few words above the signature. What could be simpler?" "By Jove, I wonder. It's jolly ingenious." Roger's eyes were sparkling. "Ingenious? Yes, but in its very simplicity. Oh, that's what happened, sure enough. There's plenty of corroboration when you come to think of it. The way the whole thing's got into the top half of the sheet of paper, for instance. That isn't natural, really, is it? It ought to be in the middle, with the signature about 2/3 down. And why isn't it? Because the signature was in the middle already, and the fellow had to work upwards from that." "I believe you must be right," Alex said slowly. "Well, don't be so grudging about it. Of course I'm right. As a matter of fact, those scratches on the blotting paper gave me the idea as soon as I saw them. I'd been puzzling after a way of getting round that confession. But when I found that second sheet in the wastepaper basket, of course the thing was as plain as a pikestaff. That was a bad blunder of his, by the way, not to look through the rest of the basket's contents." "Yes," Alec agreed seriously, "and supposing the inspector had found it, it might have given him something to think about, mightn't it?" "It might and it mightn't. Of course, from the inspector's point of view, there's been nothing to afford the least question as to the plain fact of suicide, except the absence of motive, of course, and that's really nothing after all. He hasn't had his suspicions aroused more or less by accident, as it were, like we have." "We've had the luck, all right," Alec remarked, possibly in his role of brake. "Undoubtedly, but we haven't let it lie about untouched," Roger said complacently. "In fact, I think we've done very well indeed up to now," he added candidly. "I don't see how we could have done more, do you?" "No, I'm dashed if I do," said Alec with decision. "But there's one thing needed to round it off nicely." "Oh, what's that?" "To find the murderer," Roger replied calmly. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 10,
Mrs. Plant is apprehensive."
"Great Scott!" Alec exclaimed, considerably startled. "Find the murderer?"
Roger seemed pleased with the impression he had made. "Naturally. What else? It's the logical sequel to what we've already done, isn't it?"
"Yes, I suppose so." Alec hesitated. "If you put it like that. But, well, we seem to be getting on so jolly fast. I mean, it's rather difficult to realize that a murder's been committed at all. It all seems so impossible, you know."
"That's simply because it's something foreign to your usual experience of life," Roger said thoughtfully. "I admit that it is a bit of a shock at first to face the fact that Stanworth was murdered instead of committing suicide, but that's not because there's anything inherently improbable about murder itself. Murder's a common enough event, if it comes to that. But it doesn't generally take place among the circle of one's immediate friends. That's the trouble. Anyhow, there's no getting over it in this case. If ever a man was murdered, Stanworth was. And very cleverly murdered, too. I tell you, Alec, it's no ordinary criminal we're after. It's an extraordinarily cool, brainy, and calculating sort of person indeed."
"Calculating?" Alec repeated. "Then do you think it was premeditated?"
"Impossible to say as yet, but I should certainly imagine so. It looks as if it had been very carefully thought out beforehand, doesn't it?"
"There doesn't seem to have been much left to chance," Alec agreed.
"And look at the deliberation of the fellow. Fancy stopping to collect those bits of vase and cover up the traces of that second shot like that. He must have some nerve. Yes, it certainly looks more and more as if it was a prearranged thing. I don't say for last night in particular. That may only have been a favorable opportunity, which the chap was quick to seize. But I do think that he'd made up his mind to kill Stanworth some time or other."
"You think it was somebody Stanworth knew, then?"
"Oh, there's not much doubt about that. And somebody he was vastly afraid of, too, I should imagine. Why else should he keep a revolver so handy, if he wasn't expecting something of the kind? Yes, that's the line we ought to go on. See if we can discover whether there was anybody among his acquaintances of whom Stanworth was thoroughly frightened. If we can only find that out, and the name of the person as well, the odds are 10 to 1 that we shall have solved the mystery of the murder's identity."
"That sounds reasonable enough," said Alec with interest. "Got any theory of how it was done?"
Roger beamed. "I believe I can tell you exactly how it was done," he said, not without pride. "Listen." He recounted at some length the results of his after-lunch meditations and explained the reasons upon which his conclusions had been based. It took the two of them several circuits of the rose garden before the recital was completed, and then Roger turned expectantly to his companion. "You see," he concluded eagerly, "that accounts for everything except the facts of the confession and the murderer's escape from the library. Now I've cleared up the confession, and we've only got one difficulty to get over. What do you think of it?"
Observed Alec cautiously.
He paused, and it was evident that he was thinking deeply. "Well?" asked Roger impatiently. "There's one thing I don't quite see," Alec said slowly. "According to you, the shot that killed Stanworth was fired from the other man's revolver. Then how is it that the bullet they took out of his head fitted the empty shell in his own revolver?" Roger's face fell. "Hullo!" he exclaimed. "That never occurred to me."
"I thought it couldn't have," said Alec complacently. "That rather knocks your theory on the head, doesn't it?"
"It's one to you, Watson, certainly." Roger smiled a little ruefully.
"Ah," observed Alec deeply.
He was evidently not going to spoil the impression he had just made by any rash remarks. Alec was one of those fortunate people who know just when to stop. "Still, after all," Roger said slowly, "that's only a matter of detail, isn't it? My version of how it happened may be quite wrong, but that doesn't affect the main issue, which is that it was done."
"In other words, the fact of murder is definitely established, you think, although you don't know how it was carried out?" Alec asked thoughtfully. "Precisely." And do you still think the motive was robbery?" "I do, and by Jove!" Roger stopped suddenly in his stride and turned exultantly to his companion. "That may account for Mrs. Plant, too." "What about Mrs. Plant?" "Well, didn't you notice her at lunch? She was as cheerful and unconcerned as anything. Rather a change from the very perturbed person we surprised at the safe this morning, wasn't it? And on the face of it, you'd have expected her to be still more worried with the prospect of the opening of the safe this afternoon, and the proving of her little story to us to be false. But was she? Not a bit of it. She looked as if she hadn't a trouble in the world. You must have noticed it." "Yes, I did, now you come to mention it. I thought she must be acting." "Mrs. Plant wasn't acting at lunch any more than she was telling the truth to us this morning," said Roger with conviction. "And why wasn't she? Because, for some mysterious reason or other, she had no need to be. In other words, she knew that when the safe was opened this afternoon, everything would be all right as far as she was concerned." "How on earth did she know that?" "I wish I could tell you. But consider, if the safe had been robbed last night, Mrs. Plant's jewels would have disappeared with the other valuables, wouldn't they? That is, assuming they had ever been there. Well, there's her answer to us. Oh, yes, my jewels were there, and that's why I wanted to get at the safe. But they've been stolen with everything else, and that's why they're not there now. See?" "Yes, but what I want to know is, how did she find out that the safe had been robbed, and her story to us would hold water after all?" "And that's exactly what I want to know too, my excellent Alec. If we only knew that, we should have advanced a long way to the solution of the mystery. All that we can say definitely is that, some time between our finding her in the library and lunchtime, information must have reached her about what happened to the safe last night. It seems to me that Mrs. Plant is going to find herself in a very awkward position rather soon." "But why do you think Mrs. Plant wanted to open the safe this morning, if there's no truth in her tale?" "Obviously, there must have been something inside that she badly wanted to get hold of. Equally obviously, she now either has got hold of it or knows that it's in safekeeping. And then we get back to Jefferson again. He's been going through exactly the same sequence of emotions as Mrs. Plant. What do you make of that?" "Surely you're not suggesting that Jefferson and Mrs. Plant are in league together, are you?" "What other conclusion is there? They're both anxious to get something out of that safe before the police open it, and they're both palpably worried to death over something. Yet at 1 o'clock they're both smiling away to themselves as if a tremendous load had been taken off their minds. I'm afraid that they're not only in league with each other, but with a mysterious third person as well. How else can you account for their behavior?" "Good Lord, you don't mean that they're acting with the murderer, do you?" "It looks to me uncommonly like it," said Roger gravely. "After all, he's the only person, so far as we know, who could have enlightened them about the safe." "But it's out of the question," Alec burst out impulsively. "Jefferson, I don't know anything about him, though I should certainly have set him down as quite a decent fellow and a sahib, even if he is a bit reserved. But Mrs. Plant, my dear chap, you're absolutely off the rails there. Of all the obviously straightforward and honest people in the world, I should have said that Mrs. Plant was the most. Oh, you must be on the wrong tack." "I only wish I were," Roger returned seriously. 3 hours ago I should have said that the idea of Mrs. Plant being mixed up in a murder was not only unthinkable, but ludicrous. I've always thought her a charming woman, and, as you say, absolutely sincere. Certainly not a happy woman. One doesn't know anything about that husband of hers, by the way. He may be a bad egg. In fact, a woman with a good deal of sorrow in her life, I should say, but absolutely as straight as a die. Yet what can one think now? Facts speak louder than opinions,
and the facts are only too plain."
"I don't care," said Alec obstinately. "If you're trying to mix Mrs. Plant up in this affair, you're making a hopeless mistake, Roger. That's all I've got to say."
"I hope you're right, Alec," Roger said dryly. "By the way, I think I want to have a word with the lady. Oh, I'm not going to tax her with a murder or anything," he added with a smile, observing the look on Alec's face. "But I think she said at lunch that she was expecting to leave here this afternoon. Of course that's out of the question. She was the last person to see Stanworth alive, and she'll be wanted to give evidence at the inquest. The inspector must have forgotten to tell her. Let's go and see what she's got to say about it." Somewhat unwillingly, Alec accompanied Roger on his quest. He did not attempt to make any secret of his distaste for this aspect of his new role. To hunt down a man who deserves no mercy and expects none is one thing. To hunt down a charming lady is very much another. Mrs. Plant was sitting in a garden chair on a shady part of the lawn. There was a book in her lap, but she was staring abstractedly at the grass before her, and her thoughts were evidently very far away. Hearing their footsteps, she glanced up quickly and greeted the two with her usual quiet, rather sad smile. "Have you come to tell me that Inspector Mansfield has arrived?" she asked perfectly naturally. Roger threw himself casually on the ground just in front of her. "No, he hasn't come yet," he replied easily. "Very hot out here, isn't it?" "I suppose it is, but the heat doesn't worry me, I'm glad to say. I had enough of it in the Sudan to inure me to anything that this country can produce." "You're lucky, then. Alec, why on earth don't you lie down and be comfortable? Never stand up when you can sit down instead. By the way, Mrs. Plant, I suppose you'll be staying over for the inquest tomorrow, won't you?" "Oh, no, I shall be off this afternoon, Mr. Sheringham." Roger glanced up. "But surely you'll be wanted to give evidence? You were the last person to see him alive, weren't you? In the hall, you know." "Oh, I don't think I shall be needed, shall I?" Mrs. Plant asked apprehensively, paling slightly. "The inspector didn't say anything about it." "Perhaps he didn't know then that you were the last person," said Roger carelessly, but watching her narrowly. "And afterwards he must have forgotten to warn you, or else he was intending to do so this afternoon. But they're certain to need you, you know." It was very clear that this piece of news was highly unwelcome. Mrs. Plant's hand was trembling in her lap, and she was biting her lip in an effort to retain her self-control. "Do you really think so?" she asked in a voice that she strove desperately to render unconcerned. "But I haven't got anything of any importance to tell, you know." "Oh, no, of course not," Roger said reassuringly. "It's only a matter of form, you know. You'll just have to repeat what you told the inspector this morning." Are they likely to ask me any questions, Mr. Sheringham?" Mrs. Plant asked with a little laugh. "Oh, they may ask you one or two, perhaps. Nothing very dreadful." "I see. What sort of questions would you imagine?" "About Mr. Stanworth's manner, probably, whether he was cheerful and all that. And of course they'll want to know what he spoke to you about." "Oh, that was nothing," Mrs. Plant replied quickly. "Just nothing of any importance whatever. You will be giving evidence too, won't you, Mr. Sheringham?" "Yes, unfortunately." Only the white knuckles of her clenched hand gave any hint of Mrs. Plant's feelings as she asked lightly enough, "And you're not going to give me away over that absurd panic of mine about my jewels this morning, are you? You promised, didn't you?" "Of course not," said Roger easily. "Wouldn't dream of it." "Not even if they ask you?" Mrs. Plant persisted with a nervous little laugh. "How could they ask me?" Roger smiled. "Nobody knows anything about it except us three. Besides, I shouldn't think of giving you away." "Nor you, Mr. Grierson?" she asked, turning to Alec. Alec flushed slightly. "Naturally not," he said awkwardly. Mrs. Plant fumbled with the handkerchief in her hand and surreptitiously wiped her mouth. "Thank you so much, both of you," she said in a low voice. Roger jumped suddenly to his feet. "Hello," he exclaimed, putting an end to a difficult pause. "Isn't that the inspector just going up to the front door? Let's go in and watch the safe being opened, shall we?" End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 11. Lady Stanworth Exchanges Glances. Leaving Alec to accompany Mrs. Plant to the house, Roger hurried on ahead with a muttered excuse. He was anxious not to miss a moment of the highly significant scene which was about to take place. As he reached the hall, Jefferson was in the act of greeting the perspiring inspector. "I'm sorry you have had all this trouble, Inspector," he was saying. "It's too bad on a day like this." "It is a bit warm, sir," the inspector admitted, mopping vigorously. "I should have thought they might have provided you with a car or something. Hello, Sheringham. Come to see the safe opened?" "If the inspector has no objections," Roger said. "Me, sir? Not in the least. In fact, I think everybody concerned ought to be present. Not that I really expect to find anything particularly important, but you never know, do you?" "Never," said Roger gravely. "Well, Lady Stanworth will be down in a minute, no doubt," Jefferson remarked, "and then we can see to it. You had no difficulty in getting the combination, Inspector?" "None at all, sir. It was only a question of ringing up the makers." "Whew! It is hot." Roger had been watching Jefferson carefully. There was no doubt that whatever his feelings about the opening of the safe had been in the morning, he was now quite unperturbed. Roger was more convinced than ever that something of the first importance must have occurred to effect this radical change. A slow tread overhead caused him to look up. Lady Stanworth was descending the stairs. "Ah, here is Lady Stanworth," the inspector observed with a slight bow. Lady Stanworth inclined her head coldly. "You wish me to be present at this formality, Inspector?" she asked distantly. The inspector looked slightly taken aback. "Well, I think it would be better, my lady," he replied a trifle deprecatingly. "As the only surviving relative of the deceased's, you know, but, of course, if you have any—" "I was not a relative of Mr. Stanworth's," Lady Stanworth interrupted in the same tone. "I thought I had made that clear to you this morning. He was my brother-in-law." Quite so," said the inspector apologetically. "I should perhaps have said connection. It is usual for the nearest connection to be present when—" "I ought to have warned you, perhaps, Lady Stanworth," Jefferson put in evenly. "But unfortunately I have not seen you to do so since before lunch, and I did not care to take the responsibility of disturbing you. The opening of the safe is, after all, a mere formality, and both the inspector and myself have no doubt that nothing of any importance will be found. Nothing whatever." Lady Stanworth looked hard at the last speaker for a moment, and when she spoke again the former coldness of her tone had completely disappeared. "Of course I will come if you think it better, Inspector," she said graciously. "There is really no reason whatever why I should not do so." And without more ado she led the way towards the library. Roger brought up the rear of the little party. He was thinking furiously. He had watched the little exchange that had just taken place with feelings almost of bewilderment. It was so unlike Lady Stanworth to go out of her way to snub the poor inspector in that highly unnecessary manner. Why had she done so? And why had she been so very much on the high horse with regard to the opening of the safe? It seemed almost as if she had been really apprehensive of something, and had adopted this attitude in order to cloak her actual feelings. But if that were the case, what earthly reason could she have for apprehension? Roger asked himself despairingly. Yet her sudden change of manner was no less remarkable, As soon as Jefferson had spoken, she had become as gracious as ever, and all objections had been abruptly dropped. What was it Jefferson had said? Something about nothing of importance being found in the safe? Ah, yes. Both the inspector and myself have no doubt that nothing of importance will be found. And myself. Now he came to think of it, Jefferson had certainly stressed those two words a little. Could it be that he had conveyed some kind of warning to her? Information of some sort? And if so, what? Obviously the same information that he and Mrs. Plant had received during the morning. Was it possible, then, that Lady Stanworth herself could be in league with Mrs. Plant and Jefferson? Surely this was making things altogether too complicated. Yet he could take his oath that something had passed between those two before Lady Stanworth finally descended the last few stairs so amicably. Thus the gist of the thoughts that whirled confusedly through Roger's brain during the few seconds occupied by the journey to the library. As he passed the threshold, he raised his eyebrows in mock despair, and shelving this fresh problem for the time being, prepared to give all his attention to present events. Mrs. Plant and Alec were already in the library, the former perfectly cool and collected, the latter, to Roger's eyes at any rate, somewhat ill at ease. It was clear, Roger reflected with some uneasiness, that Alec did not at all like the highly ambiguous position in which he stood with regard to that lady. What would he say when he heard the possibility that his hostess also might not be unconcerned with this dark and mysterious business? It would be just like Alec to throw up the whole affair and insist on all cards being laid upon the table. And that would have broken Roger's heart just at the moment. Inspector Mansfield was regrettably lacking in an appreciation of dramatic effects. He did not gaze around him from beneath lowered brows. He did not mutter to himself so that everyone could strain forward to catch his ominous words. He did not even make a speech. All he did was to observe cheerfully, "Well, let's get this business over," and casually open the safe. He could not have made less fuss had it been a tin of sardines. But in spite of the inspector's lamentable behavior, drama was not altogether lacking. As the heavy door swung open, there was an involuntary catching of breath, and heads were craned anxiously forward. Roger, watching the faces of the others instead of the center of attraction, noted quickly that a flicker of anxiety flashed across the countenances of both Mrs. Plant and Jefferson. Neither of them have seen inside, then, he thought. Their information came from a third person. That's certain, anyway. But it was Lady Stanworth who held his attention most closely. Thinking herself unobserved for the moment, she had not troubled to hide her feelings. She was standing a little behind the others, peering between their heads. Her breath was coming quickly, and her bosom rising and falling almost tumultuously. Her face was quite white. For a few seconds Roger thought she was going to faint. Then, as if she was reassured, the color came back into her face, and she sighed ever so softly. "Well, Inspector?" she asked in normal tones. "What is there?" The inspector was rapidly scrutinizing the contents. "As I expected," he replied, a trifle disappointedly. "Nothing of any importance as far as I'm concerned, my lady." He glanced quickly through a bundle of papers that he held in his hands. "Share certificates, business documents, contracts, more share certificates." He replaced the bundle in the safe and took out a cash box. "Whew!" he whistled softly as he opened it. "Mr. Stanworth kept plenty of ready money on hand, didn't he?" Roger pricked up his ears and followed the direction of the inspector's gaze. Lying loosely at the bottom of the cash box was a thick wad of banknotes. The inspector picked it out and flicked them over. "Upwards of £4,000, I should say," he remarked with fitting awe. "That doesn't look as if he was in financial difficulties, does it?"
"I told you I thought it most unlikely," Jefferson said shortly.
Mrs. Plant stooped and looked into the safe. "Oh, there's my jewel box," she said in tones of relief. "On the bottom shelf." The inspector bent down and extracted a small case of green leather.
"This, madam?" he asked. "You said this is yours?"
"Yes, I gave them to him to lock up for me yesterday morning. I never like to leave them lying about in my room if I can help it, you know." The inspector pressed the catch, and the lid of the case flew open. A necklace, a bracelet or two, and a few rings were visible inside. Pleasant little trinkets, but not of any remarkable value. Roger exchanged glances with Alec. In the eyes of the latter there was a scarcely concealed derision, which Roger found peculiarly difficult to bear in silence. If ever a look said, "I told you so," Alec's did at that moment. "I suppose Lady Stanworth can identify these as yours, madam?" the inspector was saying. "Purely as a matter of form," he added half apologetically. "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Plant easily, picking the necklace and a few other things out of the case. "You've seen me wearing these, haven't you, Lady Stanworth?" There was a perceptible pause before Lady Stanworth answered, and it seemed to Roger that she was looking at Mrs. Plant in rather an odd way. Then she said, naturally enough, "Of course, and I remember the case, too. Yes, these belong to Mrs. Plant, Inspector."
"Then we may as well hand them over to her at once," said the inspector, and Lady Stanworth nodded approvingly. "Is that all you require, Inspector?" Jefferson asked. "Yes, sir, quite. And I've had my journey for nothing, I'm afraid. Still, we have to go into everything, as you know." "Oh, naturally," Jefferson murmured, turning away from the safe. "And now I must get back and finish my report," the inspector continued. "The coroner will communicate with you this afternoon as soon as I've seen him again."
"Oh, by the way, Inspector," Mrs. Plant put in, "Mr. Sheringham was telling me that I might be wanted to attend the inquest. Is that necessary?"
"I am afraid so, madam. You were the last person to see Mr. Stanworth alive."
"Yes, but my evidence wouldn't be of the least importance, would it? The few words I had with him about those roses can't throw any light on the matter at all."
"I'm very sorry, madam," the inspector murmured. "But in these cases the last person to see the deceased alive is invariably called, whether the evidence appears to be of any importance or not."
"Oh, then I must take it as quite certain that I shall have to attend?" Mrs. Plant asked disappointedly.
"Quite, madam,"
the inspector returned firmly, moving towards the door. Roger hooked his arm through that of Alec and drew him out through the French windows.
"Well?" asked the latter with an undisguised grin. "Still as sure as ever that those jewels weren't in the safe, Sherlock Sheringham?"
"Yes, I've been expecting a little subtle ridicule from you, Alec," Roger said with mock humility. "No doubt I deserve it."
"I'm glad you're beginning to realize that," retorted Alec pleasantly.
"Yes, for drawing the only possible conclusions from a given set of facts. Well, I suppose we shall have to go back to the beginning again and start to draw some impossible ones instead."
"Oh, Lord,"
Alec groaned. "But seriously, Alec," said Roger with a change of tone, "things are going very curiously. Those jewels ought not to have been in the safe at all, you know. Nor the money either, for that matter. It's all wrong.
Most annoying when things break rules like that, isn't it? Well, I suppose you'll allow now that Mrs. Plant was speaking the truth this morning after all."
"I suppose I shall have to," said Roger reluctantly. "For the present, at any rate. But it's very, very extraordinary."
"That Mrs. Plant should have been speaking the truth? It seemed to me far more extraordinary that she should have been lying, as you were so jolly sure."
"All right, Alec, don't get rattled. No, I wasn't meaning that exactly. But that she should have been so remarkably agitated about those jewels of hers, as if she thought that somebody was going to steal them." And then that yarn of hers that she thought the police would take them and she wouldn't get them back. No, say what you like, Alec. It is extraordinary."
"Women are extraordinary," said Alec wisely.
Certainly Mrs. Plant is."
"Well, at any rate, she's exonerated, I take it."
"No, that she isn't," said Roger with decision. "That lady isn't free from suspicion yet by any means. After all, the matter of the jewels is only one of several curious circumstances. But look here, Alec, another remarkable thing has cropped up since I saw you last. I'm going to tell you because I promised I'd share anything new with you at the very beginning. But I won't unless you'll promise to take it quite calmly and not smite me with that great ham fist of yours, or throw yourself despairingly into a rose bush or anything. You know, you're a very difficult sort of person to work with on this sort of job, Alec."
"Fire away," Alec grunted. "What's happened now?"
"You won't like it, but I can't help that. After all, I'm only telling you facts, not theories, and there's no getting away from them, however unwelcome they may be. It's about Lady Stanworth this time. Listen." And Roger embarked upon a voluble recital of the strange behavior of Lady Stanworth. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson. Chapter 12, Hidden Chambers and Whatnots.
"Oh," said Alec carefully when Roger had finished. "You see, I carefully refrained from drawing any deduction. Aloud, at any rate. All I say is that it looks funny." "Lots of things seem to look funny to you, Roger," Alec remarked tolerantly. "About this case," Roger retorted, "you're quite right. Lots of things do. But let's put all these side issues behind us for the moment. There's one thing that I'm simply aching to set about." "Only one?" said Alec nastily. "And what's that?" "To find out how the murderer got away from the library last night. If we can solve that little problem, we've cleared up the last remaining difficulty as far as the committing of the murder goes." "Yes, I suppose we have," Alec replied thoughtfully. "But it seems to me that we've rather got our work cut out there, haven't we? I mean, it's pretty well impossible for a man to get out of a room like that and leave everything locked up behind him, you know." "On the contrary, that's just what it isn't, because he did it, and it's up to us to find out how." "Got any ideas about it?" Alec asked with interest. "Not a one. At least, I can think of one very obvious way. We'll test that first, at any rate. The library's empty now, and I expect Jefferson will be pretty busy for the rest of the afternoon. We can sleuth away in peace." They turned their steps in the direction of the library. "And what is the obvious solution to the library mystery?" Alec asked. "I'm blessed if I can see one." Roger looked at him curiously. "Can't you really?" he said. "No, I'm dashed if I can." "Well, what about a secret door, then?" "Oh," Alec observed blankly. "Yes, I didn't seem to think of that. It's the only obvious way, and it's not outside the possibilities by any means in an old house like this, especially in the library, which hasn't been pulled about so much as some of the other rooms." "That's true enough," said Alec quite excitedly. "Roger, old sleuth, I really do believe you're on the track of something at last." "Thanks," Roger returned dryly. "I've been waiting for a remark like that for some hours." "Yes, but this really is interesting. Secret passages and hidden chambers and whatnots. Jolly romantic and all that. I'm all in favor of unearthing it." "Well, here we are, and the scent ought to be strong. Let's get down to it." "What shall we do?" asked Alec, staring curiously round the walls as if he expected the secret door to fly suddenly open if he looked hard enough.
Well, first of all, I think we'd better examine this paneling. Now, let's see. This wall, where the fireplace is, backs onto the drawing room, doesn't it? And this one, behind the safe, onto the storeroom, and a little bit of the hall. So that if there is a door or anything, the probability is that it will be in one of those two walls. It's not likely to be in either of the outside ones. Well, I tell you what we'd better do. You examine the paneling in here, and I'll scout round on the other side of the walls and see if I can spot anything there. Right-o, said Alec, beginning to scrutinize the fireplace wall with great earnestness. Roger made his way out into the hall and thence to the drawing-room. The dividing wall between that room and the library was covered with paper, and one or two china cabinets stood against it. After a cursory peep or two behind these, Roger mentally wrote that wall off, at any rate, as blameless. The storeroom, similarly, was so full up with trunks and lumber as to be out of the question. Roger returned to the library to find Alec industriously tapping panels. "I say," said the latter, "several of these panels sound hollow." "Well, there's no way through either into the drawing-room or the storeroom, I'm convinced," Roger remarked, closing the door behind him, "so that I don't think it's much use trying those walls haphazard." Alec paused. "What about a secret chamber, though? That wouldn't necessarily need a way straight through. It might come out anywhere." "I thought of that, but the walls aren't thick enough. They're only about 18 inches through. No, let's go and have a look at it from the outside. There might possibly be some way into the garden." They went out through the open windows and contemplated the red brick walls attentively. "Doesn't look very hopeful, does it?" said Alec. "I'm afraid not," Roger admitted. "No, I fear that the secret door theory falls to the ground. I thought it would, somehow." "Oh? Why?" "Well, this house doesn't belong to the Stanworths, you see, and they've only been here a month or so. I don't suppose they'd know anything about secret passages, even if there were any." "No, but the other fellow might." "The murderer? It isn't likely, is it?" "I hate giving up the idea," said Alec reluctantly. "After all, it's the only possible explanation of his disappearance, as far as I can see." Roger suddenly smote his hands together. "By Jove, there's one hope left. Idiot not to have thought of it before. The fireplace." "The fireplace?" "Of course. That's where most of these old houses have their secret hiding place. It will be there, if anywhere." He hurried back into the library, Alec close at his heels. There he stopped suddenly short. "Oh, Lord, I was forgetting that the blessed place had been bricked in so very thoroughly." He gazed at the modern intrusion without enthusiasm. "That's hopeless, I'm afraid." Alec looked thoughtfully round the room. "I don't think we've examined these walls enough, you know," he remarked hopefully. "There's plenty of scope in this paneling, really." Roger shook his head. "It's just possible, but I'm very much afraid that—" He caught a sudden and violent frown from Alec and broke off in mid-sentence. The door was opening softly. The next moment Jefferson entered. "Oh, hello, you two," he said. "I've been looking for you. Can you manage to look after yourselves for the afternoon? Lady Stanworth and Mrs. Plant are in their rooms, both naturally rather upset. And I've got to go into the town to see about a few things." "Oh, we'll be all right," Roger said easily. "Please don't bother about us." Jefferson glanced round. "Looking for a book?" he asked. "No," said Roger quickly. "As a matter of fact, I was studying this overmantel. I'm rather interested in that sort of thing, carving and paneling and old houses. This is really rather a wonderful room. What's the date, do you know? Early Jacobean, I should say?" "Somewhere about that," Jefferson said indifferently. "I don't know the actual date, I'm afraid." "Very interesting period," Roger commented. "And there's usually a priest hole or something like that in houses built at that time. Anything of the sort here? There ought to be, you know." "Can't say, I'm afraid," Jefferson replied a little impatiently.
Never heard of one, at any rate. Well, I must be getting along." As the door closed behind him, Roger turned to Alec. "I didn't expect anything, but I thought I might as well try it. He didn't give anything away, though, whether he knew or not. On the whole, I should say that he didn't know." "Why?" "He was far too offhand to be lying. If he wanted to put us off, he'd have elaborated somewhat, I fancy. Well, if we can't find our secret door, we must try other means of providing an exit for our man. That leaves us with one door and 3 windows. We'll try the door first." The door proved to be a massive piece of work with a large and efficient lock. Except where the socket in the lintel had been torn away in the efforts to force an entrance, it was still undamaged. "Well, that's out of the question, at any rate," Roger said with decision. "I don't see how anybody could possibly have got out through that and left it locked on the inside, with the key still in the lock. It might have been done with a pair of pliers, if the end of the key projected beyond the lock on the other side. But it doesn't, so that's out of the question. French windows next." They were of the ordinary pattern, with a handle which shot a bolt simultaneously at the top and bottom. In addition, there were small brass bolts at the bottom and top, both of which had been fastened when the window was opened that morning. "It looks out of the question to me," Roger muttered. "It is out of the question. Even if he had been able to turn the handle, which he couldn't possibly have done, he couldn't have shot the bolts as well." "I'm blessed if he could," said Alec with conviction. Roger turned away. "Then that leaves these 2 windows. I don't see how anyone could have left this little lattice one closed behind him. What about the sash one? That looks more hopeful." He climbed up on the window seat and examined the fastening attentively. "Any luck?" asked Alec. Roger stepped heavily onto the floor again. "I regret to have to confess myself baffled," he said disappointedly. "There's an anti-burglar fitting on that window which would absolutely prevent the thing being fastened from the outside. I'm beginning to think the fellow must have been a wizard in a small way." "It seems to me," said Alec weightily, "that if the chap couldn't have got out, as we appear to have proved, then he could never have been in here at all. In other words, he doesn't exist, and old Stanworth did commit suicide after all." "But I tell you that Stanworth can't have committed suicide," said Roger petulantly. "There's far too much evidence against it." Alec threw himself into a chair. "Is there, though?" he asked argumentatively. "As you put it, it's certainly consistent with murder, but it's equally consistent with suicide. Aren't you rather losing sight of that in your anxiety to make a murder of it? Besides, don't forget that your motive has fallen to the ground since the safe was opened. There wasn't a robbery here last night after all." Roger was roaming restlessly about the room. At Alec's last words he paused in his stride and looked at his companion with some irritation. "Oh, don't be childish, Alec," he said sharply. "Money and jewels aren't the only things that can be robbed. The motive still holds perfectly good if we got to have a motive. It was robbery of something else, that's all. But why stick to robbery? Make it revenge, hatred, self-protection, anything you like. But take it from me that Stanworth was murdered. The evidence is not equally consistent with suicide. Think it over for yourself, and you'll see. I can't bother to go through it all again. And if we can't find the way the chap got out, that's because we're a pair of idiots and can't see what must be lying under our noses, that's all." And he resumed his stride again. "Humph!" said Alec incredulously. "Door, window, window, window," Roger muttered to himself. "It must be one of those 4. There's simply no other way." He wandered impatiently from one to the other, trying desperately to put himself in the place of the criminal. What would he have done? With some ceremony, Alec filled and lighted his pipe. When it was in full blast, he leaned back in his chair and allowed his eyes to rest approvingly on the cool greens of the gardens outside. "Life's too short," he remarked lazily. "If it really was a clear case of murder, I'd be on the trail as strenuously as anyone. But really, old man, when you come to consider, calmly and sanely, I mean, how extraordinarily little you've got to go on, and how you're twisting the most ordinary things, why, I think even you will admit in a few weeks' time that when all's said and done, Alec! Something in Roger's tone caused Alec to turn round in his chair and look at him. He was leaning out of the lattice window, apparently intent on the garden outside. "Well," said Alec tolerantly, "what is it now?" "If you come here, Alec," said Roger very gently, "I'll show you how the murderer got away last night." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 13. Mr. Sheringham investigates a footprint. "Show me what?" Alec exclaimed, bounding out of his chair. "How the murderer escaped," Roger repeated, turning and smiling happily at his dumbfounded accomplice. "It's extraordinarily simple, really. That's why we never spotted it. Have you ever noticed, Alec, that it's always the simple things of life, plans, inventions, what you like, that are the most effective? Take, for instance," Alec seized his too voluble friend by the shoulder and shook him violently. "How did the chap escape?" he demanded. Roger pointed to the window through which he had been leaning. "There," he said simply. "Yes, but how do you know?" cried the exasperated Alec. "Oh, is that what you mean? Come, friend Alec." Roger took his fellow sleuth by the arm and pointed triumphantly to the window-sill. On the surface of the white paint were a few faint scratches. "You see those? Now look at that." And he indicated something on the flower bed beneath. "I said it must be lying under our noses all the time," he added complacently. Alec leaned out of the window and looked at the bed. Just below the window was an unmistakable footprint, the toe pointing towards the window. "You said escaped, didn't you?" he asked, withdrawing his head. "I did, Alexander." "Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you and all that," said Alec in a tone that curiously belied his words. "But nobody escaped this way. Someone got in. If you look again, carefully this time, you'll see that the toe is pointing towards the window, not the heel. That means that somebody stepped from the ground to the window ledge, not vice versa." "Alec, you are on your day today, aren't you?" said Roger admiringly. "Precisely the same thought occurred to myself at a first glance. Then, looking carefully, as you so kindly suggest, I noticed that the indentation of the heel is very much deeper than that of the toe, indicating that somebody stepped backwards from the window to the ground, after thoughtfully closing the window behind him. If he'd been stepping up, the toe would be deeper than the heel, as a moment's thought will show you, won't it?" "Oh," said the crestfallen Alec. "Sorry to have to score you off in that blatant Sherlockian way," Roger continued more kindly, "but you did ask for it, you know. No, but seriously, Alec, this is most extraordinarily important. It clears up the last difficulty about murder." "But how did he close the window behind him?" asked Alec, still half incredulous. "Oh, that's the neatest thing of all, and delightfully simple, although it took me a minute or two to discover it after I'd seen the footprint. Look, you see this handle, the ordinary type for this sort of window. It consists of an arm that fits into the lock and a heavy handle set at right angles to it, the whole moving on a central pivot. The weight of the handle end keeps the other end in position. Well, watch." Carefully arranging the handle so that the heavy end was balanced exactly above the pivot, Roger pushed the window sharply back into its frame. Immediately the handle was dislodged by the jar, and with a little click the fastener fell into place in its socket, the weight of the falling handle driving it well home. "Well, I'm dashed," Alec said. "Neat, isn't it?" Roger said proudly. He stood on the sill outside, you see, and pulled it to behind him, having fixed the handle in position before he got out. I suppose it's a trick you could play with any lattice window, although I've never come across it before. That's one to you, all right, said the humbled Alec. I take back quite a lot of the unkind things I've said to you. Oh, don't trouble to apologize, Roger said magnanimously. Though I did warn you that I should turn out to be right in the end, you remember? Well, I don't think you'll trouble to dispute the fact of murder any more, will you? Don't rub it in, Alec protested. I did it for the best, like the doctor in the poem. Well, what's the next move? Let's go out and have a look at that footprint at close range, shall we? Roger suggested. There might be some others, too. Footprints! We are getting professional, aren't we? On a more careful inspection, the footprint fully bore out Roger's contention that it must have been made by a man stepping backward from the sill. The heel end was nearly 1.5 inches deep, the toe scarcely half an inch. The edges were slightly blurred where the earth had crumbled, but the mark was clearly that of a large foot. At least a 10 boot, Roger said, stooping over it. Possibly 11. This may be very useful indeed, Alec. It's a bit of luck, certainly, Alec agreed. Roger straightened up and began to search among the plants near the edge of the bed. After a moment he dropped on his knees on the grass border. Look, he exclaimed excitedly. Here's another. He parted 2 little shrubs and peered between them. Alec saw another footprint, not so deep as the last, but quite plainly marked in the dry earth. The toe of this one was also pointing towards the window. Same fellow? He asked, bending over it. Yes, Roger replied, examining the print intently. The other boot. Let's see, this is well over a yard from the last one, isn't it? He must have stepped back onto the path in 2 big strides. He rose to his feet and dusted the knees of his trousers. It's a pity we can't track him any farther, he added disappointedly. Can you do anything more with these? Alec asked with interest. I don't know. We ought to take accurate measurements of them sometime, I suppose. Oh, and there's something else I should very much like to do. What's that? Get hold of a specimen boot from every male person in the house and grounds and fit them into these prints, Roger exclaimed, raising his voice slightly in his excitement. Yes, that's what we ought to do if we possibly can. Alec was pondering. But look here, wouldn't you say that these footprints meant that the fellow was someone outside the house? They show him getting away from the place after Stanworth had been killed, don't they? If the chap had been someone inside the house, why should he have troubled to get out so elaborately through the window, when all he'd got to do was to walk out by the door? After all the other things he'd done to make it look like suicide, it wouldn't really be necessary to leave the door locked on the inside, would it? You mean we're not likely to find a boot in the house to correspond with these prints? Not if the chap were someone from outside, no. What do you think? Oh, yes, I agree. I think in all probability it was someone not belonging to the household. You're quite right about the existence of these footprints, all pointing to that conclusion. But we don't actually know, do we? And I believe in eliminating all possibilities, however remote. If we can get a chance to try everyone's boots out, and they don't fit, then we know quite definitely that everybody in this house is free from suspicion of committing the crime itself, though not from suspicion of other things, by the way. What other things? Alec asked interestedly. Being an accessory after the fact. After, certainly, and not improbably before as well, some of them. It seems to me, Alec, Roger added pathetically, that 3/4 of this household seem to be accessories after the fact. It isn't fair. Humph, said Alec. This was trespassing upon ground which he had no wish to cover. He felt thankful that at any rate Barbara Shannon's mysterious behavior had not come to Roger's ears. What would the latter have said had he heard of that? Accessory after the fact seemed mild in comparison. Hello, what's up?
he asked, suddenly catching sight of Roger. That gentleman was listening intently, his head on one side. At Alec's words he held up his finger warningly. "Thought I heard someone in the library," he whispered. "You creep up to the lattice window and look through. I'll try the French ones. Carefully." Enjoying himself thoroughly, he made his way stealthily to the side of the French windows and peeped cautiously round them. He had his reward. The library door was closing softly. He hurried back to Alec. "Did you see?" he asked in a voice thick with suppressed excitement. "Did you see?" Alec nodded. "Somebody was going out of the library," he said. "Yes, but did you see who it was, man?" Alec shook his head. "No, I'm afraid I didn't. Got here too late." The two looked at each other in silence. "The question is, were we overheard?" Roger said at last. "Good Lord!" Alec exclaimed in dismay. "Do you think we were?" "Impossible to say. I hope to goodness we weren't, though. It would rather give things away, wouldn't it?" "Hopelessly," said Alec with fervor. Roger looked at him curiously. "Why, Alexander, you're actually getting quite keen on the chase at last." It is rather exciting," Alec confessed, almost apologetically. "That's the spirit. We'll come off that bed and let's get farther away from the house to discuss what's to be done next. It's not safe to talk near these windows, evidently. Hullo, you've made rather a mess of the bed. Steady, don't step on our two particular prints." Alec glanced ruefully at the bed, which was now embellished with several extra footprints. "I'd better smooth mine out," he said hastily. "They look a bit suspicious all round that window, don't they? Anyone can see that we've been mucking about here." "Yes, do," Roger said approvingly. "But hurry up, and for goodness sake don't let anybody see you. That would be worse still." "And now, Sherlock Sheringham," said Alec when they had gained the security of the lawn, "what do you propose? Isn't it time you disguised yourself or something? I'm sure the best detectives always do that at about this stage of the proceedings." "Don't be ribald, friend Alec," Roger said reprovingly. "This is a very serious business, and we're getting along with it very nicely. I think our next move is fairly clear, isn't it? We embark on the quest of the mysterious stranger." "What mysterious stranger?" "I mean we make some inquiries roundabout as to whether any stranger was seen near the place last night. The lodge, the station, the village, and the rest of it." "That seems a sound scheme." "Yes, but before we start, there's just one other thing I want to do. You saw how productive the contents of the waste paper basket were. I should like to have a look at yesterday's as well." "Haven't they been destroyed?" "No, I don't think so. I made some inquiries while you were otherwise engaged just now, saying that I had thrown away a letter I meant to keep, and as far as I can make out, the contents of all the waste paper baskets are emptied onto an ash pit at the back of the house, where they lie till William sees fit to use them up in a bonfire. I want to have a peep at that ash pit before we start. Not that I really expect to find anything, but you never know." "How do we get there?" "We'll go round the front of the house. It's somewhere on the farther side, I think. We'd better get a move on. We've got no time to waste." "I'm game," said Alec quite enthusiastically. They set off. In front of the house the car was standing, the chauffeur lounging negligently at the wheel as if he had been there some time. Roger whistled softly. "Hello, hello, hello," he said softly. "What's this?" "It's the car," replied the ever-literal Alec. "I said you'd make a great detective one day if you ever took it up seriously, Alec. No, you goop, what's the car doing here? Who's it waiting for?" "Better ask the chauffeur, I should think," said Alec, quite unruffled. "I will." Alec slapped his pockets. "Dash it all, I've left my pipe somewhere. In the library, I think. I'll run back for it while you're speaking to the chauffeur. That'll give you a chance to dawdle. Won't be a minute." He jog-trotted round the angle of the house, and Roger sauntered towards the chauffeur. When Alec reappeared, pipe in mouth, 2 or 3 minutes later, Roger was waiting for him near the car. There was a look of mingled apprehension and triumph on his face. "Ah, here you are!" he exclaimed in a loud voice. "Well, we'd better be off if we want anything like a decent long walk before tea." Alec opened his mouth to speak, but caught a warning look and was silent. Roger took his arm and drew him at a rapid pace down the drive. It was not till they had turned a corner and the house was securely hidden from view that he spoke again. "In here," he observed briskly, and plunged into the thick bushes which bordered the drive on either side. In some bewilderment, Alec followed. "What's the idea?" he asked as he rejoined his companion. "A little game of hide-and-seek. You heard what I foghorned to you just now? That was for the benefit of the chauffeur, so that just in case anybody were to ask him what Messrs. Grierson and Sheringham are up to this afternoon, he has his answer pat. Now I want to see just how long it is after the disappearance of the two said gentlemen that the car leaves its anchorage. You see, the chauffeur told me that he is waiting to take Jefferson into Elchester, Alec." "I expect that's right," Alec replied intelligently. "Jefferson said he'd got to go in, you remember." "He's been waiting nearly half an hour, Alec." "Has he?" "Yes, probably he has. It must be getting on for that since Jefferson came into the library." "Therefore, Jefferson intended to go into Elchester half an hour ago, Alec. And he didn't go, Alec. And he's been in the house all that time instead, Alec. And somebody whom we couldn't see came into the library and went away very quietly indeed, Alec. And can you put 2 and 2 together, Alec?" "Do you mean that it was Jefferson who came into the library that time?" "Amazing!" observed Roger admiringly. "I can't think how the man does it. It must be something to do with wireless. Yes, Alec, you're quite right. I most certainly do think it was Jefferson who came into the library that time. But don't you see the other significance? Why didn't he go into Elchester half an hour ago? He was surely quite ready when he came and told us. Was it because I somehow roused his suspicions, asking him about priest holes and things, and he stayed behind to spy on us and find out what we were up to?" "The Lord knows," said Alec helplessly. "Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? It looks as if Jefferson is getting suspicious, uncommonly suspicious. I don't like it. Things are going to get awkward if they get wind of our little game. We shan't be able to investigate in peace any longer." "Dashed awkward," Alec agreed feelingly. "Hush!" Roger crouched down hastily behind a bush, and Alec followed suit. As they did so, there came the noise of an approaching car, and the big blue sunbeam swept past them and down the drive. Roger glanced at his watch. Started 4 minutes after we did. It all fits in, doesn't it? But there's one thing that really is worrying me badly." "What's that?" They scrambled through the undergrowth and headed for the house once more. Roger turned impressively to Alec. "Did he or did he not hear what we were saying outside that window? And if he did, how much?" End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 14, Dirty Work at the Ash Pit. The ash pit proved easy to locate. It lay among some outhouses and was surrounded on 3 sides by mellow old brick walls, the space within which was filled with a depressed-looking mass of rotting vegetable matter, old paper, and tins. The smell that hung heavily about it was not a nice one. "Have we got to search that?" Alec asked, eyeing the view with considerable disfavor. "We have," Roger returned, and plunged happily into the smell. "Can't expect to get through a job like ours without a certain amount of dirty work, you know."
Personally, I prefer my dirty work at the crossroads, Alec murmured, following his intrepid leader with the greatest reluctance. They're cleaner. Dirty work at the ash pit doesn't seem to appeal to me in the least. He began gingerly to handle the cleanest pieces of paper he could see, which happened to be old newspapers. Roger was rooting contentedly among a heap of scraps and shreds in the middle. "These on the top seem to be yesterday's collection, all right," he announced. "Yes, here's the envelope from a letter of mine that came by the first post." Nothing in this lot, as far as I can see." "What exactly are we looking for?" Alec asked after a short pause, glancing with some interest at the county cricket page of a newspaper 3 weeks old. "What am I looking for, you mean? Come on, you lazy blighter. This is the waste paper basket heap over here. You won't find anything among those tins and newspapers. I don't know what I'm looking for." "There won't be anything here," Alec urged earnestly. "Let's chuck it and go off to make those inquiries." "I'm afraid you're right," said Roger reluctantly. "I've gone back about a week here and haven't struck anything of the faintest interest. Below this, everything pretty well rotted away, too. Still, I'll just— Hullo, what's this?" "What?" Roger had straightened up abruptly and was scrutinizing with bent brows a grimy piece of paper he held in his hand. The next moment he whistled softly. "Here is something, though," he exclaimed, and scrambled to dry land. "Here, what do you make of this?" He handed the paper to Alec, who studied it carefully. It was very wet and limp, but a few traces of writing and pencil could still be made out on its surface, while here and there an isolated word or phrase stood out fairly legibly. "It looks like a letter," Alec said slowly. "Hullo, did you see this? Frightened almost out of my life, that must be." Roger nodded portentously. "That's exactly what caught my eye. The writing's Stanworth's. I can recognize that. But I shouldn't say it was a letter. He wouldn't write a letter in pencil. It's probably some notes, or it may be the rough draft of a letter. Yes, that's more likely. Look, you can make that bit out, see? Serious danger, my boy. Alec, we're on the track of something here." He took the paper from the other's hands and studied it afresh. "Can't see who it's addressed to, can you?" Alec asked excitedly. "No, worse luck. The first line or two is absolutely gone. Wait a minute, there's something here. This N-E-I, and the last 2 letters look like O-D. A long word. What's that?" He pointed with a quivering finger. "N-E-I-G, isn't it?" said Alec. "And that's an R. Neighborhood." "By Jove, so it is. This neighborhood. And here's something else. That brute. Prince. Prince? The next word. See, you can make it out quite distinctly." "So it is. Good for you, Alec." "That brute Prince. Good Lord, do you realize what this means?" Roger's excitement was showing signs of becoming uncontrollable. His eyes were sparkling, and he was breathing as if he had just run 100 yards in 11 seconds. "It's jolly important," Alec concurred, beaming. "I mean, it shows that—" "Important?" Roger almost howled. "Don't you see, man? It means that we know the murderer's name." "What?" "It's put the game right in our hands. Stanworth was murdered by a man called Prince, whom he knew to be in the neighborhood, and— But let's go somewhere rather more secluded and study this document some more." The nearest outhouse offering a safe refuge, they withdrew hastily and scrutinized their find more closely. After 10 minutes' concentrated effort, they found themselves in possession of the following: "That brute Prince, this neighborhood, serious danger, fright of my life this morning on chancing to be locked up." "I think that's absolutely all that's decipherable without a magnifying glass, at any rate," Roger said at length, folding up the precious paper and stowing it carefully away in his pocketbook. "But it's plain enough, isn't it?" So, forward! He marched out of the shed and turned in the direction of the drive. "Where to now?" asked the faithful Alec, hurrying after him. "To find Master Prince," Roger returned grimly. "Ah, you think he's still about here?" "I think it's quite probable. He's been in communication with Jefferson this morning, hasn't he? At any rate, we can soon find out." "What exactly have you deduced, then?" "Well, there's precious little deduction needed. The thing speaks for itself. Stanworth, for some reason still unknown to us, had cause to fear a man named Prince. To his surprise and terror, he chanced to encounter him unexpectedly one morning about a week ago in this neighborhood, and knew at once that he was in serious danger. He comes home at once, makes a rough draft of a letter, and then writes off to some other person, telling him all about it and asking, probably, for help, at the same time expressing his conviction that Prince ought to be locked up." "It's curious," Alec mused. "Fishy, you mean?" "Yes, but we've had a suspicion for some time that there was something fishy going on behind the scenes in all this, haven't we? Not only with regard to the behavior of the other people in the house, but even possibly in connection with old Stanworth himself. But we're hot on the trail this time, I think." "What's your plan of campaign?" Alec asked as they turned into the drive. "Well, we must make a few discreet inquiries. In fact, our course will be much the same as we contemplated before, except that our field of action has luckily been narrowed down very considerably. Instead of chasing about after some nebulous stranger, we've now got a definite goal. We had a pretty good idea of what he looks like before, but now we even know the blighter's name. Oh, this is going to be too easy." "How do you mean, we had a pretty good idea of what he looks like?" "Well, haven't we? We know he must be strong because of what happened in the library. Stanworth was no weakling, remember. Then the size of his footprints shows that he was a large man, probably tall. I can't tell you the color of his hair, or how many false teeth he's got, but we've got a good working idea of his appearance for all that." "But what are you going to do if you do succeed in finding him? You can't go up to him and say, 'Good afternoon, Mr. Prince. I believe you murdered Mr. Stanworth at 2 o'clock this morning.' It isn't done." "You leave all that to me," Roger returned largely. "I'll think of something to say to him, all right." "I'm sure you will," Alec murmured with conviction. "In the meantime, here's the lodge. What about seeing if William's in? He lives here, doesn't he? Or Mrs. William? They might have opened the gates to this man Prince last night." "Right-ho, but be discreet." "Really, Alec," said Roger with dignity as he tapped on the lodge door. William's wife was a round-faced, apple-cheeked old lady with a pair of twinkling blue eyes that looked as if they saw something humorous in most of the things upon which they rested, as no doubt they did, considering that they belonged to the wife of William. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," she said with a little old-fashioned bob. "Would it be me you were wanting?" "Good afternoon," Roger replied with a smile. "We were wondering if William happened to be at home." "Me husband? Lor, no, sir, he's never at home at this time. He's got his work to do." "Oh, I suppose he's about the garden somewhere, is he?" "Yes, sir, cutting pea sticks in the orchard, I think he is. Was it anything important?" "Oh, no, nothing important. I'll call around and see him later on." "Shocking business this, sir, about the master," Mrs. William began volubly. "Shocking. Such a thing's never been known at Layton Court before, not in my time, it hasn't, nor ever before that, so far as I've heard tell. And did you see the corpse, sir? Shot hisself in the head, didn't he?" "Yes, shocking," said Roger hastily. "Shocking. By the way, I was expecting a friend last night, rather late, but he never turned up. You didn't see anything of him here, I suppose, did you?" "About what time would that be, sir?" "Oh, somewhere about 11 o'clock, I should think, or even later." "No, sir, that I didn't. William and me was both on us in bed and asleep before 10:30. I see. And you close the gates when you lock up for the night, don't you? That we do, sir, unless there's orders come down to the contrary. They was shut near after 10 o'clock last night and not opened till Halbert, that's the chauffeur, came down early this morning. Was your friend coming by motor car, sir? I don't know. It depended. Why? Because there's always the little gate at the side left open, which people on foot can come in by. All I can tell you, sir, is that nobody came to my knowledge, which he naturally wouldn't have done if he never came up to the house, would he? Not without he got lost in the drive, which isn't very likely, in a manner of speaking. No, I'm afraid he can't have come at all. In any case, you say that up to the time you went to bed, no stranger at all came in? Absolutely nobody? No, sir, nobody to my knowledge. Oh, well, that quite settles it. By the way, only yesterday afternoon poor Mr. Stanworth was asking me to do him a favour the next time I went for a walk. It was to call in and see someone called Prince for him, and— Prince! Mrs. William interrupted with unexpected energy. Don't you go going anywhere near him, sir. Why not? Roger asked eagerly, flashing a look of triumph at Alec. Mrs. William hesitated. You do mean Prince, sir? John? Yes, John, that's right. Why mustn't I go anywhere near him? Because he's dangerous, sir, said Mrs. William vehemently. Downright dangerous. In fact, she lowered her voice significantly, it's my opinion that he's a little mad. Mad? Roger echoed in surprise. Oh, come, I don't think that can be the case, can it? Well, look how he went for Mr. Stanworth that time, sir. You know about that, of course. Roger hurriedly checked a whistle. I've heard something about it, he said glibly. He attacked him, didn't he? That he did, sir, and all for no reason at all. In fact, if one of Mr. Weatherby's farmhands hadn't luckily been by, he might have done Mr. Stanworth a power of harm. Of course they did their best to hush it up. It gives the place a bad name if them things get about. But I heard on it all right. Indeed? I had no idea it was as bad as that. There was, how shall I put it, bad blood between them? Well, you might call it that, sir. He seemed to take a dislike to Mr. Stanworth the very first time he saw him, like. Rather a drastic way of showing it, Roger laughed. Perhaps he has got a screw loose, as you say. He hasn't been here long, then? Oh, no, not more in a matter of 3 weeks or so, sir. Well, I think I shall risk it. What I wanted to ask you was the quickest way of getting there. To Mr. Weatherby's? Why, you can't go quicker than follow the road through the village, sir. That takes you straight there. It's about 1.5 miles from there, or maybe a trifle more. Mr. Weatherby's? Yes, let me see, that's Hillcrest Farm, sir. A very nice gentleman he is, too. Him and Mr. Stanworth was getting quite friendly before... Yes, said Roger hurriedly. Well, thank you very much. I'm so sorry to have kept you all this time. You're welcome, sir, I'm sure, rejoined Mrs. William smilingly. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Mrs. William popped back into her lodge again, and the two struck into the main road. Roger's pent-up emotions burst forth as soon as they were out of earshot. There! He exclaimed. What do you think of that, eh? Extraordinary! Alec ejaculated, hardly less excited. But what a bit of luck just to hit on possibly the one person who would have been willing to give us all the information. Luck? It's positively uncanny. Well, I never guessed that detecting was as easy as this. We're going straight after this man Prince, then? You bet we are. We want to catch our bird before he flies. You think he intends flying? Most probably, I should say, Roger replied, striding along the dusty road at top speed. He's only been in the place 3 weeks, you see, so he evidently came with the full intention of doing what he has done. Now the job's accomplished, there's no need for him to stay any longer. Oh, he's a clever one, is Master Prince, but not quite clever enough. He attacked Stanworth once before, apparently, and in broad daylight. Yes, didn't she bring that out beautifully? I could have screamed with excitement. It all fits together, doesn't it? Seemed to take a dislike to him at first sight, like. Ah, Mrs. William, that wasn't first sight, not by a long chalk. I expect that happened after Stanworth wrote his letter. Otherwise he'd have mentioned it. It may have been in one of the bits that disappeared. That's true. There were some long gaps. Look here, I'll tell you what we'd better do. Call in at the village pub on our way and see if we can get any more information out of the landlord. He's sure to know everything that happens round here. That seems a sound scheme, Alec agreed readily. In the meantime, let's marshal our facts. That's the correct phrase, isn't it? This man Prince has managed to obtain employment of some kind on the farm of a Mr. Weatherby, who happens to be a gentleman farmer. That was a cunning move of his, by the way. Gives a reason for his presence in the neighborhood, you see. He came here for some definite purpose connected with Stanworth. I don't say murder, necessarily. That may not have been intended at first. The very first time he saw Stanworth, his feelings were so much for him that he went for the old man bald-headed. The affair was hushed up, but there's certain to have been some gossip about it. Silly thing to do, that, Alec commented. Yes, very. Showed his hand too soon. Still, there you are, he did it. And now let us devote all our energies to reaching this scorching village. Time's precious, and I want to ruminate a little. They walked rapidly down the winding white road into the village, and made for the local public house. Time was indeed so precious that no considerations of temperature could be allowed to interfere with their expenditure of it. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 15. Mr. Sheringham Amuses an Ancient Rustic. After the blazing sun and the dust, the cool bar of the old-fashioned little village inn, with its sanded floor and its brasses gleaming in the soft twilight, was remarkably welcome. Roger buried his nose thankfully in his tankard before getting to business. "My word, that's good," he observed in heartfelt tones to the landlord, setting the tankard down half-empty on the polished counter. "There's nothing like beer for thirst, is there?" "That's true enough, sir," replied the landlord heartily, both because it was good for trade and because he thoroughly believed it. "And you can't have too much of it on a day like this, I'm thinking," he added with an eye to the former consideration. Roger looked about him appreciatively. "Nice little place you've got here." "Not so bad, sir. There ain't a better bar-parlour within 10 miles, though I say it as shouldn't. You two gentlemen come far today?"
"Elchester," said Roger briefly. He did not wish to divulge the fact that he was staying at Layton Court, having no desire to waste time, impairing the stream of questions that would inevitably result from this information.
"Ah, then you would have a thirst on you and all?"
the landlord remarked approvingly. "We have," agreed Roger, finishing up the contents of his tankard, "so you can fill these up again for us." The landlord replenished the tankards and leaned confidentially over the counter.
"You heard the news? There ain't half been goings-on round these parts this morning. Up at Layton Court. You'd pass it on the left coming from Elchester, nigh on a mile back. Gentleman shot hisself there, they say. The shouver, he told me about it. Come in for a glass of beer, he did, same as what you two gentlemen might be doing now, and told me all about it. Wasn't 'arf put out about it, he wasn't. Wanted the day off tomorrow, and now he can't ask for it, what with having to cart the police and everyone backwards and forwards and all." Roger hurriedly subdued the involuntary smile that had risen to his lips.
on learning Albert's personal view of the tragedy. It would have made a striking epitaph, he felt. Sacred to the memory of John Brown, who died, greatly regretted by everybody, especially his chauffeur, who wanted the day off. Yes, I did hear something about it, he replied carelessly. Shocking affair. And how do you find business round here? Mustn't complain, I suppose, said the landlord guardedly. This being the only public in the village, you see, and good drinkers they are around these parts, too, he added with enthusiasm. That's fine. I like a man who can appreciate good beer when he gets it. And I suppose you get quite a few strangers in here from time to time as well? No, none too many, said the landlord regretfully. We lie a bit off the chief roads here, you see. Not but what a few walking gentlemen, such as yourselves, don't drop in now and then, for all that. Yes, I suppose you get a walking gentleman now and then, Roger replied vaguely, wondering what exactly constituted a walking gentleman, and whether he was the opposite to a running gentleman. How often would that be? Well, sir, that depends, don't it? Said the landlord cautiously, evidently determined to be entrapped into no rash statements. Yes, that depends. Does it? Well, take a special day. How many strangers came in yesterday, for instance? Lord bless you, sir, we don't get 'em in like that, not so many in a day. In a month, more like. Why, I don't suppose there's been a stranger in this bar before you gents come in, not for a matter of nearly a week. You don't say. I do, sir, retorted the landlord with much earnestness. I do and all. Well, I should have thought you'd have got plenty in a cozy little place like this. Anyhow, you can be sure that I shall warn all my friends to come and pay you a visit if they happen to be in the neighborhood. Better beer I've never tasted anywhere. It is good beer, the landlord admitted almost reluctantly. Thank you kindly, sir. And anything I can do in return for you and your friends, I'm sure I'll be most happy. Well, you can do something now, as a matter of fact, Roger rejoined caressingly. We've come over from Elchester to see Prince. John, you know, up at Hillcrest Farm. The landlord nodded. Aye, I know. So if you could put us on the right road from here, we should be very grateful. Turn to the left when you get out of here and go straight on, sir, returned the landlord promptly. You can't miss it. First farm on the right-hand side, past the crossroads. Thanks very much. Let me see, I've never actually met Prince before, but he's pretty easy to recognize, I understand. Big fellow, isn't he? Aye, that he is. Matter a nigh on 6 feet from the top of his head down, when he holds his head up, that is. Ah, stoops a bit, does he? Well, you might call it that, sir. Hangs his head, in a manner of speaking. You know how they do. Oh, yes, quite. Strong chap, too, isn't he? He is and all. It'd take all of 6 men to hold him if he did get rampageous. Pretty quiet usually, then, is he? Oh, aye, he's quiet enough. But no fool, I gather. I mean, he's pretty intelligent, isn't he? The landlord chuckled hoarsely. Lord bless you, no, Prince ain't no fool. He's a clever devil, all right. Cunning, you might call him. Nor you wouldn't be far wrong, neither. Oh, in what way? Oh, pretty nigh every way, said the landlord vaguely. But it's a pity you two gents should have had this walk out today. Prince was in Helchester hisself yesterday. Oh ho, observed Roger softly with a side glance at Alec. He was he? Aye, at the Agricultural Show he was. Oh, what was he doing there? Showing. Showing himself, was he? Aye, that he was, and took a prize too. What a pity we didn't know that. It would have saved us a journey today. By the way, you don't know what time he came back, do you? Mr. Weatherby was there too, I suppose? Mr. Weatherby was there, but Prince didn't come back with him.
I see Mr. Weatherby pass by here on his mare soon after 7 o'clock. Prince wouldn't have come till a deal later than that. But they'll tell you up at the farm better nor I can about that." "Oh, well, it isn't really of the least importance, so long as I can see him up there now." "He's up there now, right enough, sir. You ask any of the men up there, and they'll show you." Roger finished up the remains of his beer and put the tankard down on the counter with a business-like air. "Well, Alec," he said briskly, "time we were getting along if we're ever to get back to Elchester today." "You really are rather marvellous, you know, Roger," Alec observed as they set out along the road once more. "I know I am," Roger said candidly. "But why particularly?" "Carrying on a chat with a landlord like that. I couldn't have done it to save my life. I shouldn't know what to say." "I suppose it comes naturally," Roger replied complacently. "I'm a bit of what our American friends call a mixer. As a matter of fact, I thoroughly enjoy a yap with somebody like that. Friend William, for instance. And it all comes in useful, you know, local color and so on. But what about the information I was able to extract, eh?" "Yes, we got a few more details, didn't we?" "Highly important ones, too. What do you make of Master Prince showing on his own account at Elchester? That puts him in rather an independent position, doesn't it? And he wasn't back till late last night, you see. It all tallies." "Yes, we seem to be on the right track this time."
"Of course we're on the right track. How could we be anything else? The evidence is overwhelming. As a matter of fact," Roger added thoughtfully, "I believe I can make a pretty good guess as to what actually happened last night."
"Oh, what?"
"Why, friend Prince, naturally somewhat elated at winning a prize at the show, got drinking with some of the new pals he must have picked up here and had a couple of drops too much. On his way back he passes Layton Court and either rattles the side door and notices it ajar, in any case walks in and up to the French windows, which are open. Stanworth, who we know is mortally afraid of him, jumps at his appearance and threatens him with a revolver. In the struggle, Stanworth is shot, either on purpose or accidentally. That sobers friend Prince up more than a little, and with the cunning we know him to possess, he sets the stage for us to find the next morning. How's that?"
"It's quite possible," Alec admitted. "But what I want to know is, how are we going to tackle Prince now?"
"Wait and see what happens. I shall get into conversation with him and try to get him to account for his movements last night. If he gets obstreperous, we shall simply have to lay him out, that's all. You'll come in useful there, by the way."
Alec observed.
"In any case," Roger concluded enthusiastically, "it's going to be dashed exciting. You can take my word for that." There was no mistaking Hillcrest Farm. It lay on the top of a sharp rise, just as the landlord had described it. The two instinctively slackened their steps as they approached, as if unconsciously reconnoitering the scene of battle. "I don't want to enlist Weatherby just yet," Roger murmured. "I think we ought to try and tackle him ourselves. And we don't want to give the alarm in any case, or arouse any suspicions. That's why I didn't put hundreds more questions to that landlord. What do you think?"
"Oh, absolutely. What about asking that old chap if he knows where Prince is?"
"Yes, I will." Roger strolled over towards the spot where an ancient rustic was clipping one of Mr. Weatherby's hedges. "I want to speak to Mr. Prince," he confided to the ancient. "Can you tell me where I shall find him?"
"Sir?"
queried the other, curving a large and horny hand round an equally large and horny ear. "I want to speak to Mr. Prince," Roger repeated loudly. "Where is he?" The ancient did not move.
"Sir?"
he remarked stolidly. "Prince!" bawled Roger. "Where?"
"Oh, Prince! He's in the next field alongside. Up t'other end I seed him. Not above 5 minutes back." The horny palm ceased to function as an ear trumpet and became a receptacle for a spare shilling of Roger's, and the two moved on. In the side of the next field was set a sturdy gate. Roger swung himself easily over it, the light of battle in his eyes. Alec followed suit, and they advanced together up the center of the field. "I can't see anyone here, can you?" Roger remarked when they had gone some little distance. "Perhaps he's gone somewhere else." "Nothing but a cow in that corner. Is there any other way out of the field? He didn't get over that gate into the road within the last 5 minutes. We should have seen him." Roger halted and gazed round carefully. "Yes, there's a... Hullo, what's the matter with that cow? She seems very interested in us." The cow, a large, powerful-looking animal, had indeed quitted its corner and was advancing purposefully in their direction. Its head was swaying curiously from side to side, and it was emitting a noise not unlike the hoot of a steamer. "My God!" Alec shouted suddenly. "That isn't a cow, it's a bull! Run like hell!" Roger needed no second invitation. He set off at top speed in the wake of the flying Alec. The bull, observing this disappointing procedure, thundered after them. It was an exciting race while it lasted. The result, some 6 seconds later, was as follows. 1. Mr. A. Grierson. 2. Mr. R. Sheringham. 3. Bull. Distance between first and second, 10 yards. Between second and third, 1 5-barred gate, taken by the second in his stride. "'Struth!" Roger observed with feeling, and collapsed incontinently into a ditch. A hoarse and grating noise caused them to look up. The noise emanated from the ancient. He was laughing. "Nearly had you that time, gents," he croaked joyfully. "Ain't seen him go for anyone like that, not since he went for that Mr. Stanworth, or whatever he calls hisself, him from Layton Court. I ought to have warned ye. You want to be very careful of that there Prince John."
End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 16. Mr. Sheringham lectures on Neo-Platonism. "Alec," interrupted Roger plaintively, "if you say one more word to me about bulls, cows, or any other farmyard impedimenta, I shall burst at once into loud tears. I warn you." They were walking once more along the white, dusty road, but the springy exhilaration of the outward journey had gone out of their steps. A short but pithy conversation with the ancient Rustic, conducted mostly in ear-splitting yells, had speedily shown the crestfallen Roger the precise nature of the wild goose, or should it be wild bull, he had been chasing. Alec, it might be noticed in passing, was not being at all kind about it. "If ever anything could have been more obvious," Roger pursued mournfully. "My reasoning was perfectly sound. It almost looks as if Mrs. William and that idiot of a landlord were trying deliberately to deceive me. Why couldn't they have said straight out that the disgusting animal was a bull and have done with it?" "I don't expect you gave them a chance," Alec remarked with an undisguised grin. Roger gave him a dignified look and relapsed into silence. But not for long. "So here we are, back again at the precise point we had reached before we ever came across that miserable piece of paper," he resumed unhappily. "A whole valuable hour wasted." "You've had some exercise, at any rate," Alec pointed out kindly. "Jolly good for you, too." "The point is, what are we going to do next?" "Go back to tea," said Alec promptly. "And talking about wasting valuable time, I believe that's all we're doing at all with regard to this business. If such a clear clue as that fizzles out in this way, why shouldn't the whole thing be equally a mare's nest?
I don't believe there ever was a murder after all. Stanworth committed suicide."
"Let's see," Roger went on, completely disregarding this interruption. "We were setting out to get on the trail of a mysterious stranger, weren't we? Well, that's where we shall have to take the thing up from. Luckily, I kept my wits about me enough to put a few questions about strangers to those two, and we drew a blank. We will now visit the station."
"Oh, no," Alec groaned. "Tea!"
"Station," returned Roger firmly, and station it was. But even the station did not prove any more fruitful. On the plea of making inquiries for a friend, Roger succeeded in extracting with some difficulty, from a very bucolic porter, the information that only half a dozen trains in a day stopped there. The place was indeed little more than a halt, and none at all after 7 o'clock in the evening. The earliest in the morning was soon after 6, and no passengers had been picked up so far as he knew. No, he hadn't seen a stranger arrive yesterday, leastways not to notice one like. "After all, it's only what we might have expected," Roger remarked philosophically as they set off homewards at last. "If the fellow came by train at all, he'd probably go to Elchester. He's no fool, as we know very well." Alec, now that the prospect of tea and shade was definitely before him, was ready to discuss the matter rather more amicably. "You're quite sure now that he is a stranger, then?" he asked. "You've given up the idea that it's anybody actually in this neighborhood?" "I'm nothing of the sort," Roger retorted. "I'm not sure of any blessed thing about him, except that he wears large boots, is strong, and is no ordinary criminal, and that he corresponds closely with the quite distinct mental picture I had formed of the late lamented Mr. John Prince. He may be a stranger to the neighborhood, and he may not. We know that he was still in it during the morning, because he managed to communicate with the occupants of the household. But as for anything more definite than that, we simply can't say, not knowing his motive. By Jove, I do wish we could discover that. It would narrow things down immensely." "I tell you something that never seems to have occurred to us," Alec remarked suddenly. "Why shouldn't it have been just an ordinary burglar, who got so panic-stricken when he found he'd actually killed his householder that he hadn't the nerve to complete what he came for, and simply hurried off? That seems to me as probable as anything, and it fits the facts perfectly." "Yes, we did rather touch on the burglar idea at the very beginning, didn't we? Do you realize that it was only 5 hours ago, by the way? It seems more like 5 weeks. But that was before the curious behavior of all these other people impressed itself upon us."
"Upon you, you mean? I still think you're making ever so much too much of that side of it. There's probably some perfectly simple explanation if we only knew it. I suppose you mean Jefferson and Mrs. Plant?"
"And Lady Stanworth."
"And Lady Stanworth, then. Well, dash it all, you can't expect them to take us into their confidence, can you? And that is the only way in which their part can be cleared up. Not that it seems to me in the least worth clearing up. I don't see that it could possibly have anything to do with the murder. Good Lord, it's practically the same thing as accusing them of the murder itself. I ask you, my dear chap, can you imagine either Mrs. Plant or Lady Stanworth, we'll leave Jefferson out for the moment, actually plotting old Stanworth's murder? It's really too ludicrous. You ought to have more sense."
"This particular topic always seems to excite you, Alexander," observed Roger mildly.
"Well, I mean, it's so dashed absurd. You can't really believe anything of the sort."
"Perhaps I don't. Anyhow, we'll shelve it till something more definite crops up. It's quite hot enough already without making each other still more heated. Look here, let's give the whole thing a rest till we get back. It will clear our brains. I'll give you a short lecture on the influence of the Platonic ethics on Hegelian philosophy instead, with a few sidelights on Neo-Platonism." which, in spite of Alec's spirited protests, he at once proceeded to do. In this way, the time passed pleasantly and instructively till they had passed the lodge gates once more. So you see, concluded Roger happily, that while in medieval philosophy this mysticism is in powerful and ultimately successful opposition to rationalistic dogmatism, with its contemptuous disregard for all experience, the embryonic science of the 15th and 16th centuries was actually in itself a logical development of Neo-Platonism in this same opposition to barren rationalism. Was it? Said Alec gloomily, registering a secret but none the less fervent prayer that he might never hear the word Neo-Platonism again as long as he lived. I see. You do? Good. Then let us seek out and have speech with friend William. Are you going to give him a short lecture on rationalistic dogmatism? Alec asked carefully. Because if so, I'm going indoors. I'm afraid it would be wasted on William, Roger replied seriously. William, I feel sure, is a dogmatist of the most bigoted type, if ever there was one, and to lecture to him on the futility of dogma would be as ineffective as to harangue a hippopotamus on the subject of drawing-room etiquette. No, I just want to sound William a little. Not that I think it will really be of much help to us, but just at present I'm turning every stone I can see. In due course William was run to earth in a large greenhouse. He was mounted unhappily on an exceedingly rickety pair of steps, and engaged in tying up a vine. On seeing Roger, he hastily descended to firm ground. William did not believe in taking chances. "Good afternoon, William," said Roger brightly. "Afternoon, sir," William responded suspiciously. "I've just been having a chat with your wife, William." William grunted noncommittally. "I was telling her that a friend of mine, whom I expected to come up to the house to see me last night, never turned up, and I was wondering if you'd seen anything of him down at the lodge." William ostentatiously busied himself with a small plant. "Never seed no one," he observed with decision. "No? Never mind, then. It doesn't really matter. That's an interesting job you've got on hand, William. You take a plant out of its pot, sniff its roots, and put it back again. Is that it? Now, what operation do you call that in the science of horticulture?" William hastily relinquished the plant and glowered at his interlocutor. "Some folks mayn't have no work to do," he remarked darkly, "but other folks have." "Meaning yourself, I take it?" Roger said approvingly. "That's right. Work away. Nothing like it, is there? Keeps you cheerful and bright and contented. Great thing, work. I agree with you." A flicker of interest passed across William's countenance. "What did that there Mr. Stanworth want to shoot hisself for, eh?" he demanded suddenly. "I don't know, to tell you the truth," said Roger, somewhat taken aback at the unexpectedness of this query. "Why, haven't you got any ideas about it?" "I don't hold with it myself," said William primly. "Not with suicide." "You're absolutely right, William," Roger replied warmly. "If more people were like you, there'd be less suicides, undoubtedly. It's an untidy habit, to say the least." "It ain't acting right," William pursued firmly. "That's what it ain't." "You put it in a nutshell, William. It isn't. In fact, it's acting all wrong. By the way, William, somebody or other was telling me that a stranger had been seen about the grounds during the last day or two. You noticed him by any chance?" "Stranger? What sort of a stranger?" "Oh, the usual sort, a head and 4 pairs of fingers, you know. This particular one, they said, was a rather large man. Have you seen a rather large, strange man round the house lately?" William cogitated deeply. "I have and all." "Have you, though? When?" William cogitated again.
It'd be a matter of 8:30 last night, he announced at last. 8:30 it'd be as near as anything. I was a-settin' out in front of the lodge, and up he walks, bold as brass, and nods at me and goes on up the drive.
Roger exchanged glances with Alec. "Yes, William," he said warmly. "A man you'd never seen before? A fairly large man?"
"A very large man," William corrected meticulously.
"A very large man. Excellent. Go on. What happened?"
"Well, I says to the missus, 'Who's that?' I says, a-walking up the drive as if he owned the place."
William pondered.
"As if he owned the place, I says," he repeated firmly.
"And a very good thing to say, too. Well?"
"Oh, him," she says, "he's the cook's brother," she says. "I was interjuiced to him at Elchester the other day," she says. "At least she says he's her brother," she says.
A strange rasping noise in his throat appeared to indicate that William was amused.
"At least she says he's her brother, she says," he repeated with much enjoyment.
"Oh," Roger exclaimed, somewhat dashed. "Oh, did she? And did you see him again, William?"
"That I did. Back he come nigh on a quarter of a hour later, and cook with him, a-hanging on his arm like what she ought to have known better not to have done," William rejoined, suddenly stern. "I don't hold with it myself, I don't," added this severe moralist. "Not at her age, I don't." His expression relaxed reminiscently. "At least, she says he's her brother, she says," he added, with a sudden rasp.
"I see," said Roger. "Thank you, William. Well, I suppose we mustn't interrupt you any more. Come on, Alec." Slowly and sadly they made their way back to the house. "William got his own back then, if he only knew it," Roger said with a wry smile. "I did think for a moment that we might be getting at something at last."
"You really are a hell of an optimist, Roger," Alec observed wonderingly.
Their path took them past the library, and as they reached the bed in which the footprints had been discovered, Roger instinctively paused. The next moment he darted forward and stared with incredulous eyes at the bed. "Good Lord!" he exclaimed, clutching Alec's arm and pointing with an excited finger. "Look! They've gone, both of them. They've been smoothed out."
"Great Scott, so they have!"
The two gazed at each other with wide eyes. "So Jefferson did hear what we were talking about," Roger almost whispered. "I have an idea that things are going to get rather exciting very soon after all." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 17. Mr. Grierson becomes heated. But however much Jefferson might guess of their activities, certainly nothing was visible in his manner as Roger and Alec entered the drawing-room 20 minutes late for tea. He greeted them in his usual curt, rather brusque way, and asked casually how they had managed to amuse themselves. Lady Stanworth was not present, and Mrs. Plant was seated behind the tea-tray. "Oh, we went for a stroll through the village, but it was too hot to be pleasant." "Thanks, Mrs. Plant. Yes, milk and sugar, please. 2 lumps. You got through your business in Elchester all right? I saw you starting."
"Yes, got off infernally late. Had to rush things. However, I managed to get everything done all right." "Have they arranged about the inquest yet, by the way?" Alec asked suddenly. "Yes, tomorrow morning at 11, here."
"Oh, they're going to hold it here, are they?" said Roger. "Which room will you put them in? The library?"
"No, I think the morning room's better."
"Yes, I think it is." "Oh, I do wish it were over," Mrs. Plant remarked with an involuntary sigh. You don't seem to be looking forward to the ordeal, Roger said quickly with a slight smile. I hate the idea of giving evidence, Mrs. Plant replied almost passionately. It's horrible. Oh, come, it isn't as bad as all that. It's not like a law case, you know. There'll be no cross-examination or anything like that. The proceedings will be purely formal, I take it. Eh, Jefferson? Purely, Jefferson said, lighting a cigarette with deliberation. Don't suppose the whole thing will last more than 20 minutes. So you see there won't be anything very dreadful in it, Mrs. Plant. May I have another cup of tea, please? Well, I wish it were over, that's all, Mrs. Plant said with a nervous little laugh, and Roger noticed that the hand which held his cup shook slightly. Jefferson rose to his feet. Afraid I shall have to leave you chaps to your own resources again, he remarked abruptly. Lady Stanworth hopes you'll do whatever you like. Sorry to appear so inhospitable, but you know what things are like at this sort of time. He walked out of the room. Roger decided to put out a small feeler. Jefferson doesn't seem extraordinarily upset, really, does he? He said to Mrs. Plant. Yet it must be rather a shock to lose an employer with whom one's been so many years, in this tragic way. Mrs. Plant glanced at him as if rather questioning the good taste of this remark. I don't think Major Jefferson is the sort of man to show his real feelings before comparative strangers. Do you, Mr. Sheringham? She replied a little stiffly. Probably not, Roger replied easily. But he seems singularly unperturbed about it all. He is a very imperturbable sort of person, I imagine. Roger tried another tack. Had you known Mr. Stanworth long, Mrs. Plant? He asked conversationally, leaning back in his chair and pulling his pipe out of his pocket. You don't mind if I smoke, do you? Please do. Oh, no, not very long. My husband knew him, you know. I see. A curious habit, that of his, asking comparative, or in my case, at any rate, complete strangers down to these little gatherings, wasn't it? I think Mr. Stanworth was a very hospitable man, Mrs. Plant replied tonelessly. Very. A most excellent fellow in every way, don't you think? Roger asked with enthusiasm. Oh, most, said Mrs. Plant in a curiously flat voice. Roger glanced at her shrewdly. You don't agree with me, Mrs. Plant? He said suddenly. Mrs. Plant started. I? She said hurriedly. Why, of course I do. I thought Mr. Stanworth a very nice man indeed. Charming. Of course I agree with you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought for the moment that you didn't seem very enthusiastic about him. No earthly reason why you should be, of course. Everybody has their likes and dislikes, don't they? Mrs. Plant glanced quickly at Roger and then looked out the window. I was simply thinking how tragic the whole thing is, she said in a low voice. There was a short silence. Lady Stanworth didn't seem to be on very good terms with him, though, did she? Roger remarked carelessly, prodding at the tobacco in his pipe with a matchstock. Do you think so? Mrs. Plant returned guardedly. She certainly gave me that impression. In fact, I should have gone farther. I should have said that she positively disliked him. Mrs. Plant looked at the speaker with distaste. There are secrets in every household, I suppose, she said shortly. Don't you think that it's a little impertinent for outsiders to probe into them, especially under circumstances like these? That's one for me, Roger smiled, quite unabashed. Yes, I suppose it is, Mrs. Plant. The trouble is, you see, that I simply can't help it. I'm the most curious person alive. Everything interests me, especially every human thing, and I've just got to get to the bottom of it. And you must admit that the relations between Lady Stanworth, of all people, and the, shall we say, somewhat plebeian Mr. Stanworth are uncommonly interesting to a novelist. Everything is copied to you, you mean? Mrs. Plant retorted, though less uncompromisingly. Well, if you put it like that, I suppose you may have a certain amount of reason, though I don't admit the justification for all that. Yes, I believe Lady Stanworth did not get on very well with her brother-in-law. After all, it's only to be expected, isn't it? Is it? Asked Roger quickly. Why? Well, because of the circumstances of— Mrs. Plant broke off abruptly and bit her lip. Because of the blood and water idea, I suppose. They were utterly unlike each other in every way. That isn't what you were going to say. What had you got in mind when you corrected yourself? Mrs. Plant flushed slightly. Really, Mr. Sheringham, Alec rose suddenly from his chair. I say, it's awfully hot in this room, he remarked abruptly. Come into the garden and get some air, Roger. I'm sure Mrs. Plant will excuse us. Mrs. Plant flashed a grateful look at him. Certainly, she said, in somewhat agitated tones. I think I shall go upstairs and lie down for a little myself. I have rather a headache. The two men watched her go out of the room in silence. Then Alec turned to Roger. Look here, he said heatedly. I'm not going to let you bully that poor little woman like this. It's a bit too thick. You get a lot of damn silly notions into your head about her, and then you try to bully her into confirming them. I'm not going to stand for it. Roger shook his head in mock despair. Really, Alexander, he said tragically, you are a difficult person, you know, extraordinarily difficult. Well, it's getting past a joke, Alec retorted a little more calmly, though his face was still flushed with anger. We can do what we want without bullying women. And just when I was getting along so nicely, Roger mourned. You make a rotten Watson, Alec. I can't think why I ever took you on in the part. A jolly good thing for you that you did, Alec said grimly. I can see fair play at any rate, and trying to trick a woman who's got nothing to do with the thing at all into a lot of silly admissions is not playing the game. Roger took the other's arm and led him gently into the garden. All right, he said in the tones of one soothing a fractious child. We'll try other tactics if you're so set on it. In any case, there's no need to get excited. The trouble is that you've mistaken your century, Alec. You ought to have lived 400 or 500 years ago. As a heavyweight succorer of ladies in distress, you could have challenged all comers with one lance tied behind your back. There. Oh, it's all very well for you to laugh, returned the slightly mollified Alec, but I'm perfectly right, and you know it. If we're going on with this thing, we're not going to make use of any dashed underhand, sneaky little detective tricks. If it comes to that, why don't you tackle Jefferson if you're so jolly keen on tackling someone? For the simple reason that the excellent Jefferson would certainly not give anything away, my dear Alec, whereas there's always the chance that a woman will. But enough, we'll confine ourselves to sticks and stones and leave the human element out of account, or the feminine part of it at any rate. But for all that, Roger added wistfully, I would like to know what's going on amongst that trio. Humph, Alec grunted disapprovingly. They paced for a time in silence up and down the edge of the lawn, which ran parallel with the back of the house. Roger's thoughts were racing. The disappearance of the footprints had caused him drastically to rearrange his ideas. He had now no doubt at all that Jefferson not only knew all about the crime itself, but that he was, in all probability, an actual participator in it. Whether his part had been an active one, and he had been present in the library at the time, was impossible to say. Probably not, Roger inclined to think, but that he had helped to plan it, and was now actively concerned in endeavoring to destroy all traces of it, was surely beyond all disbelief. That meant one accomplice, at least, within the house. But what was really worrying Roger far more than the question of Jefferson's share in the affair was the possible inclusion of the two women who seemed somehow to be mixed up with it. On the face of things, no doubt it was, as Alex so strongly held, almost incredible that either Mrs. Plant or Lady Stanworth could be a party to a murder. Yet it was impossible to dispute the facts. That there was a distinct understanding between Jefferson and Lady Stanworth seemed as certain to Roger as that there had been a murder in the house instead of a suicide, and a similar understanding between Mrs. Plant and Jefferson appeared to be even more strongly established, added to which there was her suspicious behavior in the library that morning, for in spite of the fact that her jewels had been in the safe after all, Roger was still no less firmly convinced that this excuse for her presence in the library was a lie. Furthermore, Mrs. Plant certainly knew very much more about Stanworth and his relations with his secretary and sister-in-law than she was willing to admit. It was a pity that she had checked herself just in time after tea, when she appeared to have been on the point of allowing something of real importance to slip past her guard. Yes, though he was no more willing to believe it than was Alec himself, Roger could see no loophole through which to escape from the assumption that both Mrs. Plant and Lady Stanworth were as deeply implicated as Jefferson himself. It was most unfortunate that Alec should have chosen to adopt such a highly prejudiced view of the matter. This was just the sort of thing for which nothing was required so much as impartial discussion. Roger covertly eyed the face of his taciturn companion and sighed softly. The back of the house did not run in a single straight line. Between the library and the dining room, where was the small room which was used for storing trunks and lumber, the wall was set back a few feet and formed a shallow recess, and this space was occupied by a little shrubbery of laurels. As the two passed this shrubbery, a small blue object, lying on the ground at the outer edge, caught the sun's rays, and the gleam of it attracted Roger's attention. Carelessly and half unconsciously he strolled towards it. Then something in its particular shade of blue struck a sudden note in his memory, and he stared at it curiously. "What's that little blue thing by the roots of those laurels, Alec?" he asked, frowning at it. "It seems vaguely familiar somehow." He stepped across the path and picked it up. It was a piece of blue china. "Hello," he said eagerly, holding it up so that Alec could see it. "Do you realize what this is?" Alec joined him on the path and looked at the piece of china without very much interest. "Yes, it's a bit of broken plate or something." "Oh, no, it isn't. Don't you recognize the color? It's a bit of the missing vase, my boy. I wonder, by Jove, I wonder if the rest is in here." He dropped on his hands and knees and peered among the laurels. "Yes, I believe I can see some other bits farther in. I'll investigate if you'll keep an eye open to see that nobody is coming." And he crawled laboriously into the little shrubbery. A few moments later he returned by the same route. In his hands were several more pieces of the vase. "It's all in there," he announced triumphantly, "right back by the wall. You see what must have happened?" "The fellow threw it in there," said Alec wisely. "Exactly. I expect he put the pieces in his pocket when he collected them, in order to chuck them away somewhere as soon as he got clear. Methodical sort of bird, isn't he?" "Yes," Alec agreed, looking at Roger with some surprise. "You seem quite excited about it." "I am," Roger said emphatically. "Why, it's what we expected, isn't it? More or less. I mean, if the vase was broken and the pieces disappeared, it's a pretty reasonable assumption that he threw them away somewhere, isn't it?" Roger's eyes sparkled. "Oh, perfectly. But the point is where he threw them. Doesn't it occur to you, Alec, that this place is not on the route between the lattice window and the quickest way out of the grounds? In other words, the drive. Also, Doesn't it occur to you that if he wanted to throw them where nobody would be likely to find them, the best place to do it would be that thick undergrowth on either side of the drive, especially as he would be passing along it on his way out? Don't those points seem rather significant to you?"
"Well, perhaps it is a little curious, now you come to mention it."
"A little curious," Roger repeated disgustedly. "My dear chap, it's one of the most significant things we've struck yet. What's the inference? I don't say it's correct, by the way, but what is the inference?" Alec pondered.
"That he was in a deuce of a hurry?"
"That he was in a deuce of a fiddlestick. He'd have gone on straight down the drive, if that is all. No, the inference, to my way of thinking, is that he never was going down the drive at all."
"Oh, where was he going then?"
"Back into the house again. Alec, it's beginning to look as if that mysterious stranger of ours may be going the same way as Mr. John Prince." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 18. What the Settee Had to Tell. Alec stared incredulously.
"Back into the house? But what on earth would he want to be going back into the house for?"
"Ah, now you're asking me something. I haven't the least idea. I don't even know that he was going back into the house. All I say is that is the only inference I can draw from the fact of these pieces of vase being where they are. It's possibly quite wrong."
"But look here, if he wanted to go into the house again, why on earth should he have taken the trouble to climb out of the window like that? Why didn't he just go out of the library door?"
"Obviously because he wanted to leave all ways into or out of the library fastened on the inside, in order to further the idea of suicide."
"But why should he have gone back into the house at all? That's what I can't understand."
"Well," Roger remarked very casually, "supposing he lived there."
"What?"
"I said, supposing he lived there. He'd want to go up to bed, wouldn't he?"
"Good Lord, you're surely not suggesting that somebody in the house murdered old Stanworth, are you?"
Alec asked in horrified tones. Roger relit his pipe with some care. "Not necessarily, but you keep asking me why he should want to get back into the house, and I give you the most obvious explanation. As a matter of fact, I should say that he probably wanted to communicate with somebody inside before making his escape."
"Then you don't think it was somebody from inside the house who killed Stanworth?"
Alec asked with some relief. "Heaven only knows," Roger replied laconically. "No, perhaps on second thoughts I don't. We mustn't forget that Jefferson couldn't find those keys this morning. Unless that was a blind, by Jove, I never thought of that. Or he might have forgotten something important and wanted to get at the safe again, not realizing that he'd put the keys back in the wrong pocket."
"I suppose," Alec said slowly, "that Jefferson is the only person inside the house that you would suspect of having done it?"
"No, I'm hanged if he is," Roger retorted with energy.
"Oh, who else then?"
"I'm suspecting everybody at present. Put it like that. Everybody and everything within these four walls."
"Well, look here, don't forget your promise, mind. No decisive steps to be taken without me, eh?"
"Yes, but look here, Alec," Roger said seriously. "You really mustn't stand out unnecessarily if I might want to take steps that don't altogether meet with your approval. We're playing a very grave game, you know, and we can't treat it as a joy trip and only do the bits we like and leave out all the nasty part."
"Yes," Alec said a little reluctantly. "I see that. I won't make a fuss about anything unnecessarily. But we must go on working together."
"Right," Roger answered promptly. "That's a bargain, then. Well, look here. There's one thing we ought to have done earlier, but it quite slipped my memory. We must have a look for that possible second cartridge case. Personally, I don't believe there is one. I think there was one shot fired from each revolver. But it's a possibility, and we ought not to overlook it.
Rather a tall order, isn't it? It might be anywhere in the whole grounds.
Yes, but there's only one place that it's any use to search, the library. If we can't find it there, we'll give it up.
Very well.
Oh, Alexander, Roger observed unhappily as they strolled back to the library. Alexander, we're very terribly handicapped in this little problem, as Holmes would call it.
In what way particularly?
Not knowing the motive for the murder. If we could only get at that, it would simplify matters tremendously. Why, I dare say we could put our hands on the criminal at once. That's the way all these murder cases are solved, both in real life and in fiction. Establish your motive and work back from that. We're groping utterly in the dark, you see, till we've found that.
And you haven't any idea of it at all? Not even a guess?
Not a one, or rather, too many. It's impossible to say with a man like Stanworth. After all, what do we know about him, beyond that he was a cheery old gentleman and kept an excellent cellar? Nothing. He might have been a lady-killer, and it may be a case of the jealous husband, with Lady Stanworth and Jefferson in the know, after it had happened, and hushing it up for the sake of the name.
I say, that's a good idea. Do you really think it was that? I shouldn't be a bit surprised.
It's possible, but I shouldn't say it was likely. He was rather too old to be acting as Lothario, wasn't he? Or again, it might have been somebody whom he ruined in business. I shouldn't say his methods were any too scrupulous. And a somewhat drastic revenge, with the other two also knowing what had happened and keeping quiet about it for reasons that we don't know anything about. But what's the use? There are 100 theories, all equally possible and plausible, to fit the very meagre array of facts that we've got in our possession.
We are in a bit of a fog, yes,
Alec agreed as they entered the library. But there's rather more light, I think, already than an hour or two ago, Roger replied cheerfully. No, when all's said and done, we haven't done so badly as yet, what with luck and certain other things which modesty forbids me to mention. And now for this cartridge case, and let's pray that we shan't be interrupted. For some minutes they searched diligently in silence. Then Alec scrambled up from his knees beside the little typist table and inspected his hands ruefully.
No sign of it, he said, and I'm in a filthy mess. I don't think it can be in here, do you?
Roger was investigating the cushions of the big settee. Afraid not, he replied. I hardly expected it, but— Hullo, what's this? He drew out a small piece of white material from between two of the loose cushions and inspected it with interest. Alec strolled across the room and joined him.
It looks like a woman's handkerchief, he said carefully.
More than that, Alexander, it is a woman's handkerchief. Now, what on earth is a woman's handkerchief doing in Stanworth's library?
I expect she left it here,
Alec remarked wisely. Alec, this is positive genius. I see it all now. She must have left it here. And there was I thinking that she'd sent it by post, with special instructions for it to be placed between those cushions in case she ever wanted to find it there.
You are funny, aren't you?
Alec growled wearily. Occasionally, Roger admitted modestly. Quite. But reverting to the handkerchief, I wonder whether this is going to prove rather important. What do you think?
How could it?
I'm not quite sure yet, but I have a sort of feeling. It all depends on several things. Whose handkerchief it is, for instance, and when this settee was tidied up last, and when the owner of the handkerchief admits she was in here last, and— quite a large number of things. He sniffed at the handkerchief delicately. I seem to know that scent, at all events.
You do?
Alec asked eagerly.
Who uses it?
That, unfortunately, I don't appear to remember for the moment. Roger confessed reluctantly. Still, we ought to be able to find that out with a few discreet inquiries. He put the handkerchief carefully in his breast pocket, crumpling it into a small ball so as to retain as much of the scent as possible. But I think the first thing to do, he continued when it was safely bestowed, is to examine this settee rather more minutely. You never know what you're going to find, apparently. Without disturbing the cushions further, he began a careful scrutiny of the back and arms. It was not long before he found himself rewarded. "Look!" he exclaimed suddenly, pointing at a place on the left arm. "Powder! See? Face powder for a sovereign! Now I wonder what on earth that's got to tell us, if we only know how to read it." Alec bent and examined the place. A very faint smudge of white powder stood out upon the black surface of the cloth. "You're sure that's face powder?" he asked a little incredulously. "How can you tell?" "I can't," Roger admitted cheerfully. "It might be French chalk, but I'm sure it is face powder. Let me see. Face powder just on the inner curve of the arm. What does that mean? Or, talking about arms, perhaps it's arm powder. They do powder their arms, don't they?" "I don't know. Probably." "Well, you ought to," Roger said severely. "You're engaged, aren't you?" "No," Alec replied mournfully. After all, Roger would have to know sometime that the engagement had been broken off. Roger stared at him in amazement. "No? But you got engaged to Barbara yesterday, didn't you?" "Yes," said Alec, still more mournfully. "But we broke it off today, or postponed it, rather. It may be on again in a month or so, I hope." "But why, in the name of goodness?" "Oh, for certain reasons," Alec said lamely. "We decided it was the best thing to do. Private reasons, you know." "Good Lord, I'm awfully sorry to hear it, old man," said Roger genuinely. "I hope things will come all right for you in the end. And if there's anything in the world that I can do, you know you've only got to say the word. There isn't a couple anywhere that I'd sooner see fixed up than you and Barbara. You're quite the nicest two people I know." Roger was in the habit of disregarding the convention that a man should never, under any circumstances, display emotion in the presence of another man, just as heartily as he violated all other conventions. Alec flushed with pleasure. "Thanks awfully, old chap," he said gruffly. "I knew I could rely on you, but really there isn't anything you could possibly do, and things will come out all right, I feel sure." "Well, I sincerely hope so, or I'll wring young Barbara's neck for her," said Roger, and both men knew that the topic was closed, until or unless Alec himself chose to reopen it. "And about this powder?" Alec prompted. Yes, I hadn't finished with the settee, had I? Well, let's see if there's anything more to be found first." He bent over the couch again, only to look up the next instant. "See this?" he said, indicating a long fair hair in the angle between the arm and the back. "There has been a woman sitting here recently. This confirms the face powder. What an extraordinarily lucky thing that we thought of searching the place for that cartridge case. It would never have done to have missed this. I have an idea that this woman is going to be more useful to us than 50 cartridge cases." And taking a letter out of his pocket, he drew out the sheet of paper and carefully placed the hair in the envelope. "They always do this in books," he explained, observing Alec's interested gaze. "So I suppose it's the right thing to do." "And what are you going to do next?" Alec asked, as the envelope followed the handkerchief into Roger's breast pocket. "You've only got about half an hour before dinner time, you know." "Yes. I'm going to try to find out, if I can, when this settee was last tidied up. That seems to me the point on which everything depends. After that, I've got to spot the owner of the handkerchief." "By the scent? There are no initials on it." "By the scent. This is a sort of occasion when being a dog must come in so useful. Roger added reflectively. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 19. Mr. Sheringham loses and wins the same bet. At the top of the stairs the two parted, Alec going to his own room and Roger to his. Arrived there, the latter did not proceed immediately with his changing. For some moments he leaned, deep in thought, on the window-sill overlooking the garden. Then, as if he had come to a decision, he crossed the room briskly and rang the bell. A cheerful, plump young person answered it and smiled questioningly. Roger was always a favourite with servants, if not always with gardeners. "Oh, hello, Alice. I say, I seem to have lost my fountain pen. You haven't seen it about anywhere, have you?" The girl shook her head. "No, sir, that I haven't. It wasn't in here when I did the room this morning, I'm sure." That's a nuisance. I've missed it since last night. The last time I remember having it was in the library a short time before dinner. I wonder if I can have left it in there. Do you do the library?" "Oh, no, sir. I only do the bedrooms. Mary does the downstairs rooms." "I see. Well, do you think I could have a word with Mary if she's not too busy? Perhaps you could send her up here?" "Yes, sir. I'll tell her at once." "Thank you, Alice." In due course, Mary made her appearance. "I say, Mary," Roger remarked confidentially, "I've lost my fountain pen, and Alice tells me that she hasn't come across it in here. Now, the last time I had it was in the library yesterday, sometime between tea and dinner. I've been looking round for it in there, but I can't see it. I suppose you haven't tidied up the library since then, or seen anything of it?" "Yes, sir. I tidied up the library last night while they were in at dinner. And little did I think when I was doing it that—" "Yes, quite so," Roger put in soothingly. "Shocking business. But what did the tidying up consist of, Mary? I mean, if it was only cursory, you might not have noticed the pen. What did you do exactly?" "Well, sir, I put the chair straight and tidied up the cigarette ends in the hearth and emptied the ashtrays." "What about the settee? I remember sitting on the settee with the pen in my hand." "It wasn't there then, sir," Mary said with decision. "I took up all the cushions and shook them, and there wasn't anything there. I should have noticed it if there had been." "I see. You did the settee quite thoroughly, in fact. Brushed it and all that sort of thing?" "Yes, sir. I always run a brush over the settee and the armchairs of an evening. They get so terribly dusty with all those windows, and that black rep shows the dust up something awful." "Well, thank you, Mary. I suppose I must have left it somewhere else after all. By the way, you haven't done the library at all today, have you?" "No, sir," Mary replied with a little shiver. "Nor wouldn't like to, not alone at all events. Creepy, I should call it, sir, with that poor gentleman sitting there all night like a—" "Yes, yes," said Roger with mechanical haste. "Shocking. Well, I'm sorry to have brought you all this way for nothing, Mary, but if you ever come across it, you might let me know." "Yes, sir," Mary said with a pleasant smile. "Thank you, sir." "And that is that," Roger murmured confidentially to the closing door. He completed his changing as rapidly as possible, and hurrying along to Alec's room, recounted the facts he had just learnt. "So you see," he concluded, "that woman must have been in the library some time after dinner. Now, who was it? Barbara was with you in the garden, of course, so she's out of the running. That leaves Mrs. Shannon, Mrs. Plant, and Lady Stanworth. If it was somebody in the house, by the way," he added thoughtfully, "I never thought of that." Alec paused in the act of tying his black tie to look round interrogatively. "But what's all this getting at?" he asked. "Is there any particular reason why one of those three shouldn't have been in the library yesterday evening?" No, not exactly, but it rather depends on who it is. If it was Lady Stanworth, for instance, I shouldn't say there was anything in it, unless she specifically denied that she went into the library at all. On the other hand, if it was someone from outside the household, it might be decidedly important. Oh, it's too vague to explain, but what I feel is that this is the emergence of a new fact, the presence of a woman in the library yesterday evening, and a woman sitting down at that, not just passing through. Therefore, like every other fact in the case, it has got to be investigated. It may turn out to be absolutely in order. On the other hand, it may not. That's all.
It's certainly vague, as you say, Alec commented, fastening his waistcoat. And when do you expect to spot the woman?
Possibly the end of dinner. I shall sniff delicately and unobtrusively at Lady Stanworth and Mrs. Plant, and if it isn't either of them, it may be Mrs. Shannon. If that's the case, of course there's no importance to be attached to it at all. But if it isn't any of them, I don't know what I shall do. I can't go dashing all over the county sniffing at strange women, can I? It might lead to all sorts of awkward complications. Hurry up, Alexander. The bell went at least 5 minutes ago.
I'm ready,
Alex said, glancing at his well-flattened hair in the mirror with approval.
Lead on.
The others were already waiting for them when they arrived in the drawing-room, and the party went in to dinner at once. Lady Stanworth was present, to all appearances unmoved, but even more silent than usual, and her presence laid an added constraint on the little gathering. Roger tried hard to keep the ball rolling, and both Mrs. Plant and Jefferson did their best in their respective ways to second him, but Alec, for some reason, was almost as quiet as his hostess. Glancing now and again at his preoccupied face, Roger concluded that the role of amateur detective was proving highly uncongenial to that uncompromisingly straightforward young man. Probably the introduction of this new feminine question regarding the ownership of the handkerchief was upsetting him again. "Did you notice," Roger remarked casually, addressing himself to Jefferson, "when the inspector was questioning us this morning, how very difficult it is to remember the things that have occurred, even only 24 hours before, if they were not sufficiently important to impress one in any way?"
"Yes, I know what you mean," Jefferson agreed. "Noticed it often myself."
Roger glanced at him curiously. It was a strange position, this sort of armed and forced friendliness between Jefferson and himself. If the former had heard much of that conversation by the lattice window, he must know Roger for his enemy, and in any case the disappearance of the footprint showed that he was thoroughly on his guard. Yet not the faintest trace of this appeared in his manner. He behaved towards both of them exactly as he always had done, no more and no less. Roger could not help admiring the man's nerve. "Especially as regards movements," he resumed conversationally. "I often have the very greatest trouble in remembering exactly where I was at a certain time. Last night wasn't so difficult because I was in the garden from the end of dinner till I went up to bed. But take your case, for instance, Lady Stanworth. I'm prepared to bet quite a reasonable sum that you couldn't say, without stopping to think, exactly what rooms you visited yesterday evening between the end of dinner and going up to bed." Out of the tail of his eye, Roger noticed a quick look flash between Lady Stanworth and Jefferson. It was as if the latter had warned her of the possibility of a trap. "Then I am afraid you would lose your bet, Mr. Sheringham," she replied calmly after a momentary pause. "I remember perfectly. From the dining-room I went into the drawing-room, where I sat for about half an hour. Then I went into the morning-room to discuss certain of the accounts with Major Jefferson, and after that I went upstairs." "Oh, that's altogether too easy," Roger laughed. "It's not playing fair. You ought to have visited far more rooms than that to make the game a success. What about you, then, Mrs. Plant? Shall I transfer the bet to you?" "You'd lose again if you did," Mrs. Plant smiled. "I was only in one room, worse still. I stayed in the drawing-room the whole time till I met you in the hall on my way upstairs. There! What was the bet, by the way?" "I shall have to think of that. A handkerchief, I think, don't you? Yes, I owe you a handkerchief." "What a poor little bet!" Mrs. Plant laughed. "I wouldn't have taken it if I'd known it was going to be so unremunerative. Well, I'll throw in a bottle of scent to go with it, shall I?" "That would be better, certainly."
"Better stop there, Sheringham," Jefferson put in. "She'll have got on to gloves before you know where you are."
"Oh, I'm drawing the line at scent. What's your favorite brand, by the way, Mrs. Plant?" "Amour des Fleurs," Mrs. Plant replied promptly. "A guinea a bottle."
"Oh, remember, I'm only a poor author."
"Well, you asked for my favorite, so I told you. But that isn't the one I generally use."
"Ah, now we're getting warmer. Something about 11 pence a bottle is more like my mark."
"I'm afraid you'll have to pay just a little more than that. Parfum Jasmine, 9 and 6 pence, and it will serve you right."
"I shan't bet with you again, Mrs. Plant," Roger retorted with mock severity. "I hate people who win bets against me. It isn't fair." For the rest of dinner, Roger seemed to be a little preoccupied. As soon as the ladies had left the room, he strolled over to the open French windows, which, like those of the library on the other side, led out to the lawn. "I think a smoke in the open air is indicated," he observed carelessly. "Coming, Alec? What about you, Jefferson?" "No rest for me, I'm afraid," Jefferson replied with a smile. "I'm up to the eyes in it."
"Straightening things up?"
"Trying to. They're in a dreadful muddle."
"Finances, you mean?"
"Yes, that and everything. He always managed his own affairs, and this is the first time I've seen his passbooks and the rest. As he appeared to have accounts at no less than 5 different banks, you can understand something of what I've got to wade through." Jefferson's manner was perfectly friendly and open, almost frank.
"That's funny. I wonder why he did that. And have you found any reason for his killing himself?"
"None," Jefferson said candidly. "In fact, the whole thing absolutely beats me. It's the last thing you'd have expected of old Stanworth if you'd known him as well as I did."
"You knew him pretty well, of course?" Roger asked, applying a match to his cigarette.
"I should say so. I was with him longer than I like to remember," Jefferson replied with a little laugh that sounded somewhat bitter to Roger's suspicious ears.
"What sort of a man was he, really? I thought him quite a good sort, but then I'd probably only seen one side of him."
"Oh, everyone has their different sides, don't they?" Jefferson parried. "I don't suppose Stanworth was very unlike anyone else."
"Why did he employ an ex-prize fighter as a butler?" Roger asked suddenly, looking the other straight in the face.
But Jefferson was not to be caught off his guard. "Oh, a whim, I should think," he said easily. He had plenty of whims like that.
"It seems funny to meet with a butler called Graves in real life," Roger said with a little smile. "They're always called Graves on the stage, aren't they?"
"Oh, that isn't his real name. He's really called Bill Higgins, I believe. Mr. Stanworth couldn't face the name of Higgins, so he called him Graves instead."
"It's a pity. Higgins is an admirably original name for a butler. Besides, it harmonizes much more with the gentleman's general air of ruggedness, doesn't it? Well, what about this breath of air we promised ourselves, Alec? See you later, no doubt, Jefferson?" Jefferson nodded amicably, and the two strolled out onto the lawn. It was only just beginning to get dusk, and the light was still strong. "I've found out who the handkerchief belongs to, Alec," Roger said in a low voice.
"Have you? Who?"
"Mrs. Plant. I was almost certain before we sat down to dinner, but what she said clinched it. That scent is jasmine right enough."
"And what are you going to do?"
Roger hesitated. Well, you heard what she said, he replied almost apologetically. She didn't actually deny it because I never asked her, but she wouldn't admit to being in the library at all yesterday evening. But surely it's a perfectly innocent thing to be in the library, Alec protested. Why, Stanworth wasn't even there. He was out in the garden with you. Why shouldn't she have been in the library? And equally, why shouldn't she acknowledge it? Roger retorted quickly. It may have slipped her memory. That's nothing. You were saying yourself how difficult it is to remember exactly where one's been. It's no use, Alec, Roger said gently. We've got to clear this up. It may be innocent enough, I only hope it is. On the other hand, it may be exceedingly important for us to find out just exactly why Mrs. Plant was in that library, and what she was doing there. You must see that we can't leave it as it is. But what do you propose to do? Tackle her about it? Yes, I'm going to ask her point blank if she was in the library last night or not, and see what she says. And if she denies it? Roger shrugged his shoulders. That remains to be seen, he said shortly. I don't like it, Alec frowned. In fact, I hate it. It's a beastly position. Look here, Roger, he said with sudden earnestness. Let's chuck the whole thing. Let's assume, as the police are doing, that old Stanworth committed suicide, and leave it at that. Shall we? You bet we won't, Roger said grimly. I'm not going to leave a thing half threshed out like that, especially not such an interesting thing as this. You can back out if you like. There's no reason for you to be mixed up with it if you don't want. But I'm most decidedly going on with it. Oh, if you do, I shall too, Alec replied gloomily. But I'd much rather we both chucked it. That's out of the question, Roger said briskly. Couldn't dream of it. Well, if you're going to stick to it with me, you'd better be present at my chat with Mrs. Plant. Let's stroll round to the drawing-room and see if we can find an excuse to speak with her alone. All right, then, Alec agreed unhappily, if we must. Luck was on their side. Mrs. Plant was alone in the drawing-room. Roger drew a chair up so as to face her squarely and commented casually on Lady Stanworth's absence. Alec turned his back on them and gazed moodily out of the window, as if washing his hands of the whole affair. Lady Stanworth? Mrs. Plant repeated. Oh, she's gone in to help Major Jefferson, I think, in the morning room. Roger looked at her steadily. Mrs. Plant, he said in a low voice, you're quite certain you won that bet of ours at dinner, aren't you? Certain? Asked Mrs. Plant uneasily. Of course I am. Why? You didn't forget any room that you went into yesterday evening by any chance? Roger pursued firmly. The morning room, the storeroom, or the library, for instance? Mrs. Plant stared at him with wide eyes. What do you mean, Mr. Sheringham? She asked in somewhat heightened tones. Of course I didn't forget. You went into none of those rooms, then? Certainly not. The bet was a bottle of scent and a handkerchief, wasn't it? Roger remarked musingly, feeling in his pocket. Well, here's the handkerchief. I found it where you left it, on the couch in the library. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 20. Mrs. Plant Proves Disappointing. For a moment, Mrs. Plant sat perfectly rigid. Then she put out her hand and mechanically took the handkerchief that Roger was still holding out to her. Her face had gone quite white, and her eyes were wide with terror. Please don't be alarmed, said Roger gently, touching her hand reassuringly. I don't want to frighten you or anything like that, but don't you think it would be better if you told me the truth? You might get into very serious trouble with the police, you know, if it came out that you had been concealing any important fact. Really, I only want to help you, Mrs. Plant." The color drained back into her face at that, though her breath still came in gasps, and she continued to stare at him fearfully. But it wasn't anything important," she said jerkily. "It was only—" She paused again. "Don't tell me if you'd rather not, of course," Roger said quickly, "but I can't help feeling that I might be able to advise you. It's a serious matter to mislead the police, even in the most trivial details. Take your time and think it over." He rose to his feet and joined Alec at the window. When Mrs. Plant spoke again, her composure was largely restored. "Really," she said with a nervous little laugh, "it's absurd for me to make such a fuss over a trifle, but I have got a horror of giving evidence. Morbid, if you like, but none the less genuine. So I tried to minimize my last conversation with Mr. Stanworth as much as possible, in the hope that the police would attach so little importance to it that they wouldn't call on me to give evidence." Roger seated himself on the arm of a chair and swung his leg carelessly. "But you'll be called in any case, so why not tell exactly what happened?" "Yes, but I didn't know that then, you see, not when I made my statement. I didn't think they'd call me at all then, or I hoped they wouldn't." "I see. Still, I think it would be better not to conceal anything, as things are, don't you?" "Oh, yes, I quite see that now. Quite. It's very good of you to help me like this, Mr. Sheringham. When did you find my handkerchief?" "Just before I went up to change for dinner. It was between two of those loose cushions on the couch." "So you knew I must have been in the library? But how did you know what time I was there?" "I didn't. In fact, I don't know," Roger smiled. "All I know is that it must have been after dinner, because the maid always tidies the room at that time." Mrs. Plant nodded slowly. "I see. Yes, that was clever of you. I didn't leave anything else there, did I?" she added again with that nervous little laugh. "No, nothing else," Roger replied smoothly. "Well, have you thought it over?" "Oh, of course I'll tell you, Mr. Sheringham. It's really too ridiculous. You remember when you passed us in the hall? Well, Mr. Stanworth was speaking to me about some roses he'd had sent up to my room, and then I asked him if he'd put my jewels in his safe for me "But I thought you said this morning that you asked him that the other day," Roger interrupted. Mrs. Plant laughed lightly. She was quite herself again. "Yes, I did, and I told the inspector it was yesterday morning. Wasn't it dreadful of me? That's why I was so upset when you told me this afternoon that I should have to give evidence. I was so afraid they'd ask me a lot of questions and find out that I was in the library after all, when I hadn't said anything about it, and that I had told the inspector a lie about the jewels. In fact, you frightened me terribly, Mr. Sheringham. I had dreadful visions of passing the rest of my days in prison for telling fibs to the police." "I'm very sorry," Roger smiled. "But I didn't know, did I?" "Of course you didn't. It was my own fault. Well, anyhow, Mr. Stanworth very kindly said he'd be delighted to put them away safely for me, so I ran upstairs to get them and brought them down into the library. Then I sat on the couch and watched him put them in the safe. That's all that happened, really, and I quite see now how absurd it was of me to conceal it." Said Roger thoughtfully. "Well, it certainly isn't vastly important in any case, is it? And that's all?" "Every bit," Mrs. Plant replied firmly. "Now, what do you advise me to do? Admit that I made a mistake when I was with the inspector and tell the truth? Or just say nothing about it? It may be very silly of me, but I really can't see that it makes the least difference either way. The incident is of no importance at all." "Still, it's best to be on the safe side, I think. If I were you, I should take the inspector aside before the proceedings open tomorrow and tell him frankly that you made a mistake and that you took your jewels in to Mr. Stanworth in the library last night before saying good night to him." Mrs. Plant made a wry face. "Very well," she said reluctantly. I will. It's horrid to have to admit that one was wrong, but you're probably right. Anyhow, I'll do that. I think you're wise, Roger replied, getting to his feet again. Well, Alec, what about that stroll of ours? I'm afraid it will have to be a moonlit one now. He paused in the doorway and turned back. Good night, Mrs. Plant, if I don't see you again. I expect you will be turning in fairly early. Sleep well, and don't let things worry you, whatever you do. I'll try not to, she smiled back. Good night, Mr. Sheringham, and thank you very much indeed. And she heaved a heartfelt sigh of relief as she watched his disappearing back. The two made their way out onto the lawn in silence. Hello, Roger remarked as they reached the big cedar. They've left the chairs out here. Let's take advantage of them. Well, Alec demanded gruffly when they were seated, disapproval written large in every line of him. Well, I hope you're satisfied now. Roger pulled his pipe out of his pocket and filled it methodically, gazing thoughtfully into the soft darkness as he did so. Satisfied, he repeated at last. Well, hardly. What do you think? I think you scared that wretched woman out of her wits for absolutely nothing at all. I told you ages ago you were making a mistake about her. You're a very simple-minded young man, I'm afraid, Alec, Roger said, quite regretfully. Why, you surely don't mean to say you disbelieve her? Alec asked in astonishment. I wouldn't necessarily say that. She may have been speaking the truth. That's awfully good of you, Alec commented sarcastically. But the trouble is that she certainly wasn't speaking the whole of it. She's got something up her sleeve, has that lady, whatever you choose to think, Alec. Didn't you notice how she tried to pump me? How did I know what time she'd been in there? Had she left anything else there? When did I find the handkerchief? No, her explanation sounds perfectly reasonable, I admit, as far as it goes. But it doesn't go nearly far enough. It doesn't explain the powder on the arm of the couch, for instance. And I noticed at dinner that she doesn't powder her arms. But there's one thing above all that it leaves entirely out of the reckoning. Oh, Alec asked ironically, and what may that be? The fact that she was crying when she was in the library, Roger replied simply. How on earth do you know that? Said the dumbfounded Alec. Because the handkerchief was just slightly damp when I found it. Also, it was rolled up in a tight little ball, as women do when they cry. Oh, said Alec blankly. So you see, there is still a lot for which Mrs. Plant did most certainly not account, isn't there? As to what she did say, it may be true, or it may be not. In gist, I would say that it was. There's only one thing that I'm really doubtful about, and that's the time when she said she was in the library. What makes you doubt that? Well, in the first place, I didn't hear her come upstairs immediately to fetch her jewels, as I almost certainly should have done. And secondly, didn't you notice that she carefully asked me if I knew what time she was there before she gave a time at all? In other words, after I had let out like an idiot that I didn't know what time she was there, she realized that she could say what time she liked, and as long as it didn't clash with any of the known facts, such as Stanworth being out in the garden with me, it would be all right. Splitting hairs, Alec murmured laconically. Possibly, but nice, thick, easily splittable ones. For a time they smoked in silence, each engaged with his own thoughts. Then, who would you say was the older, Alec? Roger asked suddenly. Lady Stanworth or Mrs. Shannon? Mrs. Shannon, Alec replied without hesitation. Why? I was just wondering, but Lady Stanworth looks older. Her hair is getting quite grey. Mrs. Shannon's is still brown. Yes, I know Mrs. Shannon looks the younger of the two, but I am sure she's not, for all that. Well, what age would you put Jefferson at? Lord, I don't know. He might be any age. About the same as Lady Stanworth, I should imagine. What on earth are you asking all this for? Oh, just something that was passing through my mind. Nothing very important. They relapsed into silence once more. Suddenly Roger slapped his knee. "By Jove!" he ejaculated. "I wonder if we dare." "What's up now?" "I've just had a brainwave. Look here, Alexander Watson. It seems to me that we've been tackling this little affair from the wrong end."
"How's that?"
"Why, we've been concentrating all our energies on working backwards from suspicious circumstances and people. What we ought to have done is to start farther back and work forwards."
"Don't quite get you."
"Well, put it another way. The big clue to any murder must, after all, be supplied by the victim himself. People don't get murdered for nothing, except by a chance burglar, of course, or a homicidal maniac, and I think we can dismiss both of those possibilities here. What I mean is, find out all you can about the victim, and the information ought to give you a lead towards his murderer. You see? We've been neglecting that side of it altogether. What we ought to have been doing is to collect every possible scrap of information we can about old Stanworth. Find out exactly what sort of a character he had, and all his activities, and then work forwards from that. Get me?"
"That seems reasonable enough," Alex said cautiously. "But how could we find out anything? It's no good asking Jefferson or Lady Stanworth. We should never get any information out of them."
"No, but we've got the very chance lying close to our hand to find out pretty nearly as much as Jefferson knows," Roger said excitedly. "Didn't he say that he was going through all Stanworth's papers and accounts and things in the morning room? What's to prevent us having a look at them, too?"
"You mean nip in when nobody's about and go through them?"
"Exactly. Are you game?" Alec was silent for a moment.
"Hardly done, is it?" he said at last. "Fellow's private papers and all that. I mean, what?"
"Alec, you sponge-headed parrot!" Roger exclaimed in tones of the liveliest exasperation. "Really, you are a most maddening person. Here's a chap murdered under your very nose, and you're prepared to let the murderer walk away scot-free because you think it isn't done to look through the wretched victim's private papers. How remarkably pleased Stanworth would be to hear you, wouldn't he?"
"Of course, if you put it like that," Alex said doubtfully.
"But I do put it like that, you goop. It's the only way there is of putting it. Come, Alec, do try and be sensible for once in your life."
"All right, then,"
Alex said, though not with any vast degree of enthusiasm.
"I'm game."
"That's more like it. Now, look here. My bedroom window is in the front of the house, and I can see the morning room window from it. You go to bed in the ordinary way, and sleep too if you like, all the better in case Jefferson should take it into his head to have a look in at you, and I'll sit up and watch for the morning room light to go out. I'm safe enough in any case, as I can always pretend to be working. I'll put my things out, in fact. Then I'll wait for an hour after it's out to give Jefferson plenty of time to get to sleep, and then I'll come along and rouse you, and we'll creep down at our leisure. How about that?"
"Sounds all right,"
Alec admitted. "Then that's settled," Roger said briskly. "Well, I think the best thing for you to do is to go to bed at once, yawning loudly and ostentatiously. It will show that you have gone, for one thing, and also it will show that we're not powwowing together out here. We've got to remember that those three, in spite of their fair words and friendliness, are bound to be regarding us with the greatest suspicion. They don't know how much we know, and of course they daren't give themselves away by trying to find out. But you can be sure that Jefferson has warned the others about that footprint, and I expect that as soon as our backs were turned just now, Mrs. Plant ran into the morning room and recounted our conversation to them. That's why I pretended to be taken in by her explanation." The bowl of Alec's pipe glowed red in the darkness. "You're still convinced, then, in spite of what she said, that those three are in league together?" he asked after a moment's pause. "Run along to bed, little Alexander," said Roger kindly, "and don't be childish." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 21. Mr. Sheringham is Dramatic. Long after Alec's not altogether willing departure, Roger sat smoking and thinking. On the whole, he was not sorry to be alone. Alec was proving a somewhat discouraging companion in this business. Evidently his heart was not in it, and for one so situated, the ferreting out of facts and the general atmosphere of suspicion and distrust that is inevitably attendant on such a task must be singularly distasteful. Roger could not blame Alec for his undisguised reluctance to see the thing through, but he also could not help thinking somewhat wistfully of the enthusiastic and worshipping prototypes whose mantle Alec was at first supposed to have inherited. Roger felt that he could have welcomed a little enthusiasm and worshipping at the end of this eventful and very strenuous day. He began to try to arrange methodically in his mind the data they had collected, first with regard to the murderer. He had made an effective escape from the house, only, in all probability as it seemed, to enter it again by another way. Why? Either because he lived there, or because he wished to communicate with somebody who did. Which of these? Heaven only knew. He tried another line of attack. Which of the minor puzzles still remained unsolved? Chiefly, without doubt, the sudden change of attitude on the part of Mrs. Plant and Jefferson before lunch. But why need they have been apprehensive at all if the murderer had been able to communicate with them after the crime had been committed? Perhaps the interview had been a hurried one, and he had forgotten to reassure them on some particularly vital point. Yet he had been able to do so in the course of the next morning. This meant that, up till lunchtime at any rate, he had still been in the neighborhood. More than that, actually on the premises, as it seemed. Did this point more definitely to the probability of his being one of the household? It seemed feasible, but who? Jefferson? Possibly, though there were several difficult points to get over if this were the case. The women were obviously out of the question. The butler? Again, possibly, but why on earth should the man want to murder his master? Yet the butler was a strange figure, there was no getting away from that, and as far as Roger could judge, there had been no love lost between him and Stanworth. Yes, there was undoubtedly a mystery of some kind connected with that butler. Jefferson's explanation of why Mr. Stanworth should have employed a prize-fighting butler did not strike one as quite satisfactory. Then why had Mrs. Plant been crying in the library? Roger strove to remember some scenes in which she and Stanworth had been thrown into contact. How had they behaved towards each other? Had they seemed friendly, or the reverse? As far as he could recollect, Stanworth had treated her with the same casual good fellowship which he showed to everybody, while she— yes, now he came to think of it, she had never appeared to be on particularly good terms with him. She had been quiet and reserved when he was in the room. Not that she was really ever anything else but quiet and reserved under any circumstances. But yes, there had been a subtle change in her manner when he was about. Obviously, she had disliked him. Clearly, there was only one hope for finding the answer to these riddles, and that was to investigate Stanworth's affairs. In all probability, even that would prove futile, but as far as Roger could see, there was no other way to try with even a moderate chance of success. And while he was racking his brains out here, Jefferson was sitting in the morning room, surrounded by documents which Roger would give anything to see. A sudden idea occurred to him. Why not beard the lion in his den and offer to give Jefferson a hand with his task? In any case, that would form a direct challenge, the answer to which could not fail to be interesting. With Roger to think was, in 9 cases out of 10, to leap into precipitate action. Almost before the thought had completed its passage through his mind, he was on his feet and striding eagerly towards the house.
Without troubling to knock, he burst open the door of the morning room and walked in. Jefferson was seated in front of the table in the center of the room, surrounded, as Roger's mind's eye had seen him, with papers and documents. Lady Stanworth was not present. He glanced up as Roger entered. "Hello, Sheringham," he said in some surprise. "Anything I can do for you?" "Well, I was smoking out there in the garden with nothing to do," Roger remarked with a friendly smile, "when it occurred to me that instead of wasting my time like that, I might be giving you a hand here. You said you were up to the eyes in it. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Damn good of you," Jefferson replied a little awkwardly, "but I don't really think there's anything. I'm trying to tabulate a statement of his financial position. Something like that is sure to be wanted when the will's proved, or whatever the rigmarole is." "Well, surely there's something I can do to help you out, isn't there?" Roger asked, sitting on a corner of the table. "Add up tremendous columns of figures, or something like that?" Jefferson hesitated and glanced round at the papers in front of him. "Well," he said slowly, "of course if there's anything particularly private in Stanworth's affairs," Roger remarked airily. Jefferson looked up quickly. "Private? There's nothing particularly private about them. Why should there be?" "Then make use of me, by all means, my dear chap. I'm at a loose end and only too glad to give you a hand." "Of course, if you put it like that, I should be only too pleased," Jefferson replied, though not without a certain reluctance. I was just wondering what would be the best job for you to tackle." "Oh, anything that comes along, you know." "Well, look here, I tell you what you might do," Jefferson said suddenly. "I want a statement made out showing his holdings in the various companies of which he was a director, with the approximate value of the shares, their yield for the last financial year, his director's fees, and all the rest of it. Manage that, could you?" "Like a shot," said Roger with great cheerfulness, concealing his disappointment at the comparative unimportance of the task allotted to him. Such details as these could be obtained from any work of reference on the subject. He had hoped for a little insight into something that was rather less public property. Still, half a bun was better than no cake, and he settled down at the opposite end of the table and set to work willingly enough on the data with which Jefferson supplied him. From time to time he tried to peep surreptitiously at some of the documents in which the latter was immersed, but Jefferson was guarding them too jealously, and Roger could obtain no clear idea of their contents. An hour later he sat back in his chair with a sigh of relief. "There you are, and a very charming and comprehensive statement, too." "Thanks very much," Jefferson said, taking the statement which Roger was holding out to him. "Damn good of you, Sheringham. Saved me a lot of trouble. And you've done it in about a quarter of the time I should have taken. Not my sort of line, this game." "So I should imagine," Roger observed with studied carelessness. "In fact, it's always surprised me that you should have taken a job like this secretaryship on at all. I should have put you down as a typical open-air man, if you'll allow me to say so. The type of Englishman that won our colonies for us, you know." "No option," Jefferson said with a return to his usual curt manner. "Not my choice, I assure you. Had to take what I could jolly well get." "Rotten, I know," Roger replied sympathetically, watching the other curiously. In spite of himself and what he felt he knew, he could not help a mild liking for this abrupt, taciturn person, a typical soldier of the wordless, unsocial school. It struck Roger at that moment that Jefferson, whom he had been inclined to regard at first as something of a sinister figure, was in reality nothing of the sort. The man was shy, exceedingly shy, and he endeavored to hide this shyness behind a brusque, almost rude manner, and, as always in such a case, this had produced an entirely mistaken first impression of the man himself behind the manner. Jefferson was downright, but it was the downrightness of honesty, Roger felt, not of villainy. Roger began, half unconsciously, to rearrange some of his ideas. If Jefferson was concerned in Stanworth's death,
then it would be because there was a very excellent reason for that death. All the more reason to probe into Stanworth's affairs. "Going to stay down here long, Jefferson?" he asked with an obvious yawn. "Not very. Just got to finish off this job I'm on now. You turn in. Must be getting pretty late." Roger glanced at his watch. "Close on 12. Right, I think I will. If you're sure there's nothing else I can do." "Nothing, thanks. I shall have a go at it before breakfast myself. Got to get cleared up in here by 11. Well, good night, Sheringham, and many thanks." Roger sought his room in a state of some perplexity. This new conclusion of his with regard to Jefferson was going to make things very much more complicated instead of more simple. He felt a strong sympathy with Jefferson all of a sudden. He was not a clever man. Certainly he was not the brains of the conspiracy. What must his feelings be when he knew, as indeed he must know, that Roger was tracking out things that would, in 99 cases out of 100, and with only very ordinary luck, have remained undiscovered forever? How must he regard the net which he could see spread to catch him? And with him, whom? Roger dragged a chair up to the open window and sat down with his feet on the sill. He felt he was getting maudlin. This had every appearance of a thoroughly cold-blooded crime, and here he was feeling sorry already for one of its chief participants. Yet it was because Jefferson, as he saw now, that the scales had suddenly fallen from his eyes, was such a fine type of man, the tall, thin, small-headed type that is the real pioneer of our race, and because he himself genuinely liked all three members of that suspicious trio, that Roger, without necessarily giving way to maudlin sentiment, was yet unable to stifle his very real regret that everything should point so decisively to their guilt. Still, it was too late to back out now. He owed it to himself, if not even to them, to see the thing through. Roger could sympathize more fully now with Alec's feelings on the matter. Curious that he should, after all, have come round in the end to that much-derided point of view of Alec's. He began to review the personal element in the light of this new revelation. How did it help? If Jefferson was an honest man, and would only kill because nothing short of killing would meet some unknown case, then what was most likely to have produced such a state of affairs? What is the mainspring that actuates 3/4 of such drastic deeds? Well, the answer to that was obvious enough. A woman. How did that apply in this case? Could Jefferson be in love with some woman whose happiness or peace had been threatened in some mysterious way by Stanworth himself? And if so, who was the woman? Lady Stanworth? Mrs. Plant? Roger uttered an involuntary exclamation. Mrs. Plant! That, at any rate, would fit in with some of the puzzling facts. The powder on the arm of the couch, for instance, and the wet handkerchief. Roger's imagination began to ride free. Mrs. Plant was in the library with Stanworth. He was bullying her or something. Perhaps he was trying to force some course of action upon her which was repugnant to her. In any case, she weeps and implores him. He is adamant. She hides her face against the arm of the couch and goes on weeping. Jefferson enters, sees at a glance what is happening, and kills Stanworth in the madness of his passion with as little compunction as one would feel towards a rat. Mrs. Plant looks on in horror, tries to interfere, perhaps, but without effect. As soon as the thing is done, she becomes as cool as ice and sets the stage for suicide. Roger jumped to his feet and leaned out over the sill. "It fits," he murmured excitedly. "It all fits in." Glancing downwards, he noticed that the morning-room light had been extinguished, and made a note of the time. It was past 1. He sank back in his chair and began to consider whether the other pieces of the puzzle would slip as neatly into this general scene. The safe incident, the change of attitude, Lady Stanworth, and so on. No, this was not going to be quite so easy. At the end of the hour he was still uncertain. The main outline still seemed convincing enough, but all the details appeared hardly so glib. "I'm getting addled," he murmured aloud as he rose from the chair. "Better give this side of it a rest for a little." He made his way softly out of the room and crept along the passage to Alec's bedroom. Alec sat abruptly up in bed as the door opened. "That you, Roger?" he demanded. "No, this is Jefferson," Roger said, hastily shutting the door behind him. "And very nicely you'd have given things away if it had been Alexander Watson. And you might try and moderate your voice a bit. The sound of a foghorn in the middle of the night is bound to make people wonder. Ready?" Alec got out of bed and put on his dressing gown. "Right-ho." As quietly as possible, they stole downstairs and into the morning room. Roger drew the thick curtains together carefully before switching on the light. "Now for it," he breathed excitedly, eyeing the crowded table with eagerness. "That little pile there I've already been through, so you needn't bother about those." "Already?" Alec asked in surprise. "Yes, in company with my excellent friend, Major Jefferson," Roger grinned, and proceeded to explain what he had been doing. "You've got some cheek," Alec commented with a smile. "Yes, and I've got something more than that," Roger retorted. "I've got a thoroughly sound working idea as to who killed Stanworth and under what circumstances. I can tell you, friend Alec, I've been uncommonly busy these last 2 hours or so." "You have?" said Alec eagerly. "Tell me." Roger shook his head. "Not at the moment," he said, sitting down in Jefferson's chair. "Let's get this little job safely done first. Now look here, you go through these miscellaneous documents, will you? I want to study the passbooks first of all, and I'll tell you one thing I've discovered. The income from those various businesses of his didn't amount to a quarter of what he must have been spending. He cleared just over 2,000 out of all 5 of them last year, and I should say that he's been living at the rate of at least 10,000 a year. And besides all that, he's been investing heavily as well. Where does all the extra cash come from? That's what I want to find out." Alec began to wade obediently through the sheaf of papers that Roger had indicated, while the latter picked out the passbooks and glanced at them. "Hullo!" he exclaimed suddenly. "2 of these accounts are in his own name, and the other 3 appear to be in 3 different names. Jefferson never said anything about that. Now, I wonder what the devil that means." He began to pore over them methodically, and for some time there was silence in the room. Then Roger looked up with a frown. "I don't understand these at all," he said slowly. "The dividends are all shown in his own 2 passbooks, and various checks and so on, but the other 3 seem to be made up entirely of cash payments, on the credit side at any rate. Listen to this. February 9th, £100. February 17th, £500. March 12th, £200. March 28th, £350, and then April 9th, £1,000. What on earth do you make of that? All in cash, and such nice round sums. Why £1,000 in cash?" "Seems funny, certainly," Alec agreed. Roger picked up another of the books and flicked the pages through carefully. "This is just the same sort of thing. Hullo, here's an entry of £5,000 paid in cash. £5,000 in cash! Now why? What does it mean? Does your pile throw any light on it?" "No, these are only business letters. There doesn't appear to be anything out of the ordinary here at all." Roger still held the book mechanically in his hand, but he was staring blankly at the wall. "Nothing but cash," he murmured softly. "All sorts of sums between £10 and £5,000, each sum a multiple of 10 or some other round figure. No shillings or pence, and cash. That's what worries me. Why cash? I can't find a single check marked on the credit side of these 3 books. And where in the name of goodness did all this cash come from? There's absolutely nothing to account for it as far as I can make out. It's not the proceeds of any sort of business, apparently. Besides, the debit side shows nothing but checks drawn to self. He paid it in as cash, and he drew it out himself. Now, what on earth does all this mean?"
"Don't ask me," said Roger helplessly.
Roger stared at the wall in silence for a few minutes. Suddenly his mouth opened, and he whistled softly. "By Jove!" he exclaimed, transferring his gaze to Alec. "I believe I've got it. And doesn't it simplify things, too? Yes, it must be right. It makes everything as clear as daylight. Good Lord! Well, I'm damned."
"Out with it, then."
Roger paused impressively. This was the most dramatic moment he had yet encountered, and he was not going to spoil it by any undue precipitation. He smote the table softly with his fist by way of preparation. Then, "Old Stanworth was a professional blackmailer," he said in vibrant tones. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 22, Mr. Sheringham Solves the Mystery. It was past 10 o'clock on the following morning, and Roger and Alec were engaged in taking a constitutional in the rose garden after breakfast before the inquest proceedings opened. Roger had refused to say anything further on the previous evening, or rather in the small hours of the same morning. All he had done was to remark that it was quite time they were in bed, and that he wanted a clear head before discussing the affair in the light of this new revelation of Stanworth's character. He remarked this not once but many times, and Alec had perforce to be contented with it. Now, with pipes in full blast, they were preparing to go further into the matter. Roger himself was complacently triumphant. "Mystery?" he repeated in answer to a question of Alec's. "There isn't any mystery now. I've solved it."
"Oh, I know the mystery about Stanworth is cleared up," said Alec impatiently.
To tell the truth, Roger in this mood irritated him not a little.
"That is, if your explanation is the right one, which I'm not disputing at the moment."
"Thank you very much."
"But what about the mystery of his death? You can't have solved that."
"On the contrary, Alexander," Roger rejoined with a satisfied smile, "that is exactly what I have done."
"Oh, then who killed him?"
"If you want it in a single word," Roger said, not without a certain reluctance, "Jefferson."
"Jefferson?" Alec exclaimed. "Oh, rot!"
Roger glanced at him curiously. "Now that's interesting," he commented. "Why do you say rot like that?"
"Because—"
Alec hesitated.
"Oh, I don't know. It seems such rot to think of Jefferson committing a murder, I suppose. Why?"
"You mean you don't think it's the sort of thing he would do?"
"I certainly don't," Alec returned with emphasis.
"Do you know, Alec, I'm beginning to think you're a better judge of character than I am. It's a humiliating confession, but there you are. Tell me, have you always thought that about Jefferson, or only just recently?"
Alec considered. "Ever since this business cropped up, I think. It always seemed fantastic to me that Jefferson could be mixed up with it, and the two women as well, for that matter. No, Roger, if you're trying to fix it on Jefferson, I'm quite sure you're making a bad mistake."
Roger's complacency was unshaken. "If the case were an ordinary one, no doubt," he replied. "But you've got to remember that this isn't. Stanworth was a blackmailer, and that alters everything. You may murder an ordinary man, but you execute a blackmailer. That is, if you don't kill him on the spur of the moment, carried away by madness or exasperation. You'd do that sort of thing on your own account, wouldn't you? Well, how much more so are you going to do it on behalf of a woman, and that a woman with whom you're in love? I tell you, Alec, the whole thing is as plain as a pikestaff."
"Meaning that Jefferson is in love?"
"Precisely."
"Who with?"
"Mrs. Plant."
Alec gasped. "Good Lord, how on earth do you know that?" he asked incredulously. I don't, Roger replied with a pleased air. But he must be. It's the only explanation. I deduced it. The devil you did. Yes, I'd arrived at that conclusion even before we discovered the secret of Stanworth's hidden life. That clears up absolutely everything. Does it? I admit it seems to make some of the things more understandable, but I'm dashed if I can see how it makes you so sure that Jefferson killed him. I'll explain, Roger said kindly. Jefferson was secretly in love with Mrs. Plant. For some reason or other, Mrs. Plant was being blackmailed by Stanworth, unknown to Jefferson. He has a midnight interview with her in the library and demands money. She weeps and implores him, hence the dampness of the handkerchief, and lays a face on the arm of the couch, as women do, hence the powder in that particular place. Stanworth is adamant he must have money. She says she hasn't got any money. All right, says Stanworth, hand your jewels over then. She goes and gets her jewels and gives them to him. Stanworth opens the safe and tells her that is where he keeps his evidence against her. Then he locks the jewels up and tells her she can go. Enter Jefferson unexpectedly, takes in the situation at a glance, and goes for Stanworth bald-headed. Stanworth fires at him and misses, hitting the vase. Jefferson grabs his wrist, forces the revolver round and pulls the trigger, thus shooting Stanworth with his own revolver without relaxing the other's grip on it. Mrs. Plant is horror-struck, but seeing that the thing is done, she takes command of the situation and arranges the rest. And that, Roger concluded with a metaphorical pat on his own back, is the solution of the peculiar events at Layton Court. Is it? Alec said with less certainty. It's a very pretty little story, no doubt, and does great credit to your imagination. But as to being the solution, well, I'm not so sure about that. It seems to me to account for pretty well everything, Roger retorted. But you always were difficult to please, Alec. Think. The broken vase and the second bullet. How the murder was committed. The fact that the murderer went back into the house again. The agitation about the safe being opened. Mrs. Plant's behavior in the morning. Her reluctance to give evidence, in case she let out anything of what really happened, you see. And of right when I sprang on her the fact that I knew she'd been in the library after all. The disappearance of the footprints, the presence of the powder, and the dampness of the handkerchief. Lady Stanworth's indifference to her brother-in-law's death. I expect he had some hold over her, too, if the truth were known. The employment of a prize-fighter as a butler, obviously a measure of self-protection. The fact that I heard people moving about late that night. Everything, all cleared up and explained. Said Alec noncommittally. Well, can you find a single flaw in it? Roger asked in some exasperation. If it comes to that, Alec replied slowly, why was it that both Mrs. Plant and Jefferson suddenly had no objection to the safe being opened, after they'd both shown that they were anxious to prevent it? Easy, Roger retorted. While we were upstairs, Jefferson opened the safe and took out the documents. It would only take a minute, after all. Any objection to that? Did the inspector leave the keys behind? I thought he put them in his pocket. No, he left them on the table, and Jefferson put them in his pocket. I remember noticing that at the time and wondering why he did it. Now it's obvious, of course. Well, what about that little pile of ashes in the library hearth? You suggested that it might be the remains of some important documents, and you thought that Jefferson looked uncommonly relieved at the idea. My mistake at the time, Roger said promptly. As for the ashes, they might have been anything. I don't attach any importance to them. But you did, Alec persisted obstinately. Yes, excellent but sponge-headed Alexander, Roger explained patiently, because I thought at first that they were important. Now I see that I was mistaken, and they aren't. Are you beginning to grasp the idea? Well, Tell me this, then, Alex said suddenly. Why the dickens didn't Jefferson get the documents out of the safe directly after Stanworth's death, instead of waiting till the next morning and getting so agitated about it?
Yes, I thought of that. Presumably because they were both so flustered at what had happened that they forgot all about the documents in their anxiety to cover up their traces and get away.
Alex sniffed slightly. Rather unlikely that, isn't it? Not natural, as you're always so fond of saying.
Unlikely things do happen sometimes, however. This one did, for instance.
Then you're absolutely convinced that Jefferson killed Stanworth, and that's how it all happened, are you?
I am, Alexander.
Oh.
Well, aren't you?
No, Alex said uncompromisingly. I'm not.
But dash it all, I've proved it to you. You can't shove all my proofs on one side in that offhand way. The whole thing stands to reason. You can't get away from it.
If you say that Jefferson killed Stanworth, Alec proceeded with obstinate deliberation, then I'm perfectly sure you're wrong. That's all.
But why?
Because I don't believe he did, said Alec with an air of great wisdom. He's not the sort of fellow to do a thing like that. I suppose I've got a sort of intuition about it, he added modestly.
Intuition be hanged, Roger retorted with a not unjustified irritation. You can't back your blessed intuition against proofs like the ones I've just given you.
But I do, Alex said simply. Every time, he added with a careful attention to detail.
Then I wash my hands of you, said Roger shortly. For a time they paced side by side in silence. Alec appeared to be pondering deeply, and Roger was undisguisedly huffy. After all, it is a little irksome to solve in so ingenious, yet so convincing a way, a problem of such apparently mysterious depth, only to be brought up against a blank wall of disbelief, founded on so unstable a foundation as mere intuition. One's sympathy is certainly with Roger at that moment.
Well, anyhow, what are you going to do about it? Alec asked after some minutes' reflection. Surely you're not going to tell the police without troubling to verify anything further, are you?
Of course not. In fact, I haven't made up my mind whether I shall tell the police at all yet.
Oh.
It depends largely on what the two of them, Jefferson and Mrs. Plant, have to tell me.
So you're going to tackle them about it, are you?
Of course. There was another short silence.
Are you going to see them together? Alec asked.
No, I shall speak to Mrs. Plant first, I think. There are one or two minor points I want to clear up before I see Jefferson.
Alec reflected again. I shouldn't, Roger, if I were you, he said quite earnestly.
Wouldn't what?
Speak to either of them about it. You're not at all sure whether you're really right or not. After all, it's only guesswork from beginning to end. However, brilliant guesswork.
Guesswork? Roger repeated indignantly. There isn't any guesswork about it.
Yes, I know. You're going to say it's deduction. Well, you may be right or you may not. The thing's too deep for me. But shall I tell you what I think about it? I think you'd be wise to drop the whole thing just as it is. You think you've solved it, and perhaps you have. Why not be content with that?
But why this change of mind, Alexander?
It isn't a change of mind. You know I've never been keen on it from the very beginning. But now that Stanworth's turned out to be such a skunk, why—
Yes, I see what you mean, Roger said softly. You mean that if Jefferson did kill Stanworth, he was perfectly right to do so, and we ought to let him get away with it, don't you?
Well, Alex said awkwardly, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but—
But I don't know that I wouldn't, Roger interrupted. That's why I said just now that I hadn't decided whether I'd tell the police or not. It all depends on whether things did happen as I imagine or not. But the thing is, I must find out.
But must you?
Alex said slowly.
As things are at present, whatever you may think, you don't actually know. And if you do find out for certain, it seems to me that you'll be deliberately saddling yourself with a responsibility which you might wish then that you hadn't been so jolly eager to adopt." "If it comes to that, Alec," Roger retorted, "I should have said that to take no steps to find out the truth, now we're so near it, is deliberately to shirk that very responsibility. Wouldn't you?" Alec was silent for a moment. "Hang that," he said with sudden energy. "Leave things as they are, Roger. There are some things of which it's better that everyone should remain in ignorance. Don't go and find out a lot of things that you give anything afterwards not to have discovered." Roger laughed lightly. "Oh, I know it's the right thing to say. Who am I to take the responsibility of judging you? No, it is not for me to do so. I will hand you over to the police, which means that you will inevitably be hanged. It's a pity, because my personal opinion is that your case is not murder, but justifiable homicide, and I know that a jury, directed by a judge with his eye on the asinine side of the law, would never be allowed to take that view. That's why I so much regret having myself to place a halter round your neck by handing you over to the police. But how is such a one as me to judge you?" "That's what they always say in storybooks, isn't it? But don't you worry, Alec. I'm not a spineless nincompoop like that, and I'm not in the least afraid of taking the responsibility of judging a case on its own merits. In fact, I consider that I'm very much more competent to do so than are 12 thick-headed rustics, presided over by a somnolent and tortuous-minded gentleman in an out-of-date wig. No, I'm going to follow this up to the bitter end, and when I've got there, I'll take counsel with you as to what we're going to do about it." "I wish to goodness you'd leave it alone, Roger," said Alec, almost plaintively. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 23. Mrs. Plant Talks. The inquest, in spite of the snail-like deliberation demanded by all legal processes, did not occupy more than an hour and a half. The issue was never in the least doubt, and the proceedings were more or less perfunctory. Fortunately, the coroner was not of a particularly inquisitive disposition, and was quite satisfied with the facts as they stood. He did not waste very much time, beyond what was absolutely necessary, in probing into such matters as motive. Only the minimum possible number of witnesses were called, and though Roger listened carefully, no new facts of any description came to light. Mrs. Plant gave her evidence clearly and without a tremor. Lady Stanworth's statuesque calm was as unshaken as ever. Jefferson was in the witness box longer than anyone else, and told his story in his usual abrupt, straightforward manner. "You'd never think, to see and hear him, that his whole evidence is nothing but a pack of lies, would you?" Roger whispered to Alec. "No, I wouldn't, and what's more, I don't," retorted that gentleman behind his hand. "It's my belief that he thinks he's telling the truth." Roger groaned gently. As far as minor witnesses went, Graves, the butler, and Roger were both called to corroborate Jefferson's tale of the breaking down of the door, and the former was questioned regarding his discovery of the confession, while Roger told of the locked windows. Alec was not even called at all. The verdict, suicide during temporary insanity, was inevitable. As they left the morning room, Roger caught Alec's arm. "I'm going to try and get hold of Mrs. Plant now before lunch," he said in a low voice. "Do you want to be present or not?" Alec hesitated. "What exactly are you going to do?" he asked. "Tax her with having been blackmailed by Stanworth, and invite her to tell me the truth about the night before last." "Then I don't want to be there," Alec said with decision. The whole thing absolutely sickens me."
Roger nodded approvingly. "I think it's better that you shouldn't be, I'm bound to say. And I can tell you afterwards what happened."
"When shall I see you, then?"
"After lunch. I'll have a word with you before I tackle Jefferson." He edged away from Alec and intercepted Mrs. Plant, who was on the point of ascending the staircase. Jefferson and Lady Stanworth were still talking with the coroner in the morning room. "Mrs. Plant," he said quietly, "can you spare me a few minutes? I want to have a little chat with you." Mrs. Plant glanced at him sharply. "But I'm just going to finish my packing," she objected. "What I have to say is very much more important than packing," Roger returned weightily, unconsciously regarding her from beneath lowered brows. Mrs. Plant laughed nervously. "Dear me, Mr. Sheringham, you sound very impressive. What is it that you want to speak to me about?" "If you will come out into the garden where we shall not be overheard, I will tell you." For a moment she hesitated, with a longing glance up the staircase, as if she wished to escape from something peculiarly unwelcome. Then, with a little shrug of her shoulders, she turned into the hall. "Oh, very well," she said with an assumption of lightness. "If you really make such a point of it." Roger piloted her out through the front door, picking up a couple of folding garden chairs as he passed through the hall. He led the way into a deserted corner of the rose garden that could not be overlooked from the house, and set up his chairs so that they faced one another. "Will you sit down, Mrs. Plant?" he said gravely. If he had been trying to work up an atmosphere with a view to facilitating further developments, Roger appeared to have succeeded. Mrs. Plant seated herself without a word and looked at him apprehensively. Roger sat down with deliberation and gazed at her for a moment in silence. Then, "It has come to my knowledge that you were not speaking the truth to me yesterday about your visit to the library, Mrs. Plant," he said slowly. Mrs. Plant started. "Really, Mr. Sheringham," she exclaimed, flushing with indignation and rising hurriedly to her feet, "I fail to understand what right you have to insult me in this gross way. This is the second time you have attempted to question me, and you will allow me to say that I consider your conduct presumptuous and impertinent in the highest degree. I should be obliged if you would kindly refrain from making me the target for your abominable lack of manners in future." Roger gazed up at her, unperturbed. "You were really there," he continued impressively, "for the purpose of being blackmailed by Mr. Stanworth." Mrs. Plant sat down so suddenly that it seemed as if her knees had collapsed beneath her. Her hands gripped the sides of her chair till the knuckles were as white as her face. "Now, look here, Mrs. Plant," Roger said, leaning forward and speaking rapidly. "There's been something very funny going on here, and I mean to get to the bottom of it. Believe me, I don't mean you any harm. I'm absolutely on your side if things are as I believe them to be, but I must know the truth. As a matter of fact, I think I know pretty well everything already, but I want you to confirm it for me with your own lips. I want you to tell me the plain, unvarnished truth of what happened in Stanworth's library the night before last." "And if I refuse?" almost whispered Mrs. Plant through bloodless lips. Roger shrugged his shoulders. "You leave me with absolutely no alternative. I shall have to tell the police what I know and leave the rest in their hands." "The police?" "Yes, and I assure you I am not bluffing. As I said, I think I know almost everything already. I know, for instance, that you sat on the couch and begged Mr. Stanworth to let you off, that you cried, in fact, when he refused to do so. Then you said you hadn't any money, didn't you? And he offered to take your jewels instead. Then, oh, but you see, I'm not pretending to know what I don't." Roger's bow, drawn thus at a venture, had found its target. Mrs. Plant acknowledged the truth of his deductions by crying incredulously, "But how do you know all this, Mr. Sheringham? How can you possibly have found it out?" "We won't go into that at the moment, if you don't mind," Roger replied complacently. "Let it suffice that I do know. Now I want you to tell me in your own words the whole truth about that night. Please leave out nothing at all. You must understand that I can check you if you do so, and if you deceive me again—" He paused eloquently. For a few minutes Mrs. Plant sat motionless, gazing into her lap. Then she raised her head and wiped her eyes. "Very well," she said in a low voice. "I will tell you. You understand that I am placing not only my happiness, but literally my whole future in your hands by doing so?" "I do, Mrs. Plant," Roger said earnestly, "and I assure you I will not abuse your confidence, although I am forcing it in this way." Mrs. Plant's eyes rested on a bed of roses close at hand. "You know that Mr. Stanworth was a blackmailer?" she said. Roger nodded. "On a very large scale, indeed." "Is that so? I did not know it, but it does not surprise me in the least." Her voice sank. "He found out somehow that before I was married I— "There's not the least need to go into that sort of detail, Mrs. Plant," Roger interposed quickly. "All that concerns me is that he was blackmailing you. I don't want to know why." Mrs. Plant flashed a grateful look at him. "Thank you," she said softly. "Well, I will just say that it was in connection with an incident which happened before I was married. I have never told my husband about it. It was all past and done with before I ever met him, because I knew that it would break his heart, and we are devotedly in love with each other," she added simply. "I understand," Roger murmured sympathetically. "Then that devil found out about it, for he was a devil, Mr. Sheringham," Mrs. Plant said, looking at Roger with wide eyes, in which traces of horror still lingered. "I could never have imagined that anyone could be so absolutely inhuman. Oh, it was hell!" She shuddered involuntarily. "He demanded money, of course," she went on after a minute in a calmer voice, "and I paid him every penny I could. You must understand that I was willing to face any sacrifice rather than that my husband should be told. The other night I had to tell him that I had no more money left. I lied when I told you what time I went into the library. He stopped me in the hall to tell me that he wanted to see me there at 12:30. That would be when everyone else was in bed, you see. Mr. Stanworth always preserved the greatest secrecy about these meetings." "And you went in at 12:30?" Roger prompted sympathetically. "Yes, taking my jewels with me. I told him that I had no more money. He wasn't angry. He never was. Just cold and sneering and horrible. He said he'd take the jewels for that time, but I must bring him the money he wanted, £250, in 3 months' time." "But how could you if you hadn't got it?" Mrs. Plant was silent. Then, gazing unseeingly at the rosebed, as if living over again that tragic interview, she said in a curiously toneless voice, "He said that a pretty woman like me could always obtain money if it was necessary. He said he would introduce me to a man out of whom I could get it if I played my cards properly. He said if I wasn't ready with the £250 within 3 months, he would tell my husband everything." "My God!" said Roger softly, appalled. Mrs. Plant looked him suddenly straight in the face. "That will show you what sort of a man Mr. Stanworth was, if you didn't know," she said quietly. "I didn't," Roger answered. "This explains a good deal," he added to himself. "And then, I suppose, Jefferson came in?" "Major Jefferson?" Mrs. Plant repeated in unmistakable astonishment. "Yes. Wasn't that when he came in?" Mrs. Plant stared at him in amazement. "But Major Jefferson never came in at all," she exclaimed. "Whatever makes you think that?" It was Roger's turn to be astonished. "Do I understand you to say that Jefferson never came in at all while you were in the library with Stanworth?" he asked. "Good gracious, no," Mrs. Plant replied emphatically. I should hope not. Why ever should he?" I don't really know," Roger said lamely. "I thought he did. I must have been mistaken." In spite of the unexpectedness of her denial, he was convinced that Mrs. Plant was telling the truth. Her surprise was far too genuine to have been assumed. "Well, what happened?" "Nothing. I implored him not to be so hard, and to be content with what I had paid him, and give me back the evidence he'd got, but—" "Where did he keep the evidence, by the way? In the safe?" "Yes. He always carried the safe about with him. It was supposed to be burglar-proof." "Was it open while you were there?" "He opened it to put my jewels in before I went." "And did he leave it open, or did he lock it up again?" "He locked it before I left the room." "I see. When would that be?" "Oh, past 1 o'clock, I should say. I didn't notice the time very particularly. I was feeling too upset." "Naturally. And nothing of any importance occurred between his ultimatum and your departure upstairs?" "No. He refused to give way an inch, and at last I left off trying to persuade him and went up to bed. That is all." "And nobody else came in at all? Not a sign of anybody else?" "No, nobody." Said Roger thoughtfully. This was decidedly disappointing. Yet somehow it was impossible to disbelieve Mrs. Plant's story. Still, Jefferson might have come in later, having heard something of what had taken place from outside the room. At any rate, it appeared that Mrs. Plant herself could have had no hand in the actual murder, whatever provocation she might have received. He decided to sound her a little farther. "In view of what you've told me, Mrs. Plant," he remarked rather more casually, "it seems very extraordinary that Stanworth should have committed suicide, doesn't it? Can you account for it in any way?" "No, I certainly can't. It's inexplicable to me. But, Mr. Sheringham, I am so thankful. No wonder I fainted when you told us after breakfast. I suddenly felt as if I had been let out of prison. Oh, that dreadful, terrible feeling of being in that man's power. You can't imagine it, or what an overwhelming relief it was to hear of his death." "Indeed I can, Mrs. Plant," Roger said with intense sympathy. "In fact, what surprises me is that nobody should ever have killed him before this." "Do you imagine that people never thought of that?" Mrs. Plant retorted passionately. "I did myself, hundreds of times. But what would have been the use? Do you know what he did? In my case, at any rate, and so in everyone else's, I suppose. He kept the documentary evidence against me in a sealed envelope addressed to my husband. He knew that if ever he met with a violent death, the safe would be opened by the police, you see, and in that case they would take charge of the envelope, and presumably many other similar ones, and forward them all to their destinations. Just imagine that. Naturally, nobody dared kill him. It would only make things worse than before. He used to gloat over it to me. Besides, he had always a loaded revolver in his hand when he opened the safe, in my presence at any rate. I can tell you he took no chances. Oh, Mr. Sheringham, that man was a fiend. Whatever can have induced him to take his own life, I can't conceive. But believe me, I shall thank God for it on my bended knees every night as long as I live." She sat biting her lip and breathing heavily in the intensity of her feelings. "But if you knew the evidence was kept in the safe, why weren't you frightened when it was being opened by the inspector?" Roger asked curiously. "I remember glancing at you, and you certainly didn't seem to be in the least perturbed about it." "Oh, that was after I'd had his letter, you see," Mrs. Plant explained readily. "I was before, of course, terribly frightened, but not afterwards, although it did seem almost too good to be true. Hullo, isn't that the lunch bell? We had better be going indoors, hadn't we? I think I have told you all that you can want to know." She rose to her feet and turned towards the house. Roger fell into step with her. "Letter?" he said eagerly. "What letter?" Mrs. Plant glanced at him in surprise. "Oh, don't you know about that? I thought you must do, as you seem to know everything. Yes, I got a letter from him saying that for certain private reasons he had decided to take his own life, and that before doing so he wished to inform me that I need have no fears about anything, as he had burnt the evidence he held against me. You can imagine what a relief it was."
"Jumping Moses!" Roger exclaimed blankly. "That appears to bash me somewhat sideways."
"What did you say, Mr. Sheringham?" asked Mrs. Plant curiously. Roger's dazed and slightly incoherent reply is not recorded. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 24. Mr. Sheringham is Disconcerted. Roger sat through the first part of lunch in a species of minor trance. It was not until the necessity for consuming a large plateful of prunes and tapioca pudding, the two things besides Jews that he detested most in the world, began to impress itself upon his consciousness, that the power of connected thought returned to him. Mrs. Plant's revelation appeared temporarily to have numbed his brain. The one thing which remained dazzlingly clear to him was that if Stanworth had written a letter announcing his impending suicide, then Stanworth could not, after all, have been murdered, and the whole imposing structure which he, Roger, had erected, crumbled away into the sand upon which it had been founded. It was a disturbing reflection for one so blithely certain of himself as Roger. As soon as lunch was over and the discussion regarding trains and the like at an end, he hurried Alec upstairs to his bedroom to talk the matter over. It is true that Roger felt a certain reluctance to be compelled thus to acknowledge that he had been busily unearthing nothing but a mare's nest, but, on the other hand, Alec must know sooner or later, and at that moment the one vital necessity from Roger's point of view was to talk. In fact, the pent-up floods of talk in Roger's bosom that were striving for exit had been causing him something very nearly approaching physical pain during the last few minutes. "Alexander!" he exclaimed dramatically as soon as the door was safely shut. "Alexander, the game is up!"
"What do you mean?" Alec asked in surprise. "Have the police got on the trail now?"
"Worse than that. Far worse. It appears that old Stanworth was never murdered at all. He did commit suicide after all." Alec sat down heavily in the nearest chair.
"Good Lord!" he exclaimed limply. "But what on earth makes you think that? I thought you were so convinced that it was murder."
"So I was," Roger said, leaning against the dressing table. "That's what makes it all the more extraordinary, because I really am very seldom wrong. I say it in all modesty, but the fact is indisputable. By all the laws of average, Stanworth ought to have been murdered. It really is most inexplicable."
"But how do you know he wasn't?" Alec demanded. "What's happened since I saw you last to make you alter your mind like this?"
"The simple fact that Mrs. Plant received a note from old Stanworth saying that he was going to kill himself for private reasons of his own or something."
"Oh."
"I can tell you it knocked me upside down for the minute. Anything more unexpected I couldn't have imagined. And the trouble is that I don't see how we can possibly get round it. A note like that is a very different matter to that statement."
"You know, I'm not sure that I'm altogether surprised that something like this has turned up," Alec said slowly. "I was never quite so convinced by the murder idea as you were. After all, when you come to look at all the facts of the case, although they certainly seem to be consistent with murder, were no less consistent with suicide, weren't they?"
"So it appears," Roger said regretfully.
"It was simply that you'd got the notion of murder into your head. More picturesque, I suppose, and everything had to be construed to fit it, eh?" I suppose so. In fact, Alec concluded wisely, it was an idée fixe, and everything else was sacrificed to it. Isn't that right?
Alexander, you put me to shame, Roger murmured.
Well, anyhow, that shows you what comes of muddling in other people's affairs, Alec pointed out severely. And it's lucky you hit on the truth before you made a still bigger idiot of yourself.
I deserve it all, I know, Roger remarked contritely to his hairbrush. It was Alec's turn to be complacent now, and he was taking full advantage of it. As he lay back leisurely in his chair and smoked away placidly, he presented a perfect picture of "I told you so." Roger contemplated him in rueful silence. "And yet," he murmured tentatively after a few moments' silence. Alec waved an admonitory pipe. "Now then," he said warningly. Roger exploded suddenly. "Well, say what you like, Alec," he burst out. "But the thing is dashed queer. You can't get away from it. After all, our inquiries haven't resulted in nothing, have they? We did establish the fact that Stanworth was a blackmailer. I forgot to tell you that, by the way. We were perfectly right. He had been blackmailing Mrs. Plant, the swine, and jolly badly, too. Incidentally, she hadn't the least idea that his death might be anything else than suicide, and Jefferson didn't come into the library while she was there, so I was wrong in that particular detail. I'm satisfied she was telling the truth, too. But as for the rest, well, I'm dashed if I know what to think. The more I consider it, the more difficult I find it to believe that it was suicide after all, and that all those other facts could have been nothing but mere coincidences. It isn't reasonable."
"Yes, that's all very well," Alec said sagely, "but when a fellow actually goes out of his way to write a letter saying that—"
"By Jove, Alec," Roger interrupted excitedly, "you've given me an idea. Did he write it?"
"What do you mean?"
"Why, mightn't it have been typed? I haven't seen the thing yet, you know, and when she mentioned a letter, it never occurred to me that it might not be a handwritten one. If it was typed, then there's still a chance." He walked rapidly towards the door.
"Where are you going to now?" Alec asked in surprise.
"To see if I can get a look at this blessed letter," Roger said, turning the handle. "Mrs. Plant's room is down this passage, isn't it?" With a quick glance up and down the passage, Roger hurried along to Mrs. Plant's bedroom and tapped on the door. "Come in," said a voice inside. "It's me, Mrs. Plant," he replied softly. "Mr. Sheringham. Can I speak to you a minute?" There came the sound of rapid footsteps crossing the floor, and Mrs. Plant's head appeared at the door. "Yes?" she asked, not without a certain apprehension. "What is it, Mr. Sheringham?" "You remember that letter you mentioned this morning? From Mr. Stanworth, I mean. Have you still got it, by any chance, or have you destroyed it?" He held his breath for her reply. "Oh, no. Of course I destroyed it at once. Why?" "Oh, I just wanted to test an idea. Let me see." He thought rapidly. "It was pushed under your door or something, I suppose?" "Oh, no. It came by post." "Did it?" said Roger eagerly. "You didn't notice the postmark, did you?" "As a matter of fact, I did. It seemed so funny that he should have taken the trouble to post it. It was posted from the village by the 8:30 post that morning." "The village, was it?" "Oh, and was it typewritten?" "Yes." Roger held his breath again. "Was the signature written or typewritten?" Mrs. Plant considered. "It was typewritten, as far as I remember." "Are you sure of that?" Roger asked eagerly. "Yes, I think so. Oh, yes, I remember now. The whole thing was typewritten, signature and all." "Thank you very much, Mrs. Plant," Roger said gratefully. "That's all I wanted to know." He sped back to his own room. "Alexander!" he exclaimed dramatically as soon as he was inside. "Alexander, the game is on again!"
"What's up now?" Alec asked with a slight frown.
"That letter sounds like a fake, just the same as the confession. It was all typewritten, even the signature,
and it was posted from the village. Can you imagine a man in his sane senses deliberately going down to the village to post his letter when all he had to do was to push it under her door? He might have had others to post as well, Alec hazarded, blowing out a great cloud of smoke. Would Mrs. Plants be the only one?
I never thought of that. Yes, he would. But still, it's rather unlikely that he should have posted hers as well, I should say. By the way, it was that letter which accounted for her change of attitude before lunch. She knew then that she had nothing to fear from the opening of the safe, you see.
Well, how do matters stand now?
Exactly as they did before. I don't see that this really affects it either way. It's only another instance of the murderer's cunning. Mrs. Plant, and possibly, as you say, one or two others, might raise awkward questions at Stanworth's sudden death. Therefore, their apprehensions must be allayed. All that it really does, as far as we are concerned, is to confirm the idea that the murderer must have a very intimate knowledge of Stanworth's private affairs. Of course, it shows that the safe was opened that night, and it brings our old friends, the ashes in the hearth, into prominence once more, as being in all probability the remains of the blackmailer's evidence. Curious that that first guess of mine should have turned out to be so near the truth, isn't it?
And what about Jefferson? Alec asked quietly.
Ah, yes, Jefferson. Well, I suppose this affair of the letter, and the fact that he did not break in on Mrs. Plant and Stanworth in the library that night, and consequently was not helped by that lady, I suppose all this gives him credit for rather more brains than I have been willing to concede him, but otherwise I don't see that his position is affected.
You mean you still think he killed Stanworth?
If he didn't, can you tell me who did?
Alec shrugged his shoulders. I've told you I'm convinced you're barking up the wrong tree. It's no good going on repeating it.
Not a bit, Roger said cheerfully.
So what are you going to do?
Exactly what I was before. Have a little chat with him.
Rather ticklish business, isn't it? I mean, when you're so very uncertain of your ground.
Possibly, but so was Mrs. Plant, for that matter. I think I shall be able to handle friend Jefferson all right. I shall be perfectly candid with him, and I'm willing to wager a small sum that I shall be back here within half an hour with his confession in my pocket.
Humph, Alec observed skeptically. Are you going to accuse him directly of the murder?
My dear Alec, nothing so crude as that. I shan't even say in so many words that I know a murder has been committed. I shall simply ask him a few pointed and extremely pertinent questions. He'll see the drift of them all right. Master Jefferson is no fool, as we have every reason to know. Then we shall be able to get down to things.
Well, for goodness sake, do bear in mind the possibility, I won't put it any stronger than that Jefferson never did kill Stanworth at all, and walk warily.
Trust me for that, Roger replied complacently. By the way, did I tell you that Mrs. Plant received that letter just before going into lunch? It caught the 8:30 post from the village.
Did it?
Alec said without very much interest. By Jove, Roger exclaimed suddenly. What an idiot I am. That's conclusive proof that Stanworth couldn't have posted it himself, isn't it? Fancy my never spotting that point before.
What point?
Why, the first post out from the village is 5 o'clock. That letter must have been posted between 5 and 8:30, 4 hours or more after Stanworth was dead. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Layton Court Mystery by Anthony Berkeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Chapter 25. The mystery finally refuses to accept Mr. Sheringham's solution. Roger had no time to waste. Mrs. Plant, Alec, and himself were all to leave by the train soon after 5 o'clock. The car would be ready to take them into Elchester at 4:30. Tea was to be at 4, and the time was already close on 3. He had an hour left in which to disentangle the last remaining threads. As he stood for a moment outside the morning-room door, it seemed to Roger as if even this narrow margin were half an hour more than he needed. Jefferson was still at work among the piled-up papers. He glanced up abstractedly as Roger entered the room and then smiled slightly. "Come to offer me a hand again?" he asked. "Devilish good of you, but I'm afraid there's absolutely nothing I can turn over to you this time." Roger drew a chair up to the other side of the table and seated himself deliberately. "As a matter of fact, I hadn't," he said slowly. "I wanted to ask you 1 or 2 questions, Jefferson, if you would be good enough to answer them." Jefferson looked slightly surprised. "Questions? All right, fire away. What can I tell you?" "Well, the first thing I want to ask you," Roger shot out, "is where were you at the time that Stanworth died?" A look of blank astonishment was followed in Jefferson's face by an angry flush. "And what the devil has that got to do with you?" he asked abruptly. "Never mind for the moment what it has to do with me," Roger replied, his heart beating a little faster than usual. "I want you to answer that question." Jefferson rose slowly to his feet, his eyes glittering ominously. "Do you want me to kick you out of the room?" he said in a strangely quiet voice. Roger leaned back in his chair and watched him unmoved. "Do I understand that you refuse to answer?" he said evenly. "You refuse to tell me where you were between, say, 1 and 3 o'clock on the morning that Stanworth died?" "Most decidedly I do, and I want to know what the hell you think that has to do with you." "It may have nothing, and it may have everything," Roger said calmly. "But I advise you to tell me, if not for your own sake, at least for the lady's." If this was a chance shot, it had certainly got home. Jefferson's face took on a deeper tinge, and his eyes widened in sheer fury. He clenched his fists till the knuckles showed up white and menacing. "Damn you, Sheringham, that's about enough," he muttered, advancing towards the other. "I don't know what the devil you think you're playing at, but—" A sudden bluff darted into Roger's mind. After all, what was a man like Jefferson doing as secretary to a man like Stanworth? He decided to risk it. "Before you do anything rash, Jefferson," he said quickly, "I'd like to ask you another question. What was Stanworth blackmailing you for?" There are times when bluff pays. This was one of them. Jefferson stopped short in his stride. His hands fell limply to his sides, and his jaw dropped open. It was as if he had been struck by a sudden and unexpected bullet. "Sit down and let's talk things over quietly," Roger advised, and Jefferson resumed his seat without a word. Roger reviewed the situation rapidly in his mind. "You see," he began in conversational tones, "I know quite a lot of what's been going on here, and in the circumstances I really have no alternative but to find out the rest. I admit that it places me in rather an awkward situation, but I can't see that I can very well do anything else. Now, what I suggest, Jefferson, is that we both put our cards on the table and talk the thing over as 2 men of the world. Do you agree?" Jefferson frowned. "You don't appear to give me much option, do you? Though what it has to do with you, I'm really hanged if I can see." It was on Roger's lips to retort that Jefferson would very probably be hanged if he didn't, but fortunately he was able to control himself. "I should have thought that would have been obvious," he said smoothly. "I can hardly leave things as they are, can I? Still, we'll pass over that for the present. Now, Stanworth was, as I know, a blackmailer, and there can be no doubt as to that affecting the situation in no small degree." "What situation?" Jefferson asked in puzzled tones. Roger glanced at him shrewdly. "The situation," he said firmly. "I think we both understand to what I am referring." "I'm blessed if I do," Jefferson retorted. "Of course, if you take up that attitude,"
Roger said tentatively. Still, perhaps it's a little early to get down to brass tacks, he added after a moment's pause. We'll confine ourselves to the other aspect for a time, shall we? Now, Stanworth, I take it, had some definite hold over you. Would you mind telling me exactly what that was? Is this necessary? Jefferson demanded shortly. My private affair, you know. Why the deuce should you want to concern yourself in it? Don't talk like that, Jefferson, please. You must see what course you'll force on me if you do. Damned if I do. What course? To put the whole thing in the hands of the police, naturally. Jefferson started violently. Good God, you wouldn't do that, Sheringham. I don't want to do so, of course, but you really must be frank with me. Now please tell me all about your relations with Stanworth. I may tell you, to save you trouble, that I am already in full possession of all the similar facts with regard to, well, the lady in the case. The devil you are! Jefferson exclaimed in undisguised astonishment. Oh, well, if I've got to tell you, I suppose I must. Though what in the name of goodness it can have to... However, he leaned back in his chair and began to fiddle abstractedly with the papers in front of him. It was this way. My regiment was in India. A pal of mine and I were both in love with the same girl. No bad blood or anything like that. Good friends all the time. He got her. Wanted to get married at once, but very hard up, of course. We all were. He'd got a lot of debts, too. Damned fool went and drew a check on another man's account. Forged it, if you like. Absurd thing to do, bound to come out. There was a hell of a row, but we managed to keep it confined to a few of us. Chap came and confessed to me, asked what on earth he'd better do. They hadn't found out who'd done it yet, but when they did, it would be all up with him. Lose the girl and everything. She was fond enough of him, but straight as a die herself. Couldn't have stood the disgrace. Well, what could I do? Couldn't stand by and see all this happen. Went to the colonel and told him I'd done the blessed thing. Only thing to do. By Jove, you sportsman! Roger exclaimed involuntarily. Sportsman be damned. Wouldn't have done it for him alone. I was thinking of the girl. And what happened? Oh, it was hushed up as much as possible. I had to send in my papers, of course, but the fellow didn't prosecute. Then that hound Stanworth got wind of the story somehow and managed to lay his hands on the check, which had never been destroyed. Perfect godsend to him, of course. Gave me choice of taking on this job with him or letting the whole thing be passed on to the police. No alternative. I had to take on the job. But why on earth did he want you as his secretary? That's what I can't understand. Simple enough. He wanted to push his way in among the sort of people I knew. I was a sort of social sponsor for him. Damned unpleasant job, of course, but what could I do? Besides, when I took the job on, I didn't know anything about him. Thought he was just a new rich merchant, and I was his only victim in the threatening line. Soon found out, of course, but too late to back out then. That's all. Satisfied? Perfectly. Sorry I had to ask you, but you see how it is. Well, I'm dashed if I can blame you. I'd have done the same thing myself. But I'd like to have the story of it from your own lips. Just told you the story. No, the other one, I mean. What other one? Oh, don't beat about the bush like this. You know perfectly well what I'm driving at. I'll put it in the original form, if you like. Where were you during the night that Stanworth died? Jefferson's angry flush returned. Now look here, Sheringham, that's too much. I've told you things I never dreamed I'd have to tell anyone, and I'm not going to have you probing any farther into my business. That's final. Roger rose to his feet. I'm sorry you take it like that, Jefferson, he said quietly. You leave me no alternative. What are you going to do, then? Tell the police the whole story. Are you mad, Sheringham? Jefferson burst out angrily. No, but I think you are not to trust me, Roger retorted, hardly less so. You don't think I want to tell them, do you? It's you who are forcing me to do so. What, through not telling you what I was doing that night? Of course.
There was a short pause while the two glared at each other. "Come back in a quarter of an hour," Jefferson said abruptly. "I'll think it over. Have to consult her, of course, first." Roger nodded acquiescence to this proposal and hurried out of the room. Exultantly he sought Alec. "I told you so, Alexander!" he cried triumphantly as soon as he was fairly inside the room. "Jefferson's on the point of confession." "He's not!" Alec exclaimed incredulously. "He is indeed, and there's a lot more to it than that. I've bluffed him into believing that I know a lot more than I do, really, and he's going to tell me all sorts of other things as well. He's let one cat out of the bag already. I can tell you, Mrs. Plant is in it after all." "Oh, rot," Alec replied with decision. "That's out of the question. I know she isn't." "Don't be so absurd, Alexander," Roger retorted, somewhat nettled. "How can you possibly know?" "Well, anyhow, I'm sure she isn't," Alec replied obstinately. "But, my dear chap, friend Jefferson has just gone off to consult her as to whether he shall tell me the whole story or not. I threatened him with the police, you see, if he didn't." "I suppose you taxed him outright with the murder, did you?" "No, Alexander, I didn't," Roger answered wearily. "The word murder was never so much as mentioned. I simply put it that I wanted to know what he was doing on the night of Stanworth's death." "And he wouldn't tell you?" Alec asked, somewhat surprisedly. "He certainly would not, but he told me a whole lot of other things. He was in Stanworth's power, all right. I haven't got time to tell you the whole story, but there's motive enough for him to kill Stanworth himself, even without the introduction of Mrs. Plant's side of it. Oh, the whole thing's as plain as a pikestaff. I can't understand why you're so skeptical about it all." "Perhaps I make a better detective than you do, Roger." Alec laughed, a trifle constrainedly. "Perhaps," Roger said without very much conviction. He glanced at his watch. "Well, I'd better be getting back. I wonder if you'd believe it if I showed you Jefferson's confession in writing. Would you?" "I very much doubt it," Alec smiled. Jefferson was no longer alone in the morning room when Roger returned to it. To the latter's surprise, Lady Stanworth was also there. She was standing with her back to the window and did not look round at his entrance. Roger shut the door carefully behind him and looked inquiringly at Jefferson. That gentleman did not waste time. "We've talked the matter over," he said curtly, "and decided to tell you what you want to know." Roger could hardly repress an exclamation of surprise. Why should Jefferson have imported Lady Stanworth into the matter? Obviously she must be involved, and deeply too. Could it be that Jefferson had taken her into his confidence with regard to Mrs. Plant? How much did she know, if that were the case? Presumably everything. Roger felt that the situation was about to prove not a little awkward. "I'm glad," he murmured half apologetically. Jefferson was carrying the thing off well. Not only did he appear to be feeling no fear at all, but his manner was not even that of defiance. The attitude he had adopted, and which sat perfectly naturally upon him, was rather one of dignified condescension. "But before I answer you, Sheringham," he said stiffly, "I should like to say, both on behalf of this lady and myself, that we consider—" Lady Stanworth turned to him. "Please," she said quietly, "I don't think we need go into that. If Mr. Sheringham is incapable of understanding the position into which he has forced us, there can hardly be any need to labor the point." Quite," Roger murmured still more apologetically, and feeling unaccountably small. Lady Stanworth was perhaps the only person in the world who consistently had that effect upon him. "Very well." Jefferson bowed. He turned to Roger. "You wanted to know where I was on the night that Stanworth shot himself?" "On the night of Stanworth's death," Roger corrected, with a slight smile. "On the night of Stanworth's death, then," Jefferson said impatiently. "Same thing. As I said before, I fail entirely to see how it can concern you, but we have decided, under the circumstances, to tell you.
After all, the fact will be common knowledge soon enough now. I was with my wife." "Your wife?" Roger echoed, scarcely able to believe his ears. "That is what I said," Jefferson replied coldly. "Lady Stanworth and I were married secretly nearly 6 months ago." End of chapter 25.